So now we can rebuild. It's literally called a rebuild. The Niners weren't planning on rebuilding, so you just had to try to fit Trey into what you were already doing. And look, I'm not either, whether you get it done or you don't, but that's why to me, I'm not willing to, and even though I haven't seen the it from Trey yet, I'm not willing to say, hey, Trey can't be a NFL quarterback because I'm seeing Trey in a system. Now, my thought process is other QBs that wouldn't maybe look good in this Kyle Shanahan offense. The reason I am worried is because quick hitters, that's normally supposed to be what helps young quarterbacks. Just get the ball out of their hand. But I do think that there's a lot going on. We still haven't seen Trey with Christian McCaffrey. And at this point, we're not going to. We might need to just
that's
let
all
that
I was waiting,
Look, I know,
to tell you.
whether I take Bart in to hang with you, I drive, or I take the ferry, we might need to let that ferry just ship away because I don't know that we're going to see it.
Yeah.
When are we going to see it? So
and I appreciate you being real with yourself.
I'm torn, but I do think part of that is, okay, based on what LaShawn McCoy said, what does Trey do very well? A lot of the runs, if you watch the highlights, they were draws up the middle, catching guys off guard. Maybe it's just the NFL, and you're not catching NFL players off guard the same way you catch FCS players.
Yeah.
That's just the real. Maybe.
Yeah.
And when it turns to those windows, again,
JT O'Sullivan has a tweet out right now. His quarterback school.
That's the quarterback school, yeah.
It's very damning of not the first read, the second Windows, shout out Microsoft. It was an F from Trey.
Yes.
Now, do we want to say it was rust? We can, but I do appreciate you saying time is running out. And I don't think right now, Styles, I don't think we're ever going to see, and I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I mean that because Willard threw that out a couple weeks ago. The fans kind of, want to see some, Steiny was talking about, if it were up to me, I don't want anybody to get hurt, but I would like to see 4 games by Trey. That's going to feel like 17 now because it's not going to happen. And I'm where this thing is headed. I'm like, man, I am really worried about his roster, just his spot on the roster.
Right. But again, I would say an 888-957-9570, open up the phone lines if you want to be a part of the action. And again, I still don't know if that is a full indictment on Trey as a quarterback as much as it is on the situation. I think it's a little bit of both. I think or maybe a lot of both. I think it's not a good fit, but also Trey hasn't played well in the spots that he's had. Here's a question though, Goo, because I'm struggling with this one a little bit. So, and I'm not trying to talk about the play calling per se because I don't want Bonte freaking out on me. He's been coming in every break.
Yeah.
I'm trying to focus here. Been coming in every break, and I don't want to be upset. We're not talking about the preseason play calling, but I do find it interesting. There was a lot of conversation about when Jimmy G came back last season and how much Trey Lance was running, right? And hey, is there a situation or does this have anything to do with the fact that Jimmy G is there in case something happened, right? So this is what stinks a little bit to me. So you have Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And we just watched. They already said, the Niners came out and said, we were willing to lose with Trey. We were willing to struggle last season with Trey. Okay, that's interesting. Because you ran Trey a good bit. Now, he ran just as much.
I thought it was offensive.
You ran Trey a lot, right? You had Jimmy G as a backup. Now, all of a sudden, in a preseason game, right, that again, you're not really trying to win or lose, Trey's dropping back. Trey's dropping back 50 times. So it's just weird to me that now all of a sudden you're dropping Trey back when if you really did it, and what was their reasoning? Well, we want to work on Trey in the pocket. Okay, but you didn't want to work on that last year. Why? Because you wanted to win games. So you can't have it both ways. Now to me, it's just a bit of a smoking gun that this whole running Trey thing, let's admit it, he was not ready as a passer. But you can't say that we were willing to lose games last year. If you were willing to lose games last year, you would have worked on Trey in the pocket, but you weren't willing to lose games last year, so you ran him around.
Man, I feel like I'm talking to myself, but you're at I don't want chapter 1, and now I'm at chapter 10 of the book.
Okay,
so I get what you're saying, but have you heard of the term you can right or wrong? And maybe Kyle this offseason said, you know what? I didn't put that kid in the right position. That's why Guru at 95-7 the game was going in on me and that suspect, play calling and these runs. And I was saying, oh my gosh, this kid is going to get hurt like he did in Seattle,
right,
the way that he was used. So now, okay, he rehabs. He's working out with whomever this offseason, and a lot of the noise around Trey Lance, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Styles, was his throwing motion. He's going over here working with the experts, right? So why do I look at the play calling 9 out of the first 10 plays were passes? Why am I looking at that as a compliment to Trey? Kyle was like, okay, Guru and company, and just to myself, all right, let's see if the mechanics are better. Let's see if the Wi-Fi is working fast. If he's got that is it working? So that's why when you are stuck, it sounds like well, that's a big difference from last year. Well, now we're going Kanye West, Graduation, one of his greatest albums.
Sure.
Okay, let's do it. So let's see what he's doing from the pocket. I was excited about that because that is – I know you're behind a suspect in the second string O-line, but stars shine. Sometimes they shine when things are bad around them. And you're telling me you're still holding on to the ball 6 seconds? Those are indictments, and you're not even in court. Those things, that's what has me to where I'm at now, Evan. Like, okay, at some juncture, we got to get away from blaming everybody and the play calling. Sometimes it's just about the athlete. And Trey, I'm going mind games and Jedi on the couch. I don't think he improved film-wise because you would have had that inner clock saying no matter what happens, I'm going to get rid of this ball, and I ain't going to have 4 sacks on my ledger.
Well, what I'm not going to do, and we're going to talk about Brock Purdy because there's plenty to talk about with Brock being anointed.
He's a made man.
He is the next Joe Montana.
He earned that, though, right?
Sure. Well, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the Niners think. So we'll get into what they said. But what I'm not going to do is ignore Brock Purdy. If Kyle Shanahan cares more about joint practices, right, I'm not going to sit here and bash Trey. And I get it. Brock Purdy did it in real live action. But I'm not going to sit here and bash Trey all day for the first live action he's seen since his injury, right? And he hasn't been getting as many as Brock Purdy. I'm not gonna bash Trey for a bad half, but Brock Purdy for joint practices that Kyle Shanahan cares about more. We're not going to discuss Brock Purdy's interceptions. I'm not saying one is more important than the other. That's all I'm saying. They should both be nothing burgers. I get it. We haven't seen Trey Lance in a while, so it matters. I get all that. But I'm not going to sit here and LaShawn McCoy say that Trey can never be a quarterback just based on what I saw. Goo, you're talking about tough love, right? There are different types of fathers out there, different types of mothers. So you parent differently. Some kids need tough love. Some kids need more – not coddling, but just
I get it. I got 3 emotional. Of them. You got 1.
Sure. So you have, but to me, Goo, I'm not trying to do the excuse thing. I'm really not. But it's just crazy to me to where Kyle Shanahan knows how the hype beast works, how the hype machine works.
Okay.
You're going to get Trey out there in your run-first offense, and now you want to sling the rock around like you're Drew Brees. It was just, again, it doesn't matter that he didn't look good to me. I'm just saying he's not going to get the opportunity, right? I'm talking about
we
Trey.
Don't know. If you make the team, Alan, that's one thing about this Niner team under Kyle Shanahan. We talked about it. Be honest, man, I'm not rooting for this, but if there's no other team in the league, if I'm the second string quarterback, I know anything can happen on any given place in any of the 31 other NFL cities, but the Niners to me have endured more injuries, fluke injuries at the quarterback, the running back. You could say, oh, it's Jimmy's fault, but if you're quarterback 2 here in San Francisco, that might be 1.5. You might be closer to getting on the field than ever. And that's why I was so emotionally invested in this number 2 competition, which I still think it's a competition, but they might already know who it is. I'm rooting for Trey. But Alan, at the end of the day, I just feel like if we were in a courtroom and you're representing your client and my client, both our clients were Trey Lance, and you believe them, and the facts are the facts, and you're just trying to get the jury to see your side,
right?
Can you look at me and tell the masses that are listening to 95.7 The Game right now on this lovely Wednesday, you know how good your client is because you are talking a good game. You were reading the Guru playbook from last week, the week before. I agree, but now I feel like I've seen the light, and I know I'm going to take it. I got my boy Hawk texting me now. Guru, get off. You're beating Trey. I'm not trying to beat up Trey Lance, but I think you're in love with an idea of what he could possibly be when now I'm starting to see the light and saying it ain't looking good when he's actually back there dropping back to throw the ball.
So who is the backup for the Jets?
Darn, our guy, the little
Wilson.
kid, Zach Wilson, talk to us.
So if Aaron Rodgers goes down, it's back to Zach Wilson.
Yeah, no doubt.
Zach Wilson to me, and we have a bigger. He
was the man
frame.
at BYU.
Sure.
Okay.
Which
was more than what Trey did in college.
They're both two flashes in the pan.
All right.
Okay. I get it though. I wouldn't put either in the. I wouldn't draft neither of them. So there you go.
But one was sometimes there were some Saturdays. Could this kid get the Heisman?
Well, I think the one didn't they lose to Coastal Carolina?
Yeah,
the one big game they had.
Losses, but he threw a nice ball.
He throws a nice ball. So does Will Levis.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know what to do with that information. Right. So if Aaron Rodgers goes down, you're back to Zach Wilson. To me, the idea of Trey almost being, I don't know about out the league or shouldn't be in the league.
I'm not saying that.
I don't know. You're not saying that, but people are saying that. To me, that's why it just stops at the Niners and the situation, because this situation is such that you know what you have with Brock, and they have a Super Bowl window, right? But then you have Zach Wilson over here with the Jets, and if Aaron Rodgers goes down, how do you have any more belief in Zach Wilson than Trey Lance? To think that Zach Wilson or the Jets are just saying, hey, man, it just wasn't our year if Aaron Rodgers goes down. We only got about 2 more years anyway.
All right, there's a flip side to that, and let me share with you.
Okay.
If you're going to do what you, Bonte, and I have for Trey Lance and kind of taking the onus off of him, I'll tell you this. Young Wilson was humbled last year. And that little scuttlebutt in the locker room after the game, and he wasn't taking ownership, and the vets were after him, and he basically got benched for Flacco or whatnot. I think he has been humbled. He's had an off. I know we're not New York. He's had an off season to talk and have conversations and watch one of the greats to do with Aaron Rodgers. So if that were to happen, and the fact that he's the backup, Allen, I would be willing to bet maybe we see a better and more mature Zach Wilson than we did previous when everything was handed to him. He could still stink it up, but I could buy into that if I were a Jet fan because now he's been humbled.
But But Trey never had to be humbled, right? Trey never.
Is that happening right now with the emergence of Brock Purdy?
To me, that happened when they decided we're going to keep Jimmy as insurance. We're not going to give you your license. You're going to get your permit, though. You're going to get your permit, though, because we don't try. You remember that, Goo? Back in the day, that emergency, I remember I'd be driving and them next to me, hold on, Alan, and they pressed the brake from the passenger seat. That's what they were doing. We trust you, but we just got Jimmy just in case. And by the way, we're going to run you like a battering ram.
Go ahead.
888-957-9570. My bad, Goo. The lines are stacking up now. Let's go to Terrell in Oakland. Trey got drafted into the wrong situation. What's up, Terrell? You're on with Steiny and Guru. Styles in for Steiny.
Man, I wanted to chime in because I say, Guru, you say you're not Trey bashing, but you totally are Trey bashing.
How?
Brother. He got drafted into the wrong situation. Kyle Shanahan has never appreciated a dual threat quarterback. Never. Okay, he tried to dump RG3 so he could get Kirk Cousins when they was on the watch.
I agree with that.
And in the preseason game, you the quarterback guru, the genius. Why are you not running plays to Trey's strong suit? You know he does best when the pocket is moved so he can see the field better.
All right.
Where are those plays for Trey Lance? Where is that package put in so Trey can look successful on the field? Even if you are thinking of trading him, you are not putting the plays on tape that Trey does well. And I just feel
That's fair.
Kyle Shanahan and the 49er brass need to be held accountable for how they're treating a young man. And I'll take your response off air, but thank you for the time.
Wow, Alan, I'm a real one. That's fair. You didn't say that, and I'm not coming down your road. Oh, Guru, they should roll him out. But when I think of the Trey Lance era, I think of two plays: Danny Gray in preseason and Sherfield 2 years, year one, when I was like, oh my God, look at the cannon. Okay, so if you guys want to give me that, so now I guess we're saying, is Kyle sabotaging Trey Lance? Because I don't believe that.
No, and it's a good call by Terrell, because that's what we had talked about, right? The Jalen Hurts style offense, more of that, because that's also what I'm saying. Kyle isn't sabotaging Trey Lance. Kyle's just saying, we have a system. You know where I went to school. I don't got to bring it up. De La Salle.
Not better than Logan.
Well, I'm not saying.
We played y'all before, too.
All I'm saying is, De La Salle, when you play in that football program or in the basketball program, we have a system. Right, and there were a lot of guys who actually didn't end up playing basketball at De La Salle because I don't feel like dealing with the system. I want to boogie.
It's a restraint.
So they said, "I'm out of here." Yeah. They go to YV wherever they want to go. Right? Trey Lance walked into a system. We're not building a system around you. You're going to fit into this system. Now, if he can't hack it, move him. I'm not saying I'm not making excuses for Trey. As I'm making excuses for Trey for the situation that he has been put in specifically, and I just don't think it fits his skill set. He could get moved to Tampa. There was a conversation about Tampa. He could get moved somewhere else and stink up the joint again. But at least he would have stunk up the joint with an offense that has been built around whatever his supposed strengths are. Now, the question is, what do we think his strengths are?
And that, he ain't a burner. And I appreciate that phone call. That was the first. He moved the pocket.
Right.
Let him throw it. Air McNair type of stuff. Donovan McNabb. They could do both. But that is the $1 million question. And maybe we see it this Saturday at home again, too. They got Denver. The Niners.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to start or not, but we were talking last night, you, I, and John on the thread, and I'm a teasing for you, your stuff. You go, Goo, I got a comp for you for Trey Lance that's going to knock you on your derriere. I said, okay, but I got to tell you this, because we bringing up Bonte. He had a comp of Josh Freeman, and I hope he's wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, but when I heard that, I almost crashed the caddy. Like, man, there are a lot of what Josh Freeman, just the stature, everything. Hopefully he's not that. But if we're going to sit here in year 3 after Mr. Irrelevant, and let me help the people in the back that don't know what that means. Mr. Irrelevant is the last guy picked. So to me, if you draft a guy 3rd, you think he has all the goods. You draft a guy with the last pick, you think in 3 brings more to the table than Mr. Irrelevant. How can Mr. Irrelevant come in, not knowing he's coming in, on the fly, ball out, go undefeated, win 2 games, and fit that criteria of fitting into a system as opposed to Trey Lance, Allen, who we're in year 3, you not by yourself are talking about, well, maybe he's not balling out because he has to fit into this system.
But Goo. There are areas where these quarterbacks fit, right? There are trees. Okay, when you listen to Kendrick Lamar and he's got the nasally,
I thought of Snoop Dogg,
and Kendrick is kind of nasally, right?
Yeah.
So now there's a whole tree of Kendrick disciples that are similar to Kendrick. Same with Frank Ocean. They're all disciples, Drake disciples. Okay, they're all from the same tree. They're different branches in the same tree. Brock Purdy is from that Kirk Cousins, Jimmy Garoppolo tree. He's one of those disciples.
College for 4 years.
And that works with Kyle Shanahan's offense. Trey Lance is not from that tree. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you know what? And it goes back to what we're never going to find out. And
I know where you're going.
I called you Allen. Yeah, I got you because you're my boy. But I told Evan this yesterday. I am waiting for the 30 for 30 years down the line. I hope I'm still here to go back to somebody to find out what Kyle saw in a workout, Allen, to make him think that kid from North Dakota State could fit his system and run his offense, or were the Schefters right? Were the Peter Kings, like, did he draft just to draft a position, for an option or options?
Right.
Because you're right. This doesn't make sense.
Right. Or you just go full tin can hat, and the whole thing is that Kyle never wanted him. And he was forced into taking him. All right, we still got time, so let's go to Jason in San Carlos. Since Shanahan has no choice but to open a playbook. What's up, Jason? You are on Steiny and Guru.
Yeah, I'm going back to last year when we ran out of quarterbacks. And for the 49ers to stay relevant, Shanahan had no choice but to open up that playbook for Brock Purdy. Any rookie in that position with the players that the 49ers have will succeed in that offense. It sucked that Trey Lance did not get that opportunity with the players, the starters that we had last year, for him to be successful. This is the only reason why we drafted him, to move on from Jimmy G. This is the only reason. And how now you put Brock Purdy in the same situation that Trey Lance was in last week with the 2s and 3s. He would do the exact same thing that Trey Lance did. I don't know why everybody's blowing this out of proportion. Trey Lance is a good quarterback. Just give that man a fair chance with that starting lineup with the 49ers, with CMC, Kittle, right now Debo. Give him the same opportunity, and we will see the Mr. Irrelevant not be Mr. Irrelevant. We will see a superstar in Trey Lance.
Thanks for the call, Jason. We're up against it. Here's my thing, and I want to get into
the baby in the background.
Yeah, I heard it. Shout out to the baby. The thing is that I don't know if Trey Lance is a good quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't know. And this whole idea of I want to see Trey in this situation, unfortunately, that boat, shout out to the ferry, it might have just
Let me give you 2.
shipped away.
Yeah.
It might have just shipped away. That's all I'm saying. It's not that I don't it's not that I don't believe it. It's just in life, Goo, timing is everything.
Oh,
and
that's
unfortunately,
that's profound.
It doesn't seem like timing is going to match up. I'm not saying we might never know what it will look like.
I'm looking at you before we go to break.
Kittle was injured when Trey was playing too.
I'm going to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco before the break. I'm hoping he makes the 3rd string. That's where I'm at with Trey.
Wow.
That would be the win for me.
Wow, Goo.
All right.
Wow. We got to get to a break. And that's all sponsored by Lucky California. We'll be right back talking Brock Purdy, Trey Lance. You know what it is. Steiny and Guru. you there August 29th.
This game is mental. This radio game, I ain't got to tell you that because you're phenomenal. We broke YouTube. We were at 600, and now it's at 207. So for the people saying, let me see how they do. It broke. It had to reset.
We had to reset.
Young Sam Lovett told me so.
Numbers
I don't
going
want
crazy.
you to look and be like, oh, my God.
Right. I'm saying, man.
We sold out,
I thought Styles and Guru, I thought we were nice, but
Vontae
maybe
and Shasky, they had like 800. You know, they set it. They set the tone.
But it's still early.
I didn't want you to be down in the dumps.
No, it's still early. We trying to come for him. All right, 888-957-9570 as we continue to talk about who's to blame for Trey Lance's struggles. Is it Trey himself? Is it the team? Is it the setup? Is it the situation? Is it D? All the above. Let's go to Robert in San Jose talking about the offensive line and how it needs to be real.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Real quick, just as a Raider fan looking at the game on Sunday and just reading reports from the Vegas paper and listening to the station down there, I think you guys are concentrating way too much on Trey Lance and his troubles. Your offensive line outside Trent Williams is not good. McGlinchey wasn't very good last year, and the guy you have coming in was a 7th-round pick, and who knows what he's going to be like. I really concentrate on the offensive line because that's what's going to get Brock Purdy hurt and your quarterbacks going through 4 or 5 quarterbacks again this season. That offensive line needs a lot of help.
No, thanks for the call, Robert. And everybody was saying, oh, the second string, what do they do? I mean, the Raiders, they look like the Niners' defensive line. That's how good they looked. That would then, that's a bit of a separate thing to what we're talking about, but that would then lend itself to, again, that point guard offense. Yeah. You don't have time to let things develop because you got to get rid of the football. And, you know, looking at the QB school, Trey missed a lot of those quick throws. Maybe that comes with more confidence.
Right.
Boo.
And I'll say this, a stat, if you want to get into that, because I wasn't a big – you know, people have been fighting on X. You know, I'm like, man, this thing is divisive. What's going? I mean, people I respect just going at it, and what are you supposed to do? And then I'm just like, whoa, my goodness, let me go watch what's happening reruns. Put this phone down. But the one thing that speaks to experience, Sam Darnold, we know what it is. It hasn't been successful for him, but in college, he was the guy coming out of USC, so I could see how some organizations were like, okay, we identify him to be the next franchise quarterback. I say all that to say is the one thing I took away from Sunday, 4 sacks for Trey. Were all those on him, Allen? No, but some of them were.
Right. 2
and
you
2 got
probably.
way more athleticism. I believed in Darnold, but you got to know, okay, I'm not working with the ones. They're coming. Where are they coming from? The weeks of where they, I know I got to get rid of it. And that's why I used the D word of I was somewhat disappointed that there were 4 sacks from my guy. And for the last caller, you are right. It's about McKivitz, because if we're going to talk about Purdy and switch this up in a minute, if any quarterback for the Niners is going to be successful, McGlinchey, who was the poster child for what's wrong with the Niners offensive line, he played in some big-ass games. He's in Denver. He's no longer here. Can McKivitz step it up? Is Banks going to, you know, we didn't even call his name. Quietly, he had a good season last year. But I ain't got to tell you that John Madden, the O-line means everything regardless of who's under center. But right now, to that caller's point, Trey Lance may never get the opportunity because the success that Purdy had last year to play and throw the ball to Ayuk and hand off to McCaffrey.
Well, and
it's going that way.
Yeah, and I think a good point about the offensive line and questions about the offensive line is if you're Kyle Shanahan, you can't take sacks, right? To your point, taking sacks and not taking sacks, that's not about your 40 time. That's about understanding what's going on in the pocket.
That's a great way to say it.
Getting the football out, right? Sam Darnold, you're listening to the broadcast, just throw the football away, Trey.
They were there, sir.
So you have to be able to do that. Obviously, the Tom Brady's of the world, very good at that. But
Derek Carr, who I say has a lot of...
Well, he did that too much.
Yeah, I don't throw it into, but you ain't sacking me.
You're not sacking me. You are not going to sack me.
Live another play.
Exactly. Live to fight another play. 888-957-9570. The trade for Trey's issue, that's what Bob wants to talk about. He's in the city. What's up, Bob? You're on Steiny and Guru.
Hey, what's up? I love the show, guys.
Hey.
Appreciate it.
I kind of agree a lot with Guru because basically you don't squander 3 number 1 picks, right? That's basically, it's not about Trey. It's about the number 1 picks that were used on him. And you know, when you look at their draft history, most of their big time players come from the middle rounds. So can you imagine how they could have built the team with trading those away and getting all these other guys? Because that's where their gold is getting a lot of dudes in the middle rounds. They could have revamped the secondary, the defensive line, the offensive line, kick returners. You know, I mean, just think about it. And what they did was basically trade them all away to a guy that wasn't even a big-time college dude. So anyway, that's just my point. And for these other callers, I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just saying he did have 4 games with the number ones, and he's still holding on to the ball. So, his mechanics need to be improved. That's all there is to it.
Wow.
Didn't have Kittle. Didn't have McCaffrey. And the bottom line is that we knew Trey.
That's heavy.
We knew Trey needed reps, right? So that's why it's a timing thing for me. That's why I'm not going to sit here and say Trey needs this and he's going to ball out better than Brock, or Trey needs that and he's done. He shouldn't even be in the league. I don't know. How does anybody know? Trey needed reps. He was the quarterback coming out of that draft that needed the most reps. They draft Trey. They decide, okay, he had the finger thing, but I think they were going to go with Jimmy either way because they had been successful. So they said, Jimmy, one last hurrah. Let's see if you can get it done. And we were having conversations. What happens if the Niners win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Do you go back to Jimmy or do you go to Trey Lance? What do you do? That ended up not happening, but they still had a good season. They say, Jimmy, thank you for your service. Okay, see ya. Jimmy leaves.
So we thought.
Trey, here are the keys. Well, hold on a second. Even though Trey's healthy, we just going to bring Jimmy back because it's a good deal and nobody's around. He had the late surgery. And he's like, okay, that's kind of weird. All right, okay, cool. Let bring Jimmy back. So Jimmy comes back. They give Trey the keys. Trey gets hurt. Again, another year of no reps, right? A la James Wiseman. And now here we are in year 3 with the emergence of Brock Purdy and those same reps. So I'm not going to look at those 4 games for Trey because we all knew he needed more than 4 games.
Right.
But he's just on the wrong team to get more than 4 games. It's very simple.
I feel your passion. And this is just, it's incredible. It truly is, because what you're saying, you're right. But as much as I want to come down Kyle's road for the pick itself, and we kind of touched on it in the last, it's already been an hour, Alan. I'm having a great time.
Flying.
But you didn't need a quarterback. You shocked the world when you said, you know what? I'm tired of the Jimmy Garoppolo experience, because that's the message I got when you went and did what you did. When you could have used those draft picks and enhanced your team that already had played in the Super Bowl. Jimmy was 6 minutes away from having the Super Bowl ring. Some have called this station. I'm one of them. I'm going back to the 19 Super Bowl against Kansas City. There was a juncture in that game where Jimmy might have been MVP if things would have kept right. Okay, didn't happen.
Right.
Would have, could have, should have. But at the end of the day, Kyle, did you really need to do what you did? But then you were offensive coordinator, Kyle in D.C. Your daddy was the head coach. You went and got RG3 out of Baylor. But in that same draft, something weird happened to me. You went and got your Geico with Kirk Cousins. And I'm like, when does that normally happen to where you go get 2 of one thing when you're supposed to be throwing confetti because you got your guy, the next Joe Theismann or Thiesman, okay? Right. But that was weird. So you send a message and say, I'm tired of the Jimmy Garoppolo experience, but yet we're winning. When does that truly, really happen? Yeah, I want to trade in this thing that's got me almost to the finish line. And I always said and condemned Kyle that your reason you're not wearing a suit, you don't have the trophy, the Lombardi, is I believe watching the film, it's more you and your play calling than Jimmy.
Right.
Okay, I'll leave that there. But now you got this kid, and I just don't know what you thought he was going or where he was going to take this offense. Yeah. And right now, it's the James Wiseman theory that Steiny always brings up. Whatever Wiseman ends up being, and I hate he's not a Warrior, it's still not going to change the impact of the Warriors missing with that pick. And if Trey Lance balls out somewhere else, Alan Stiles, it still will not change the impact of those draft picks tricked off, if I can say it, and the fact that I may be 80 years old the next time the Niners have a pick that high.
Right.
It was a miss.
It's a bad miss. And if you look at the situation, I know people have been talking about how bad the pick was. If you look at the situation where the Niners were, what they gave up, I do think it was. If this thing doesn't turn out or keeps going the way it's going, it will go down as one of the worst picks.
Well, if Purdy ends up being a perennial All-Pro,
but that's separate to me. Different drafts.
But the bottom line is, and it's kind of what you touched on, Kyle. I believe Kyle's arrogance. He thought he could win last year. He knew what time it was. Shout out Morris Day. He knew that they were a Super Bowl contender. I think he didn't look at it like, oh, I'm starting Trey. We can't win. I believe his arrogance and his excellence at calling plays, he was going to put Trey in a position to where the Niners won.
Yeah.
So how can we now look at it, Allen, and say if he wins the Lombardi with Mr. Irrelevant, I believe Kyle and his ego would prefer that more than the guy that they drafted at number 3.
Yeah. Oh, agreed. Agreed.
He'll be a genius.
Oh, yeah.
If he gets this done with Purdy.
Can you imagine Kyle walking into NFL coaches meetings after winning the Lombardi with Mr. Irrelevant?
With his
ego wouldn't even fit in the room.
Yes.
He's, you guys Super Bowl?
Cigar.
Y'all all passed out Mr. Irrelevant? How many people? Oh, hold on. Can
Nobody.
Can you just remind me real quick? How many people have won the Super Bowl with Mr. Irrelevant? Oh, no.
Great.
Oh, was it nobody? Oh, that was me. That was me because I am Kyle. Right people miss on top.
I think
quarterbacks all the time.
Ego is a drug, Allen.
Yeah.
I think there's something to it with it.
Yep.
But again, he didn't. How did Brock Purdy get on the scene? 2 guys had to get hurt.
Yeah.
So I can't come down Kyle's road like I want to all the way because he didn't say, "Oh, I'm starting Brock Purdy." It kind of was like, "Okay, I'm stuck. We gotta go. We're on the 3rd string quarterback." But you are right. That's why I believe Brady and the ideal of Rodgers coming here to where Brady be like, "Kyle, F your play. I'll go out of that."
Yeah.
Because that's what would have went down. In a crazy world.
No, I agree.
I think Kyle didn't want that.
I agree with you, and I've said it before. If Kyle Shanahan had to pick between having Kirk Cousins for the next 5 years and Josh Allen, it's a closer conversation than you think.
No,
it sounds insane.
And Cousins might win.
Because Kyle don't like that hero ball. That Justin Fields hero ball, that does not do it for Kyle. He doesn't want to see it. All right, real quick, let's go to Michael Lombardi, switching gears a little bit here, because I know the Morning Roast touched on it. We want to touch on it as well. Michael Lombardi, this clip talking about when his mama lifted him from the crib, because that's what you sound like, Goo. I don't want to get there. Okay. I don't want to get there. Let's hear from Michael Lombardi.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
Michael, I asked you this before we ended the Lombardi line yesterday on VSiN. I think that he might be competing to stay on the 53-man roster. Like, is that where we at with Trey Lance right now? Like, are these reps looking for him to be able to say, can he stay on this roster and be a viable 49er?
Well, I think you got to look at this, right? Like, you know that once you reach a conclusion on a player, okay, once you really have a handle on who the player is, then you've got to make some decisions.
So that was Michael Lombardi talking about
who I like and respect.
Yeah, look, you know what's weird to me?
Talk to me.
The only thing that's kind of weird to me is whether it was Kawhi after they beat the Warriors with no Kevin Durant. Whether it's been nicely done. Whether it's Brock Purdy now or Jimmy G in 2017.
All right.
Normally, or Luka, right? Normally.
Skinny Luka.
Okay.
I love it.
Is he on soda? Maybe he's on soda too.
Boy, yeah.
So it's normally talking heads trying to be the first ones to say, when Brock Purdy balled out, and I'm not going to name names, how much of the Niners media, hey, I said I saw something with Brock. Normally, people are very quick to say, hey, this guy is the next thing.
Okay.
Typically, people aren't as quick to say this guy can't hack it, right? And these are all guys that do, in theory, know more football than the normal person, right? They've been around the game. But it is weird to me that so many guys are, whether it's LaShawn McCoy, whether it's Michael Lombardi, just saying, hey, Trey is done. And they're not even talking about, they're talking about out the league. So it's interesting, and I get it. There's a certain eye test, but I'm just thinking about all the other quarterbacks that have been drafted, right? Whether it's Dobbs, who's hanging around, or Kellen Mond, who's hanging around. All these guys that can just hang around. And I've never heard, maybe is it the fact that the expectations were just a little too high? Because I don't hear, and that's why we're having this conversation. So my question to LaShawn McCoy or Michael Lombardi would be, how many guys that are on rosters right now, how many QBs shouldn't be in the league? Because Trey Lance can't be the only one. You have more tape on Kellen Mond. You have more tape on Joshua Dobbs. You have more tape on these guys that have bounced around and just kind of reappear. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. You're the nerd. Give me one of those. Give me one of those
Joe
superheroes.
Flacco's still in. Flash.
The Flash.
Yeah.
They just appear, right? Or the Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
Okay, from the X-Men. They just appear and they
they
disappear and they reappear. So you're telling me those guys can be in the league, but Trey shouldn't be in. It's just that's what I'm not, and I'm not even going the racial route, right, with the mama thing, because Michael Lombardi, he put his chest out. He tweeted this thing. He thinks it's a fine tweet. To me, racially, I don't even need to go there. It's just weird to me that so many people are just, we are deciding that this kid needs to be out the league, but these later picks that are just hopping around and get cut and reappear and hopping around and get cut, they don't need to be out the league, but Trey does. It's a bizarre thing.
Well, it is, and you mentioned race, and let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Visit ASCOPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. I'm going to be careful here, Alan, and I'm going to keep it real. Two black men doing the show, and I've lost friends. I've had many discussions. Oh, why are you bringing the race card? First, memo to everybody. It's not a good thing when you break out the race card.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to do.
Right.
Look at the history of our world, and you'll know why when somebody brings up race, there's a reason.
When you bring up race, people stop listening.
No doubt.
So we don't want to do it, right?
There
You
are
just get
times
triggered.
that it's in our face.
Exactly.
And things have happened in this country to where the people of color can sit back like, okay, is this because?
Right.
Now, I always live my life, is there a file?
Right.
And I've never heard anybody call Michael Lombardi a racist. I know we are in a world now, Alan, where we try to be entertaining, but the way he said mama, when I believe 9 other 10 times he might have, if he were talking about a white quarterback, he might have said mother.
Sure.
But the mama and the brain element that went through my mind when he said he could never be a quarterback makes me step back and pause like, okay, Mike, maybe you weren't meaning to be racist, but sit down and step into my class and let me tell you how somebody of color, when you go there, you're saying, was his brain not big enough? Why are you saying he could never be a quarterback at birth?
Sure.
Like that's, as the kids say, hella strong. But here we go, Alan. Let me drive the caddy over to LaShawn McCoy,
Right.
who's a guy of color, but he's black, and he said the same thing.
Right.
So now I'm a layoff. I ain't Malcolm X. I ain't going to call the EEOC, Equal Opportunity.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just focus on what's the constant.
Yeah.
And the constant is nobody's seeing anything.
Nobody thinks he has it.
And you know what? I hate to do this. I'm on that side of the street after Sunday to where I'm getting concerned and I'm getting worried about what we're not seeing. If we just throw race out of this and it's about the football and the game and the reads, Alan, I'm running out of ammo for Trey Lance is going to get it because I'm just telling you, those 10 pass attempts I thought were compliments.
But
you want to let them cook.
10?
Let them cook because last year we were saying you're treating them like Earl Campbell.
But to me, it was an opportunity for Trey, but that he did not take advantage of. Okay. But to me, it was an opportunity. That doesn't mean to me that he's done, right? It didn't change my thought of Trey because I had a low bar because he's been injured. But if he had balled out, I would have said, wow, Trey's showing up. But I did want to get to your piece about Michael Lombardi because I do think it matters who's saying it, right? Michael Lombardi has said some on its face, saying mama is not a racial thing to me. And I would probably agree with saying about would he have said that with a white quarterback? Probably not. But
Just a thought I had.
know. Michael Lombardi has said questionable things when it comes to Cam Newton. He has said questionable things when it comes to Lamar Jackson. There is a pattern. So when
there is a file.
Very similar to Draymond Green in the NBA, right? Draymond gets treated differently because he has a file. So that's number one. And number two, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I will say this because I don't think it's racial, but I will say this. If you are, and I see you on the YouTube chat and on the text line, all I will say is this. If you are not black or a minority, you have no right to tell someone whether something was racial or not because you don't know how somebody else feels about something being said.
That's beautiful.
I tore my Achilles. You know what the equivalent is for people who don't get it? I tore my Achilles, right? That's like Guru, who's never torn his Achilles, saying, hey, Alan, it probably didn't hurt that bad. Yeah, how would you know? You never tore it. So for you as a non-minority or non-black person to say that wasn't racist, how can you say how something makes you feel? That's all I would say. Because that's the thing. I don't even think the Michael Lombardi thing was racial, but I don't need you, who's not of a minority, to tell me it's not. You can't tell me how I feel. You didn't tear your Achilles. You don't know how much that hurt. You don't. So why is that the only situation that we do this in? If you've never been to Greece and I say, Goo, it's beautiful this time, and you say, no, it's not. Have you ever been there, Goo? No, but I just know it's not. That's the same thing. Nobody else does that in any other life situation other than gender or race. You try to put yourself into a position that you've never done. So again, I don't even think the Michael Lombardi thing is racial. But for you who have never experienced something to say, guys, it's not racial, you're telling me that tearing my Achilles wasn't painful, but you never did it. It's the same thing.
That's a walk-off, man. And Div said that's an occasional 5. But, Alan, when you talk about birth, am I wrong? Forget my skin tone right now. Was he calling Trey stupid?
I don't think so.
But the fact that you say from birth, when your mama had you, that you don't have the components
he just said he didn't have it.
You got to have smarts. Let's put the right on tape. You got to have smarts to play quarterback. But if somebody said that to you, would you just Matumbo, no, or could you say, I could see how you could get there, Goo?
No, I can see how you could get there. I don't think it was there, though. I don't think it was there, though. All right, September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us, not me because my Achilles, from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. I see you, Paul. I see you, Ron. We're going to get to you, and then we're going to close the book on Trey Lance and talk about Brock Purdy. And that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
feel like I'm better than you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back, Steiny and Guru Styles, and for Steiny, until next Wednesday.
Yeah,
Guru,
we got a week, baby.
We flying around here already. Football season is here, and what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts. I'm going to ask Lucas if I'm invited this time, because I didn't get to go to the Warrior one, at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willard and Dibbs will start it off from 2, then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulators. Goo, I seen you on the Lynx.
Yeah.
Oh,
trying
man.
to get it popping.
I got to give love to our guy, Steiny. Shout out to the Berkeley Country Club, but it was incredible, Alan. I'm picking up the sport. I haven't played since. I've been out of town.
Right.
But you talk about this, the Summit Part 2. Maybe we could do like the Giants. We go to the boss, and I say, I want Alan as my opener.
There you go.
And then you come in.
Let me rock for a second.
30 minutes.
Look, if
an
not,
hour if you want.
If not,
I'm down.
I'm going to be there either way. I'll be with the people, and I'm going to ask y'all some crazy questions.
Because I share, Alan. I'll do that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and ask these questions with everybody else, all the listeners. We see you on the call line. Thank you on the Xfinity Mobile text on everything that's coming in. And like I said, man, just to kind of put a bow on it, that's what's so crazy, and that's why people think, oh, you want to pull the race card. I didn't even say Michael Lombardi with what he said was racist, right? And when you hear the word race, whether you want to agree with it or not, some people get triggered.
Yeah.
And it comes off. Whether it's subconscious or not, you just get triggered. So that's all we were trying to say. Like I said, I didn't even think it was racist. I just thought it was stupid because I haven't seen enough from Trey Lance to even say that. And everybody, well, Trey's mom is white. What does that mean? What does that matter?
Yeah.
I don't know why that matters. But again, we're gonna move on. Thank you. We like opinions.
There you go.
We like opinions. We're turning the page, all right? But first, we're going to turn it to Ron in Redwood City. Trey was too much of a gamble. What's up, Ron? You're on Steiny and Guru. Styles in for Steiny.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey.
I just want to say, boy, I'm really digging this, interim combination here of Styles and Goo.
Appreciate it.
I'm loving it. It's so funny. The other day, I was thinking, boy, these two would be a great combo with their energy, and man, here it is. So I helped manifest this.
There you go. Check to the mail.
Hey, thank you.
So before I go into what I had talked with the call screener about with the Trey being too big of a gamble for what for the whole deal that went down with him, I just wanted to address just super quick and just touch on it about you guys talking about racism, and because it's unavoidable. I don't want to bring politics into sports or any other part of life, and there's just too much of that, and I hate it all. I'm an independent. I hate all the parties and all that stuff. But in today's world, especially after the Kaepernick era, when he was so, and that's a whole other story about how obviously the owners worked together to drum him out of the league. But it's just a defining thing in our world that we can't write it off. We can't avoid it. We got to work together, obviously. And as a white person who's whiter than white with my heritage, it's just something that I always look at in how I act out in the world and how I interact with people. It's like, I got to always take a look at it and say, am I operating as a person of integrity and awareness of what our world is about? Because with all our history of slavery and oppression and everything, you've got to take that into account and think about it. And in this era where we're doing away with affirmative action, it's just crazy. So that's all I'm going to say about that is that, white people, we still got to think about this, and we've got to use this as something that tempers our action and our words, because we all got to live together, and that's it. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Well,
so as far as Trey, with the what Shanahan gave up on and made that deal, at the time I was thinking, wow, we're going to give all this up for a guy who's got 1 year of experience as a starting quarterback in college. You know, to give up 3 number ones, that guy's got to be like a combination of Mahomes and Jim Brown that hits the ground running and is a, MVP his first year, you know? Mm-hmm. And Trey, when you look at his film from that 1 year in college, I looked at it, I was blown away like I'm sure Shanahan was and everybody else that looks at that film from 1 year. But now, of course, the NFL is a whole different world. And the way you look at it, it's like, you know, basically he needs another 2 or 3 years of development to reach his full potential. And I think just where we are right now with the Niners in this all-in team to where we're ready to win now, we don't have the time to wait and to develop them. And I hope that he goes to another team and can get that time and somebody who really knows quarterbacks and can develop them. Because I was so excited when they did draft Trey after passing on Brady when he wanted to come to the Niners with a bow wrapped around on him. You know, didn't want to go anywhere else, but Shanahan passed on that. And, you know, I got to say, Jimmy G, he had great moments with the Niners, but when you look at the biggest games of his career with us, the Super Bowl and then the NFC Championship with the Rams, 3 turnovers and bonehead turnovers, like that eyes closed interception they threw straight up in the air in the Super Bowl. I was just so glad that we were finally getting off Jimmy and getting to somebody else with Trey when we passed on Brady, and then it didn't work out. So it's like, you know, I'm very excited about Brock now. I wish him the best. I wish Trey the best. I hope that he can go to another team now and reach his full potential. And that's it. That's what I got to say.
Thanks for the call.
No, thanks, Ron.
He had his own segment.
Yeah, no.
Like,
welcome to the Ron.
Never go for Jeff on the First North Cal Credit Union. Like, he might take us to the crossover.
I was trying to run him, but I just couldn't find a good time to do it. He was in his bag.
Ron had a lot to say. Thank you for the call, Ron. And again, look, we're not saying in my note in the last segment, I'm not saying that because you're not a minority, you can't have an opinion.
I got
what
you.
I'm saying is you can't tell me how I feel about something. You can have anybody can have an opinion. We know everybody has an opinion. We know what else everybody has. We know how that saying goes. You can have an opinion.
I don't have a strong opinion
besides Steiny, but you can't tell me.
The bottom line, Alan, you are right, and you've been on fire today, man. And I appreciate everybody calling the show and texting in. We're so honed in, and rightfully so, about Trey Lance that I feel like what's getting drowned out is the fact that Brock Purdy balled out.
Yeah.
He is the number one. There's not even a competition. And the bottom line is, can Brock Purdy duplicate the success he had last year with this limousine of weaponry along with the play calling? Because you can't take that away from Kyle. And can he remain upright and healthy with this new offensive line? I mean, when you got a new left tackle, that's a big deal, okay? So I'm asking you point blank range now, what do you expect from Brock Purdy? And if a Niner fan is out there saying, you know what, guys, it's cute that we keep winning and we're a Final Four participant every year, but there's some diehards, I know them, that run these Bay Area streets, these cities that are saying it's Super Bowl or bust. You say what to that?
Well, I'm saying that I'm going to go to the phone lines because Gene in Oakland
our guy,
is saying right here.
He looks like Jim Leland. I met Gene. He's a cool dude.
Brock Purdy better be the guy. What's up, Gene? You're on Steiny and Guru.
Hey, fellas. First of all, if I could say something briefly about the Lombardi remark. So I'm a white guy, but I'm also of Middle Eastern descent. So I've experienced my share of negative stereotypes in my 77 years. So I'm going to say what I know it's uncomfortable for you guys to say, that was a racist remark, and he needs to apologize for it. I don't think he should be canceled. I'm not into cancel culture, but really, he needs to own up to it. So that's all I have to
appreciate
say about
that, Gene.
Now, as far as moving forward, listen, Trey, I just see, to me, Trey is James Wiseman, only on the Niners, all right? James Wiseman's in a better place now. He's on Detroit. He gets to play every game. He gets a chance to develop with a team that's developing around him. That's what Trey needs, and we need to find a place for him and get whatever we can get at this point. Maybe it's a 5th round or 6th round draft pick, and put him in a better place and move on from this. And in the meantime, listen, Brock Purdy's the guy. I mean, he's the best chance we have at this point. So let's all get behind him, white, black, or otherwise, and say, listen, we wish the best for this dude, because if he can play like he did in those 8 games last year, we got a real shot at the Super Bowl. So, once again, let's get behind, Brock. Let's hope for the best for Trey, but that's going to happen on another team.
Thanks, Gene.
Wow.
Yeah, and that in a way starts the answer to your question from before the call, because the thing is this. As much as you like what Brock can do and what he has done, let's be honest. The Niners, that's a top 3 roster.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, my gosh.
And if there's ever going to be an opportunity for the Niners to pull this off with Mystery Relevant, it's going to be this year or next year. And I feel like as we start to transition here into the Brock Purdy conversation, I feel like Shanahan knows it and John Lynch knows it. And that's why you are hearing more of a very
right now
concrete,
okay,
this is our guy, no questions asked, giving him all the confidence in the world because they know, right? So basically, and I talked about this with Dibs last week, so they can offer...
Happy birthday, Dibs.
Happy belated, Dibs. Yeah. They can offer Brock Purdy an extension after 2024.
Yeah.
If they don't offer him that extension, he goes into after 2025, he'd then be a free agent. But either way, you have essentially 2 years.
You can win with your quarterback in the rookie contract.
Basically, it's 2 years, including this year. So there's no... The difference between Trey and Brock Purdy is that Trey's ceiling, I still believe, is higher than Brock Purdy's in terms of ability to throw the football. If you put them both on a bad team, you would probably say, let's give it to Trey because he's got a cannon. Yeah. He's a big dude. He can run. Let's give it to him. But more specifically on this team, right, the ceilings don't matter as much because Kyle needs somebody whose basement is nice. Right, we a basement that's higher. His
read and react.
The floor is higher. Yeah. Brock Purdy's floor is higher than Trey's, and we have no clue if or when Trey's going to hit his ceiling. Trey's basement, from what we've seen, and I know East Coast, West Coast don't have basements that much. I was born in Virginia, so I know and I went to school in Philly, so I know the basements. Trey's basement got rats, and cobwebs, spiders. It's nasty. Yeah. Right? It's not what you like. Asbestos. Trey's basement is not the kick it spot. All right? Brock's basement has got a PS5, okay? Got a nice pizza down there. Maybe you got a nice bar. You can hang out. You got the new Madden, even though people saying it's trash. Brock's basement is nice. Even though Trey's ceiling might be higher, it doesn't matter because they don't have time to try to get Trey to his ceiling, right? They don't have time. Brock... From what I've heard, to be completely honest with you, Brock is going to get better in terms of, you talked about the height thing, right? In terms of growing.
I am concerned about his size.
Exactly. And he talked about how he was actually pretty injured against the Seahawks. So Brock is not, his version of growing is not going to be, his arm strength. This ain't rookie of the year. People think that his arm's going to be stronger. Not going to happen, all right? Brock's version of growing is going to be intellectually, knowing the playbook, things like that. But Brock is going to be the same dude. We had reports saying that, to be completely honest with you, Brock has been the same dude besides learning playbook and just, the speed of the game. Brock's been the same dude since he stepped on campus at Iowa State.
Okay.
That's what people say.
That's wild.
But he is a good enough guy to get it done.
You're on fire, and I'm going to say this. I was playing the quarterback position is not a decathlon.
Right.
It's not all about athletics.
Right. Anthony Richardson.
It's about between the ears. And that's why Joe Montana, I keep talking about this. Joe Montana wasn't he wasn't a statue back there. He didn't have the strongest cannon arm, but he knew what he was doing. And what about what we talked about yesterday where this report came out a couple of days ago? Mm-hmm. You tell me if you heard this about, and this is amazing and it gave me goosebumps. And I mean the sports goosebumps, Alan. Because we would have never known that this conversation and these words were even said about Brock Purdy until he balled out. Mm-hmm. And last year, this time, practice was over.
Right.
And Fred Warner and Trent Williams are walking back to the locker room. And out of nowhere, they just say, this kid has something. He has it. Now, Those words were said. And for a whole calendar year, that we didn't know, and nobody knew they would even be, said to the public until Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, got an opportunity nobody saw him having. The football gods watching over him, but he had to stay ready. He balled out, and now a reporter can say what Williams and Fred Warner had saw from the NFL's version of what I deem Rudy.
Right.
And now we're like, I'm saying to myself, it started before he came in that Saint game or against the Dolphins. This is incredible. So, Allen, he has something that reminds me of Montana, who, okay, at this juncture was more accomplished, but Joe Montana will never be John Elway. He'll never win the quarterback decathlon. So when you just said to me, and I just vividly thought if they were out at City College on a football field, I'm sure Trey Lance would win all the athletic contests.
He's the showcase. He's the showcase guy.
But can he get rid of the ball? Can he read it? Is that Wi-Fi working? And I ain't going, I'm racial with the Wi-Fi, but it's real. Can you read the chessboard quick? And right now, there's no doubt that your boy Purdy can do that better than Lance. And to be honest, I keep throwing rats up here. Shout out Atco. Sam Darnold probably, with his experience and in college playing big games on Saturday night, can read it better than Trey Lance. And the question is, my friend, there's only 2 weeks left. There might only be a week left. They may already, the Niner brass, have that. Where does that leave Lance when this is all said and done? Because the one thing, and I won't go here, Niner fans, and I'm not trying to throw shade, but I do sit back and wonder now, if you wanted to give me a TV version of an hour and a half of the Geno Smith story, who now throws one of the beautiful passes ever, and now he just got a contract. It's working. That doesn't mean it's over when you say Trey might go somewhere else and do it. I'm not saying that's where we're at. But, man, the Geno Smith story is that. He could have just folded up in fetal position. Oh, it's a wrap. He, got his jaw busted. It was over for him. Cool Mo D, look at me. How you like me now?
So to be fair, I would say that feels pretty unique, right? The Geno Smith story.
I love that word.
Hey, they wrote me off. I didn't write back, though. I didn't write back, though.
That was the greatest.
That was a
that
cold
and you
bar.
coaching.
No, hey, you coaching. Oh, we'll get into that later because we haven't been able to talk about it on air.
Oh, we got to get into it.
So I hear what you're saying. I just think that if I'm the Niners, I'm mad at Michael Lombardi. I'm mad at these guys because, dude, what are you doing? You're tanking right now. Trey's value, and it was headed on the way up. It felt like when I did shows just last week before the preseason game, because Trey had been looking good in practice. The release is different. Trey, between what just happened and now you got LaShawn McCoy, the whole national media, Trey's trade value is just trash right now. It's in the dumpster.
And that's why I go back to the R word, responsibility. Can you really be mad at Lombardi because the momentum was going Trey's way,
to be fair,
he went out there. I know it was just a half, but Allen, he's got to do his part. It was right there. So can they really be mad, or you can't manipulate or hide your quarterback?
Well, I was gonna say, did the Niners play? I mean, this might be a whole separate segment if we're talking about trading Trey. And it's funny because when we try to move to Brock, it's also connected, right?
And forever will be.
Because now I'm thinking, you probably could hide him. Now I'm thinking, if you really wanted to move Trey,
who would be calling?
Well, nobody now. But I'm saying if you had Trey come out there, ran the football a little bit, let's see what Ty Davis Price can do.
You said
and then just do a play action bomb. Let's just showcase what Trey can do.
He's done it in preseason.
We would not be having conversations, and maybe you even
shut fourth.
But I'm just saying, what is it going to be now?
All right, okay.
What is it going to be now? Because
or
now,
do you still stay married to him?
Yeah.
And I keep going, Geno Smith. Oh, that's flavor of the month. And if he needs more seasoning, he's your third.
Now you suck. Now you stuck. If I'm the Niners now, then you continue to work with him on certain things, right? And you just see if you can get him there, and then you have to make a decision, which sounds crazy to say, but you have to make a decision between him and Brandon Allen.
Because JD was in here with Willard yesterday on the crossover, and I got to give Jay credit. He was, when Jay run hot, he run hot. Mm-hmm. He was adamant that there's no way Lance cannot be your third. There's no way you let Allen supersede Lance. Like, you got to have Lance. And if I'm doing 2, might be 1.5, with the injury. I mean, we could see Lance at 3. We saw what happened in the NFC Championship game. And I know that's an anomaly,
right,
but Niner quarterbacks get hurt. And I'm thinking to myself driving home, like, was JD on to something? Like, maybe the Niners do owe Trey that. Okay, you'll be our third, and we can't control what pops off in any 4-quarter game. You could see the field sooner than later.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a narrative and an optics thing. Anybody that was calling for Trey or was thinking about calling for Trey, they're seeing all this bashing, right? And hopefully they're firing up his highlight tape from North Dakota.
Like you did.
Like I did, and say, okay, this guy, he did have something, because it's bad right now. And Goo, I don't know if you play the stocks or not, but
I play the game.
Well, the game, but the stock market, shout out NASDAQ, shout out Dow Jones. When they're up, they're up. When it's down, it's down. You got to strike while the iron's hot. And now all of a sudden, Trey's value to me is in the tube. So you might as well work with him. And here's the thing about the whole Brandon Allen thing. I'm not going to sit here and act like I've watched a bunch of Brandon Allen film. But I was pretty surprised when I looked up that man was drafted in 2016. 2016.
That's 7 years.
This guy's 30 years old.
He's got his pension already.
This guy's 30 years old. So this idea that he's some hidden gem, that would be to JD's point, that would be the biggest indictment on Trey Lance, because again, Brandon Allen, he's been a backup. I think he backed up Joe Burrow.
Yeah, okay.
So he's been around. I get it, but you're really saying, and I also think that. I also get you want a steady Eddie as your backup. You don't really want somebody that you don't know what's going to happen, right? But I think that you might be stuck in that position, because if you do go with Brandon Allen, I mean, maybe the only savior would be, okay, well, don't look over there. Yeah, we botched that pick and it's terrible. Don't look over there because we just won the Super Bowl with Mr. Irrelevant.
No doubt.
That's the only savior.
Yeah, and I know we're up against it, Allen, but just back to JD again. If you think about it, if the love is still there, he's your 3. But if you say Brandon Allen, we prefer him, the Niners are telling you they don't think this dude's going to pop if he goes to Pluto.
Right.
Like, that to me would be damning. And Trey would have to be one of the mentally strongest dudes ever in sports to handle that. You talk Kendrick Lamar and being humble, but I am hoping, man, okay, if maybe it'll pop later, keep him at 3. But if you say to the masses, we're going with Allen, that's a major shout out to the courthouse indictment on Lance.
Right. And maybe they think it's best to cut ties and not try to hang on. But I see you, Rob. I see you, Paul. We're up against it. When we come back, we're starting the transition of Brock Purdy and Albert Breer's article about Brock Purdy being the real deal. Shanahan, Lynch, are they doing a little bit too much in how they're talking about Brock? Or they're crowning him just a little too early? That's all when we come back. Steiny and Grew, and all that's sponsored by AC Transit. 1570. Let's talk to Rob and San Bruno who wants to let Trey go. What's up, Rob? You're on Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny.
Man, what's up, y'all?
Talk to us.
Guru, you know you my guy, man. You my guy.
Yeah, you're mine.
Talking crazy. You talking crazy about my boy Trey, man. And
he was our boy, Rob. He was our boy before you finish. Just admit, before you even start, the floor is yours. Just admit he's got to do his part, Rob, and Sunday was not good.
Yeah, but I understand that. But y'all looking at 3 throws. I'm looking at the other throws, them big boy throws he made between 2 defenders in the middle of the field when they pushed the ball downfield instead of running 5 receivers running 5-yard hitch routes. For what? That's not his game. That's like telling Brock Purdy to go out there and run go routes. That's not his game. So my point is this. Y'all want to bring up the interceptions, the middle of the field interceptions. Look, I've been watching this offense for over 25 years. Matt Schaub got the name for them same interceptions. Every quarterback that's been here since Cowsby has thrown that same interception. So to me, that's more of a scheme thing because the defense knows it's coming. This scheme has been around for years. It's nothing new. And at the end of the day, he still made some big boy throws. My thing with like Trey Lance is I'm not trying to put Trey Lance in a 4-4 telling him to be like Peyton Manning. No. His thing is we're going to still run the ball, but why wouldn't you want that dude coming off play action throwing deep shots? It was one play in the game where they ran with Ronnie Bill, where they ran
he hit
him. And the defense crashed down on Trey Lance because they were so worried about him. Purdy don't bring that aspect to the y'all. We talk about gravity in basketball, right? With Steph Curry. They had that gravity when they thought when he pulled it out, but he didn't have it, and Ronnie Bill got 15 yards on a reverse. Now, picture doing that with Debo. You see what I'm saying? It's not about we don't need a quarterback to go out there and be Peyton Manning. And Brock Purdy's not that. I keep trying to tell y'all, he's barely 5'10", okay? He can barely see over the line, which is why he has to do all that scrambling because he can't see over the line. I've been watching football the last 30 years. When the last time a quarterback with his limitations has won a Super Bowl? Schemes don't win Super Bowls. Players do. Talent matters.
Okay, Rob. Rob, I got to ask you this, man. And Alan, you jump into. You can't argue with anything from the resume of Brock Purdy and what he did when he took over in the offense because the name of the game is getting points. And also, too, somebody call, because I'm not a Brock Purdy supporter like that to where I'm hating on Trey. You guys know that. I wanted to see Trey. Give me the bad game from Brock Purdy. They lost the NFC Championship, Rob, because he got hurt, man. That's all.
No, but to me, if you look at that Dallas game, he didn't play great that Dallas game.
But they're a good defense, Rob. He didn't blow the game. The Dallas is the Niners were playing, the offense was playing the Niner defense. I watched that game 100 times. He didn't blow it or mess it up.
And that's what.
And they won.
Right. Look, it goes back to what we've been talking about. And
man,
thank you, Rob.
You got to give Brock some credit,
man.
No,
we're giving Brock credit. It's a crazy statement because we have only seen Brock.
Go ahead.
We have only seen Brock with this fully loaded Avengers offense, right? And a good defense that a lot of times puts the offense in a
It's going to be the same when he comes in.
And it's going to be the same
in Pittsburgh.
So that is why I caveat everything that we're from the Albert Breer article, right? Kyle says Brock would have to have a meltdown in practice to lose the starting QB job, and he's too good of a player to melt in practice. He did also say, and so are the other guys. Later in the article, Albert Breer mentions John Lynch saying he's done it in a small sample size, but every indication is he's the guy. He's got it. And I think he does have it. I also think it helps to have this offense, and I don't think that's a slight at Brock. I don't know what Brock would look like on a team on the Texans. I have no clue. But we don't have to think about that because he's on the Niners.
And that's why Rob's call is what he's trying to insinuate about Brock's limitations and he can't do this or that. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to tell Rob he's not in the nation's capital. He's not in a dump truck situation.
No, I agree.
He's in the penthouse of what a quarterback would want around him, and what he went undefeated in the regular season and 2 playoff games.
Yeah.
So what you said earlier about Brock, if he can just the mental reps, if he keeps that up, he's not going anywhere. He may hoist up that Lombardi trophy because what's around him, and also Alan Styles, what he's bringing to the table. And for the Trey Lance people out there, and I guess I'll call myself one of them. I guess what hurts the most when this dust settles is the fact that Trey never got to play with the ones because he got hurt.
Right. And that, look.
He needed
reps.
May have been it.
He needed reps. He never got them. So if your conversation, and I know Bonte and Shasky did a little bit of the bust conversation, is, are you a bust if you got injured or this or that? The bottom line is that I think that you have to use the B word if you do not meet expectations. I don't care why it is. I don't care if it's because of injury. I don't care. If you didn't get it done, you didn't get it done. That's
what if you get it done and if James Wiseman ends up being Kevin Garnett and
then you can
Detroit.
You're not a bust anymore.
But he was right.
Or he was a busting for the Warriors, right?
See, so it depends on who's having the conversation.
It depends.
Because if we're talking about Wiseman as an athlete, there's no way he was a bust.
Yeah.
But he was a bust for the Warriors.
Right.
So that falls on the Warriors.
No, I hear you. I hear you on that. It goes back to the same conversation of this being a situation that they were trying to mold Trey to what they needed him to be, and that's not his skill set. Now, if your argument is, well, you have to make it your skill set if you want to be successful, I don't really have an argument against that. I'm just saying that this is what it is. I'm going to keep saying it throughout the show. I just fired up Trey's highlights today, right, this morning in the green room before the show. It looks nothing like Kyle Shanahan's offense, right? And it looks nothing like what Kyle Shanahan wants. Kyle Shanahan has tried to find a way to fit Trey into what he wants to do. You already had the recipe for success. What they always needed and why there were conversations about taking Mac Jones wasn't because Mac Jones, just like what you said in the last segment, wasn't because Mac Jones is a showcase guy or
got the ball to the ballers
right,
at Bama.
Exactly. Is a guy who would, show up on tape in the same way or just be electric at a combine. That's not what Kyle ever needed. So that's why the whole thing, Goo, you talk about types. So do you like a blonde? Do you like a brunette? Whatever it is. Kyle veered from his type, it felt like, when he went with Trey, and it never made sense. And now, 3 years later, for whatever the reason is, it hasn't worked. And I'm not really surprised. I don't think anybody is surprised. But the same reason I'm not surprised is the same reason I'm not ready to say, hey, Trey is done. I think he still deserves. We've just seen too many other quarterbacks been bounced around and get another opportunity because it's the National Football League and somebody's going to get injured. But I do believe that Trey Lance is done with the Niners because of the situation. And if Kyle is unwilling to manipulate, besides just running him like he did last season, doing that with some other things, which we probably would have saw last season if he didn't get injured, I just feel that I can have the conversation about Trey being done with the Niners, right, or being QB3. And honestly, if he's QB3, I don't really care, right? If he
could see the field.
That's fine.
Brock Purdy was QB3 last year.
And now I sound like LaShawn McCoy.
Okay.
And I don't want to talk about Trey if he's QB3 unless Brock and Sam Darnold get hurt. Because we don't talk about QB3s. Right. I don't care who they are. We didn't talk about Brock before the injuries. We're not going to talk about Trey at that point.
Well,
right?
two of his teammates did in practice.
Okay, but not us on the airwaves. That's not the hits. That's not the hits. Talking about QB3. So if he drops, that's the end of it. Okay, and people can huff and puff and say, "Well, Trey didn't get this and Trey didn't get that." That's just the breaks. Sometimes that's just the breaks, right? I still believe that he was put into a situation that a lot of quarterbacks probably wouldn't have succeeded either. But I think on top of that, on top of the situation, it was also a quarterback with a different skill set from what Kyle wanted. So that's why tinfoil hat, conspiracy theory, I would not for 1 second or take for granted or not believe the idea or the theory that Kyle Shanahan didn't want Trey. But hey, he kind of got a Mahomes look to him, and the way that he moves, he's a scrambler. He's got the cannon.
That would have made Kyle pass because he passed on the original.
Right?
Mahomes.
How could we not mess this up? Well, you can mess this up when you find out, he's not as fast as we thought, and his release is kind of slow, and he's not really accurate on balls that are the short hitters. Man. And he's got a process, and he doesn't really, and so it was an indictment on the 49ers fan base. Am I giving them a pass if they win one with Brock Purdy? Yeah, I probably am. But it still does. That's a separate conversation. Hey, you guys did something that nobody's ever done, but you still botched that third pick.
Right.
You still botched it.
That will be the volume on that conversation, Alan. I'm being real with you. I believe it would be at level 1, where level 10 being the highest, because it will be drowned out by the euphoria of doing something no other coach has done, winning it with Mr. Irrelevant, which in a crazy way, I want to rip out my mic and throw it up against the wall like Reggie Hammonds did that drink in 48 hours.
Right.
Eddie Murphy is what you just stated. Why did you draft him? And I know I got to compartmentalize and move on, but I'm older than you and I'm older than Rob, who just called from San Bruno. In 1989, there was 4 beautiful women that formed an R&B group, In Vogue, from Oakland, California. And one of their hits was Hold On. And when you and Rob, the way he called with that passion, and you telling me you're going back to fire up clips after he's been in the NFL 3 years?
All I had.
You're holding on. You're holding on. I know that's all you have, but are you putting you and Rob, are you putting it all? I'm going to do Steiny, my guy. Say what you mean and mean what you... Are you blaming... Is it all on Kyle because you have to go fire up those old clips? Or is there some responsibility on Trey, which is where I've parked my car? That's the garage I'm at now, Alan, to where now I'm like, you know what? Such and such is true. Such and such is true. You're playing with but you got to go out there and ball. I'm not saying he should have went out there Sunday and been perfect, but damn it, don't be Harry High School and hold on to the ball 6 seconds in year 3. And you know what time it is. You know you are up against it, and your tenure on the team is hinging. You got to show something, and you did nothing Sunday to constitute you telling me, Alan, I went back to see what he did in college. When that was 100 years ago, it feels like pre-pandemic, and Rob calling, talking about he can do this. Guys, I'm just telling you with the bullhorn, you're running out of juice. You're running out.
Good. The only I went back after LaShawn McCoy. The one thing that LaShawn McCoy did say, the only reason I went back to LaShawn McCoy, well, what does he do really well? Right, and it made me think,
incredible.
And it just made me think. I said, "Let me fire this up from North Dakota with his heyday."
And what was your answer?
My answer was that he throws a long ball well, and that he in FCS football he could run. I don't clearly, and the whole weird
I ain't
thing.
Down on it like Bonte. I thought he was elusive Sunday. I ain't saying he was Lamar Jackson. But go ahead, I'm interrupting.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Were you concerned about, did he look slow?
I'm going to be honest with you. I was watching highlights of Stetson Bennett last night, and to be completely honest, it looked like he was getting away from dudes easier than Trey. Trey just takes a while to get going, right? I'm sure Trey might be faster than Stetson Bennett, but it's about quickness. It's about elusivity, and Trey does not have it right now in the NFL. That's just what it is.
I felt he could have been sacked 6 or 7 times. And 3 of those times, his quickness
help us if that happens.
Was able to get away. But Bonte, and not just him, a lot of people were disappointed.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's talk to Art in San Jose. Purdy and Shanahan fit. What's up, Art? You're on Steiny and Guru.
Art,
we got you? All right, Art.
Or maybe he was saying that's what we're doing.
Let's go to Jay Voltron in Oakland. Trade Trey and let him try somewhere else. That was a lot of Treys right there. Yeah. What's up, Voltron? You're on Steiny and Guru.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, quick question. Before you guys before you guys go on the commercial, and Alan, you were saying that the 49er trading Trey Lance is very low on stocks. I just wondered, do you think the 49ers would have traded him plus would the one of their superstars in order for the other team would give up like 2 first-round picks?
So he's saying, do you think Trey could fetch 2 first rounds if I'm correct?
What are you saying, Trey and a superstar?
Yeah, he was saying trade Trey and one of the Niners superstars to get back a few first-round picks.
So Debo.
I mean, if you really think, and here we go now with this Albert Breer article, if you really think Brock Purdy's a real deal. You shouldn't need Debo and Kittle and CMC
You got a
and Brandon
surplus.
Ayuk.
Yeah.
You do have a surplus, so I don't think it's a bad idea.
Also, you have a lot of money that you're going to have to be paying these guys in the next couple years. So
Exactly.
that,
Look at the
that
Bosa
might be. I mean,
situation,
with their depth issue right now, that might be a route that they want to consider.
Yeah. I mean, because you're and that is why this year, and I know you see him next year as well, but this year in particular, they're all in. They sound like they're all in with this Albert Breer article.
People got to eat. These guys, I can't wait to see the dynamic.
And
remember when Debo was, I'm no shade at Debo.
Yeah.
He was the offense, but I think he knows now there's a new sheriff in town. His other running mate, Ayuk, might be, I think he's a better natural receiver than Debo.
Yes.
And they don't need what Debo used to do when he was doing it against Dallas and Green Bay in the playoffs. I feel like they're going away from that. And that's why Debo, this could tell me if I'm wrong. It's no shade at him. Oh, I had my worst year. I went back and I started thinking, did Debo really have his worst year? Or is or shots fired with him knowing, I know what time it is. This offense moves now with Kittle's emergence, 6 touchdowns with Brock Purdy under center. Like, it ain't just Debo anymore. And I'm like, boy,
no,
the Niners are going to be like, is there life without one? Because one, you got to pay Ayuk. Dude, there's decisions to be had.
Well, and you look at Debo, he's in his prime too, so you're probably never going to get the value's only going to go down from here, right? And we know how Bill Belichick got down.
Led the league in drops.
Same idea. And I did see, this was from the Raiders joint practice, and I saw something that was really interesting.
He burnt one of them dudes.
Oh, he cooked them, right? And I thought it was, and
Kaminga like,
and it stuck out to me because looking at Debo, I said, I haven't really seen Debo run true hot routes like that since the Senior Bowl.
Wow.
Because he came to the Niners.
You went college.
Look, I'm at home. I got the Achilles. I got the baby. I'm watching film. So because when he started this wide back situation, hey, just get Debo in backyard football. Oh, wait, now we got Christian McCaffrey. Debo, we don't need you for backyard football anymore. Oh, wait. We got Brandon Ayuk's emergence. So Debo, you're not the crispest route runner. We got Christian McCaffrey. Wow. So Debo, I think, has gone back. You love it in the lab, and started to figure out. Okay, I need to become a better route runner. I got to do some different things.
Is phenomenal, man. His footwork is nasty.
My days. We spent so much time on these airways, talking about this wide back situation just for them to get a Christian McCaffrey, and now it's not necessary.
That's amazing how life works. Alan, remember we thought when Debo scrubbed and I'm not saying I know or I'm in the know, when he scrubbed his social media accounts before the contract and everything was revolved around him in regard to the offense, and we actually were having conversations, rightfully so, about is Debo tired? Is he tired of is he looking at his career like he's tired of taking too many hits? And now all of a sudden, they got weaponry everywhere.
Exactly. And that's not, and I know Elijah Mitchell, that's another guy who trying to figure out.
He's there, but stay healthy.
I mean, he's pretty close to, all right, are you injury prone? I mean, he's pretty close to that right now.
That runs, it happens.
So Debo is 27. That is, what is that in football years? With hard miles on
I'm going to give you 30, 31 maybe.
With hard miles on him.
But they just paid him.
They just paid him, but somebody else would take that.
Okay, no doubt.
Because Debo can still be Debo on a different team who could use that
the Packers would take him in a
Swiss
second.
Army knife, right? I just don't know. If you think Brock Purdy is the real deal and you can get somebody back and get better, people are having conversations about the offensive line. Yeah. It's a question that this isn't a Trey Debo segment.
It's a real one.
But it's a question to be had. If you're going to sit here and continue to tell us over and over again how good Brock Purdy is, well, surely you can make him even better by shoring up that offensive line and using a guy in Debo who, okay, you got Brandon Ayuk's emergence. I mean, even Ronnie Bell has looked good. Yeah. I know there's time. You still got Danny Gray, a lot of different guys, right? You have a bevy of wide receivers and just weapons in general. I think it's at least worth the conversation. And Debo would come up just because he is in kind of that tweener situation, right?
We had dude, you're on fire. We had the great Tracy Sandler. She covers the Niners. We had her on the other day. And I asked her, I'm going to throw you a curveball here, Alan, because I didn't tell you I was coming. I know we're up against it. I asked her about Bosa. And I just come from the school of, you want everybody here. Right. I understand, okay, soft tissue injuries happen. But I asked her the question about was she worried. I never once thought that I was asking her, was he going to be on the team?
Right.
He's going to be a Niner, but they had a year to know this dude is worth every penny. He got DPOY. Is Alan Styles, is your eyebrow right? You got Pac eyebrows. Are you looking at this like, are you shocked that he's not here? Bosa.
No,
I am. What's taking
the time is ticking. The time is ticking, but I wouldn't say I'm shocked he's not here yet. I mean, it's not. That's a different conversation than do I think it's good for the team?
That too, because it's not. Then I appreciate you saying that.
Right, but to me, I'm not necessarily surprised. What's interesting is after you saw, a lot of people aren't putting too much. You don't know what to put into practice, what not to put into practice, but clearly it looks different. It looks different with Bosa not there. So the Niners are projected fourth best defense with Bosa, and right now they're projected 7th. So that's the drop off.
Right.
Not a huge drop off.
Oh, to me, that would drop further than that without
It's
Bosa.
not tiny. It's not tiny.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
7th,
that.
please.
I know. It's a
17th.
Well, that's top 5 versus top 10, right? Or top 7.
You got to find out what your nickel cornerback situation is.
Exactly. All right. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. When we get back, more of Styles and Guru, more of your calls, more Brock Purdy talk. We'll talk to you soon. end of this week to the end of this week, beginning of next week. Goo having a good time with you.
153 minutes in.
I know. Doesn't feel like it, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it, though. Football season is here. And what better way to kick it off than with the 95-7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite 95-7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willard and Dibs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulator.
Look at you. Hey, I got to do this because I said I was going to do when I found out we were getting down together. I got to give Dibs happy birthday belated. I wished him on Facebook, so it count, right? Yesterday.
That counts.
So he set you guys, when you guys do good radio, you do a great job, but he set you up perfect. I haven't asked you about how fatherhood is doing. Real quick, because I just took my daughter, we cried.
Yeah.
She's in a whole nother state. You just brought one in the world. She's beautiful, your baby girl. How's fatherhood? Real quick to Alan. Not real quick, take your time to Alan Stiles.
No, it's been great. We
Daddy.
Yeah. Goo goo gaga. We're
goo goo. Yeah.
No, it's great, man. She's almost 4 months now, which is nice because now she has a personality. I think she's a little goofy, right? She's got a personality. She smiles. She smiles all the time. She's laughing all the time. So it's been really good. I mean, the nights are still. So we was in Santa Cruz last night. Did a little mini trip before.
Oh, look at my boy.
Before mom goes back to work, and it was tough because she's at that tweener size, right? She's a big baby.
Yeah.
So she's in the bassinet.
Okay.
Because we were in the hotel.
Gotcha.
She's too
Look
big.
at my guy.
She's too big for the bassinet. So she keeps twirling around and she's waking up every 30 minutes. So it was that part of it was brutal, but it was nice to get out. I know you saw the video of me throwing the baseball.
That's beautiful,
I was
man.
letting Evan, Evan Giddings see because he had a lot to say.
Dude, I went back and found that.
No, Evan had a lot to
Dibs
say.
was instigating it perfectly.
So I had to let him know. I told that thing too.
Yeah,
all right.
that
So
got personal.
But it was great, man. Fatherhood
Don't you look
is
at the
something
world
else.
different? Because I always go to my bachelor days and what I thought was important, or even a boring day. I'm in my own spot by myself, and you're looking around. Where's my life going? And then, bam! When you're a father, Alan, just help me out. Don't you look at the world and people differently?
You do, because the smiling thing and the eye. She's big eye contact.
That's
girl too, and it's really crazy because you can't really describe it. Right, and it's so corny to say.
No, I get it though.
But you really can't, because I was trying to think. It's like, okay, in life you think about, all right, I got to get this job and be successful.
Yeah,
I want
the
somebody.
rat race.
Right, I want somebody to show me love and affection. You get married, you do this, and then you have somebody that just looks at you and says, I don't care if you're getting roasted on the Xfinity mobile text line or on the YouTube chat. I don't care. I don't care if your takes were terrible today.
My dad.
You know what I mean? All I know is that as long as you take care of me, we're good. And even if you don't take care of me, we're good too. It's just unconditional love. So it's been nice. It's been nice. All right, 888-957-95. And thank you for asking. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Napa, Orlando. The QB needs to process and fire. What's up, Orlando? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Oh, hello. Lance is it's not that he's not good for the system, because the job of a quarterback is to process and throw in time. And it's not Kyle's system. It goes all the way back to Sid Gilman. So there's been a lot of people using that type of approach. Walsh did the same.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a matter of not being in the system. I think it's the basic needs that a quarterback has to have.
Yeah, that's fair, Orlando.
Point.
But I'm just saying, if you think about a go route from the Danny Gray go route just off of play action,
that's the easiest one.
You don't but you just that's not.
You're not thinking.
How many times has Brock Purdy done something like that?
Okay.
How many times has Jimmy Garoppolo? None, because
maybe that's not his strength.
Exactly. But that is Trey's strength. But that's not really something that comes out in the offense.
But what he was saying, what I took him to say, Alan, and this kind of goes against what I've been getting from you, and it's not a big deal. I feel like you think the responsibility is Kyle Shanahan's to make Trey or bring Trey up to read, I'm going basic here, and process and fire.
Yeah.
To me, you're born with it. If we're breaking it down to that I mean, Trey holding on to the ball.
But let's see what he does.
I do not fault Kyle, and I don't think that can be taught. If you're playing that quarterback position, and oh my God, I just had a flash that was that what Lombardi was saying since birth? No, but you're born with it or not, Allen.
Yeah. No. I hear you, and I haven't seen Trey have it. I'm saying that Trey's been injured. I knew, you knew, everybody listening. We all knew that Trey needed reps, and he hasn't had them because of injury. So Trey not being how the heck was he supposed to be any better? Right? In terms of the
mental reps, though, watching the film at the house.
I mean, sure,
I did it again. Allen, for real. Come on, man.
No.
To get rid of the rock.
Okay, but can we at least see a little bit more of Trey? Okay, so one game
we're going to see Saturday.
We're going to see, and again, the line of holding out hope for Trey on the Niners,
which I
right?
am.
It's getting smaller and smaller, and I'm right there with you. I'm just saying that he's just getting back. He did show some flashes. That jump throw was saucy. That jump throw was saucy.
It was not.
Yes, it was saucy,
can I tell you what I thought
saucy.
of that? Why did you do it?
On.
Show us your legs. You had to run. No, he was running. You had terrain. I went back and watched. I'm not going, I watch the games. I do fall asleep to them. Well, dude, I'm telling you, that was a moment of, you got it, Trey. Show us your little, you talked about it, he lumbers. Then when he gets going, he's gone. Why did you jump past? This ain't college. Keep going and show us and hand the ball to the ref.
Man.
12 yards down. You were already running, and to me it was a symbol of indecisiveness. He did not know. I believe
it was a symbol of sauciness.
I don't know what was saucy about that.
Dude, that was a nice play.
John, can you help us?
John,
you lie. Do you remember that play?
Of course
I
he does.
To myself, there was no reason for you to jump past unless you were like, oh my God, what's going on? I see you. John, help me out.
He just looks uncomfortable to me. I just think it's years, the last couple seasons of kind of coming in, being touted as the guy. And then all the rug has been pulled out from under you. So I feel like his confidence, he just looks lost out there, you guys.
Allen, he was running. Like, get your money. Show us those legs. You're showing us, and then I'm going to jump up for no apparent reason and pass
come on, Goo.
Come on, Allen.
Goo, and he didn't even play well. But you can't give me a play.
No, I'll give you a play.
No, you're acting like
Ronnie. I ain't giving you that one.
You're acting like I'm trying to sell the tip touchdown.
The jump.
Come on, jump man. Come on, Goo.
Can you meet me halfway? That was kind of why you just didn't keep running like the runners
he's not
do.
A burner.
Hand it to the ref.
He's not a burner.
Be like, okay, Trey, when you had yards.
Goo. When he runs, you got to learn how to. I have seen that with dual. There are quarterbacks.
I hated that.
No, you hated it now.
I did. Like, bruh, that ain't what it's about. I'm a snob. Oh,
come on, Goo. That was it was nice.
957-9570. Was that a saucy play from Trey Lance?
It was.
The jump pass after you were running, you had terrain. Yeah, Steiny.
Come on, man.
Allen, boy.
Look, and now they lighten up too, and I guarantee you I'm gonna win this one.
Dude, I guess I need glasses. I think I do, Allen, but I got 20/20 vision from afar. People they're saying he's slow. And again, I keep going to Vontae. He's the ringleader of this. Are you disappointed at his foot speed?
I am.
I'm not. What am I missing?
But here's the thing. I'm trying to figure out if when I was watching, and I really need to look. When I think about Trey running, I think it's less about the ankle injury, and I do think it's more about the competition. Because in those North Dakota clips, when he's taking it to the house, that has kind of translated over to 4, 5 yard, 6 yard runs in the NFL. That's what it looks like to me. Same idea. What's up, John?
Well, let's keep in mind too, his draft combine, he ran a 4.940.
I can't even find his 40 because he did
my prime.
He used some weird timing. I can't even find the 40, but that looks 4.9.
I ran a 4.9.
No doubt.
That's not cooking. It's not cooking. That's why he threw it and didn't try to run. Goo.
Dude, but that can't be right, John.
I haven't ever found it because
that makes you not a dual threat.
When I looked up, well, apparently, just to put it in perspective, before injury at the combine, Derek Carr ran a 4.7.
Okay.
Just to put that in perspective for you.
Right.
But anyway, I couldn't find his 40 time because he used some weird laser thing. So I couldn't even find the time on
He's
Trey
not
Lance.
that slow.
But if it's 4.9, that's
maybe
crazy.
he
to
is.
me.
It is 4.92.
Where was that, John?
This is based from the ESPN College Combine workout.
Okay. That's not cooking.
The 209 on the text line, and there's something that went against me on this jump pass. It was a symbol of desperation. Like,
Come on,
I want to
man.
cry. You complete me, 209. That's how I took it, Styles.
No, I hear you. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Art, who says Brock and Shanahan fit. What's up, Art?
Well, I do say that. Brock and Shanahan fit. Sam and Shanahan fit. Jimmy and they fit. I think they should say, well, let him go and let him play for Seattle, and Kyle will suffer the consequences because he is a very athletic quarterback. And Kyle's book does not have anything with athleticism. Like you guys were saying earlier, he had 15 plays for Trey last season, and yet that's where he got hurt. So Kyle's playbook does not have Trey in it. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Now that is pro Trey, and it almost goes to what you've been saying at 10. You feel like he's been done no favors to have the system revolve around what he does.
But why do I have to change the system for you, Trey? We've been successful.
Well, I didn't come to you. You drafted me.
Right. So going back to Orlando and Napa, I think here's the line in the whole bad fit for Shanahan. I think there's a line, and this is what Orlando was talking about. There's a line to where does the Kyle Shanahan offense start, and where does the just being a good quarterback that can hit the layups stop, right? Because I don't know how much of this is Kyle Shanahan's offense. I think it's a good bit versus, let's be honest, what do most offenses do? Right? What do most offenses do with young quarterbacks? They want you to get the ball out quick. Okay. They don't want you to hold on to the football. So, hey, we have a guy who we want you to hold on to the football. We want you to take time. The only comp I can think of, and I'm going to drop it on you, Goo.
Oh, this it from last night?
So honestly, I think Jalen might be a better one. But I was saying, could it be a Cowboys type offense like Dak, to where Dak doesn't really have scheduled runs, right? And it's a power offense, play action, plays develop. It's not this point guard quick hitter offense. Now Dak throws a bunch of picks, but that feels
just recently,
right? That feels closer to me to whatever positive version of Trey Lance could be. It would be a situation like that versus this point guard. Get the ball out. Hot potato. Quarterback.
That's what
quarterback play.
Purdy does. Is get the ball like
that's
a
what
point
Shanahan.
guard.
That's what Kyle Shanahan wants.
Okay.
And so I don't know how much of that is, hey, that should be the basement, and any quarterback should be able to do it, where Trey Lance struggles to be accurate in those plays or make the first read go. Right. So that's why Kyle Shanahan didn't mind the near picks, because he said that's how low the bar is for Kyle. And it's crazy. This is QB1. QB1 last year, and now it's turned into, hey, at least he made a quick read. That's how low the bar is right now.
All right, let's start from my version of the beginning, and you help me out. I'm on your couch at your doctor's office.
Okay.
Styles Incorporated. Get doctor's office. So let me get this straight. The Niners in the pandemic year where they were playing their home games in Arizona, remember that? Mm-hmm. They were flirting with Mullins and Beathard to try to get a playoff spot, and they just couldn't muster any offense. There was a Monday night game where Josh Allen he just looked like everything. Won the game with his legs, rolling out, throwing. He was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And I thought that game was the one that changed Kyle's mind maybe to where I want a dual threat, because now we're playing Kyler Murray twice. We know how hard those games were. We're playing Russell Wilson before he went whack, okay? And we're also playing, who's other guy missing? Jared Goff, who can move. So I thought to myself, okay, scratch my head. Maybe Kyle now is like, you know what? I've identified a change. I want to go a different direction. That's what had him go say, I'm going to change the world, use these draft picks, and I'm going to go out and get Trey Lance. Now, unlike you, Alan, and a lot of people, Trey Lance didn't play on my living room on ABC or the big networks on Saturday nights. to where I could see him be a dual threat. So one, where did Kyle see Lance be the dual threat, the Josh Allen, like I thought he was going to be?
Yeah.
And then I've been on these airwaves to anybody that would listen, hey, I just need you to be Aaron McNair, who was not Lamar Jackson, but he knew when to run, but he had pocket presence.
Right.
He knew how to read it.
Yes.
So people talk about McNabb and the shenanigans at the end. McNabb was a baller in his prime.
Right.
He could do both.
Yeah.
And that's why I just gave the stamp of approval on that pick that Lance could do both.
But that's why when you talk about the jump throw, he did both. He ran, then he got rid of the football. Just give me a play.
But he got rid of the football when option A was good. Keep running, son. What made you do a jump pass that looked lightweight whack when yeah, come on. Just run, son, Forrest Gump, keep running.
Just keep running,
and he did a jump pass when there was still Pac-Man, still the thing that Pac-Man eats. Come up the pills.
Right.
It was weird and odd.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're getting questions about these 40 times, so I pulled a couple
There's
up.
no way it was a Fortnite.
I think it, I mean, this
I'm going to retire it if it is.
So Brock Purdy, for those wondering, ran a 4.84.
Okay.
At the combine. So Brock Purdy ran a 4.84. Just for comparison, Brock Purdy ran a 4.84. Josh Allen, who is one of the biggest Trey Lance comparisons, runs a 4.76. And lastly, Mahomes, another Trey Lance comparison. Mahomes runs a 4.8.
Okay.
So
these are without pads, keep in mind.
These are all without pads.
Purdy is not slow in the pocket to me.
Right.
Josh Allen is not slow.
But none of them outrunning when it breaks down and nobody's around it. But none of them are outrunning these defensive, corners or anybody like that. So just to put it in perspective, if
so
Trey
it is
Lance
a fact
4.9,
he ran a 4.9.
I'm taking John's word for it.
This is incredible.
I'm taking John's word for it. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Boston. Vallejo, the Valley Joe.
Yeah,
Purdy is the guy,
E40.
but still needs to prove it before we run off Trey. What's up, boss? You're on Steiny and Guru.
How you guys doing today?
All right.
Good. What you got for us?
I just want to say, man, a lot of y'all fans, you guys sound like the most disloyal, made-ass people out there, man. Because it's crazy. This guy hasn't played football in how many years, and you guys are just expecting so much out of him. And if you guys do not recall, there is a quarterback that we got not too long ago that had a 5-game span of doing whatever it is that he did, and everybody said, oh, Shanahan's got his guy, and now he's no longer here. So don't you think you guys are kind of jumping the gun on Brock?
Hey, that's a valid point. And I'm talking to you and Alan and everybody that's listening to this show. You are right. Nobody can argue he hasn't played a lot of football. But what would you say if you called the same show last year at this time when Kyle said, I don't care if he hasn't played a lot of football, he's our starter. So I know you're saying he hasn't played and you're stating the obvious, but still you got to go out there and make plays. And Trey was the starter week 1 in Chicago last year. Talk to me about that. Like, there's no time to chill. You got to ball out.
I understand that, but can we go back to some of the film or some of the videos and what they were saying after Garoppolo was doing what he was doing? Can we go back to that and see what Shanahan was saying? Can we go and listen to everything that was said then and see what he was saying and what all the prognosticators were saying about Garoppolo and the future of the Niners? Can we go back then? Because I think we're jumping the gun, and I'm a Niner fan, and I'm not hating on Brock. I want whoever brings us a championship. But at the same time, you guys are expecting so much out of Trey. The guy's learned new mechanics and all this stuff. He's playing on the fly. He can't put everything together in one game. You guys are looking for Mahomes, and the guy hasn't even played.
Okay, so what word would you define Purdy's success? Who he probably drove the day that he got in the game, thinking I'm not even going to get touched or play. He took advantage of an opportunity, but he got it fast. How do you describe that?
That's facts. I'd say McCaffrey. I'd say Samuel. Okay. I'd say Ayuk. I'd say Kittle. I'd say all these guys he's had out of there. He hasn't had to play with nobody. Like Shanahan, he went out there with 3s and 4s, and everybody stood here. The guy had 46 with 2 minutes left. You see those throws he made?
I get his point.
Yeah, we get your point.
But
Boss.
he didn't give Brock any credit at all. He kind of said what was around Brock that wasn't around Lance.
And that's always going to be the conundrum when you talk about Brock Purdy and these weapons. But to me, it's just ultimately it's just a timing thing. And I did want to
timing for some if you're Trey Lance.
What I wanted to say about Boss and what he said about Jimmy Garoppolo, because
Jimmy had wins.
Right, because the whole thing is, okay, well, the Jimmy Jesus, that run that he had in 2017, my thought is this. That all depends on if you think Jimmy's time with the Niners was a success or not. Because
a lot of B plus,
right? Because a lot of people would say, "Oh, okay, we did this before with Jimmy." Well, yeah, but you went to a bunch of NFC championships and the Super Bowl.
Had a 10-point lead with 6 minutes left.
Did the Niners really get it wrong when they said, "Hey, we're going to go with Jimmy"? They didn't win the big one, and I know that's all that matters. But
I put more on Kyle than Jimmy.
Right? We can't act like it wasn't a successful or it wasn't a good decision.
No doubt
Were
about
there
it.
better decisions out there? Maybe, but it wasn't a bad one, and there are only so many good quarterbacks out there. I mean, for whatever you want to say about the Raiders in Vegas, they snatched Jimmy right up, right? And they have a belief in Jimmy too. So it really depends if you're comparing the hey, are you doing too much? They made this mistake before, air quote, with Jimmy. Well, that only depends if you think Jimmy was a mistake.
And how can he be a mistake? 3 NFC championship games, his 1-loss record. Like, I don't get it. Do people want the Michael Vick experience, but the team to go 6-11?
Right.
Do you want your quarterback to be, he can do it all, but yet the team's not winning? And that's why Steiny, we got in a 15-round fight on. He just couldn't understand that I could step back and say, you know what? The Garoppolo area, although he wouldn't be my quarterback you make in a lab, Allen.
Right.
He had his deficiencies. But they won more than they lost.
Right. And that's what matters. And we're going to have the same conversation with Brock, even though we do think that Brock, he does have it. It does look a little different. Can we sneak in Will and Fillmore? John, should we?
Fillmore.
Okay. Will, hang on. We got you. We got you right after the break. And we'll be back with more Brock talk. We still got to get to the Albert Breer article and what Shanahan and Lynch said, but we'll be back with more Steiny and Guru. All of it has been sponsored by SC Johnson. We'll be back.
Mia, what are you doing calling?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, we're back, 1 o'clock hour. Alan Styles in for Steiny. Football season is here, and what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willard and Dibbs will start it off at 2 p.m., then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulators. Going to get to... That was a good one, Lucas.
What'd he say? I missed
Lucas
it.
is saying, up it again.
Oh, yeah, he wanted you to, yeah.
I'm feeling hyped when I read this thing.
That's the director.
You better be there. It's the Red and Gold Summit.
The director was directed, yeah.
August 29th.
There you go.
Better be there. I'm going to be
Say
there.
it with your chest.
I'm saying it with my chest. Okay, we see you, Mona. See you, Armando. See you, Will. Real quick, I don't know if we're still doing practice stats anymore, Goo, now that we saw preseason game. But I'm just going to say them out loud. The first team saw Lions share the work. Brock Purdy, 12 for 21, 2 interceptions, 2 touchdowns in red zone work. Trey Lance, 4 for 6. Sam Darnold, 5 for 9 with a touchdown. So there you go. And we're going to try to get some sound for you. Kyle Shanahan was asked about Trey Lance and the criticisms that he's been facing.
The volume.
You're gonna definitely hear from Kyle Shanahan on that one, or we'll just read it off. And Kyle Shanahan was also asked about those interceptions from Brock Purdy. He says, "You never want interceptions in any situation, but I definitely like having interceptions a lot more in practice than in games. One thing Brock does is let it rip. He's definitely not worried about people counting his interceptions in practice." It's interesting.
No, I mean, that's what practice is for, right?
Well, you know what? You know why it's interesting?
Jimmy G.
Right. That's what practice is for. Just, take chances. So here's my question going back to the Albert Breer article.
Okay.
When they say, hey, Brock Purdy would have to melt down in practice. So what does that look like, right? If interceptions all have a purpose and you're working on things that you should be working on.
Okay.
So
it ain't going to look nice.
What would a meltdown... I know Kyle Shanahan had to say something, but what does a meltdown even look like? I have no clue.
Right, and that's why in my world it didn't exist.
Right,
there was nothing that would happen, and you could say practice is an athlete's rough giraffe. That's you just mess up. So I get Purdy's coming back, and if we're going to use Russ with Lance, we can use Russ with Purdy. The 2 picks. I don't care about any of that, Alan, until week 1 in Pittsburgh. Now, what I do care about is can Trey make the team? Can Trey be the backup? We've heard Michael Lombardi. David Lombardi was on with the Morning Rose. So we'll see. But I'm going to ask you again. I don't know where point blank range. I've been listening to NWA. Do you think Trey is on this team week 1 in Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, come on.
And I'm hoping for them when you say, come on.
Yeah, but I still can't see a world where...
You didn't even give, before you answer, you didn't even give Allen stats. He didn't take any today, right?
Nah, not that I saw.
So, all right. So
not that I saw.
Good.
So, and to be honest, it's almost one of those things where it's almost as if he might not mind that. If Trey's just going to mess up, I can sit in the corner and just look good and just be you can't throw any interceptions if you don't throw it all.
Right.
So that might be part of it too. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Will and Fillmore, who's been waiting through the break.
Mo.
Trey will be 3rd string this year. What's up, Will? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Phil Mo.
But how you doing, guys? How you guys doing today? But
all right.
My intake on the listen, man, going back to even, we talk about John Brody at quarterback. My point is this. Listen, right now, we all want the faithful to do well this year. We want to get back to the NFC Championship, right? That's essential. So I'm looking at right now, listen, to me, Sam, he's going to be the number 2 quarterback backup. He got a lot more reps. You always talk about Lance. I coach a little youth football. One thing I know, little youth football. If I see a kid that got more reps and been around longer than other kids, well, who do you think going to be playing better in most cases? The kid who's been in a lot better situations and more reps. What I see, he only played 9 games in 3 years. Get the hell out of here. What do you expect him to be playing? He played 10 freaking games in 3 years?
Were you shocked with the pick? Were you shocked with the pick that Kyle would say, anoint that, this is our guy?
That was not my pick. My pick was the cat up there in Chicago.
Oh, Fields, yeah. Yep.
That was my pick out the gate. You know?
Wow.
Thanks, Will. Because
I'm a big Fields fan. I'm sorry.
And we don't know what Fields,
but he's on the right track, and now they got him a receiver. Things are, he went on a little run. He showed you something.
Mm-hmm. All right, Armando in San Jose has a trivia question for us. About the QBs drafted high. What's up, Armando? You're in Steiny and Goo.
Hey, great show, guys. I love it. It's a two-part. So the first one is 10 quarterbacks. I'm going to go off the list. Tell me what they got in common. David Carr, Joey Harrington, Jamarcus Russell, Blake Bortles, Marcus Mariota, Trubisky, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. What have they all got in common?
All were bust.
Thank you. Right. First round, first, second, and third. Right. They didn't pan out. All those guys did not pan out.
Wow.
Now I got the second part. So the next thing is for everyone to think about this, about hating on Brock and hating on Trey. We got to stop. It's all about us winning the Super Bowl. So these 5 quarterbacks, question for you: Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, Joe Flacco, Nick Foles, Matthew Stafford. What do they have in common?
Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Thank you. They all won Super Bowls. Are they all greater than like Patrick Mahomes or anybody else? Brady? No. They're solid. I would take Purdy over those 5 guys any day. This is our season. This is our time. Defense, offensive stack. Let's go get it.
Right.
Well,
no,
and they are going to get it.
Yeah, and look,
he's
Armando,
under center.
That is the reason that we have heard, and I see you on the YouTube chat, Kyle. The way he talks about Brock Purdy, he is not like how he talked about Trey Lance, and it's not like how he talked about Jimmy G.
But he did say early on, before OTAs, this was going to be a competition. You remember that? To where I was like, oh, Lance has eyes. He goes, this is going to be and then he fixed it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to where I'm in love, and then we got the guy.
I think they were still trying to maybe figure out where Purdy's arm was.
You know what? You're right, because they could have had him on the pup list. They didn't know.
Right, because it's all in now. We don't need to talk about, well, what if Purdy was on whatever other team? Kyle feels like he knows best.
Yeah.
And I'm going to talk when the crossover coming pretty soon here, and I got some things to say to Willard.
Did you see him?
Oh, I saw him. I saw him. I said, hello, Willard.
I looked for Bonte. I didn't see him.
I said, hello, Willard. I just, kept it very cordial because we got to get it popping once he gets in here. And the thing is, it's about Kyle's belief in Purdy's fit with this team. It doesn't matter about anything else. Now, you could argue and say, well, aren't they the same ones that picked Trey and just whiffed there?
That's what I defaulted to.
That's fair, but we know, going back to our same tree, different branch conversation, Purdy is a guy that you've seen Kyle with the guy like Purdy before. He's just a better version of that guy, or can project to be a better version of that guy. I mean, Jimmy G, maybe even before the injury.
Well,
and
Jimmy's
things like
got
that.
the bar to me in regard to not a quarterbacks under Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
He's got him to a Super Bowl.
Right.
So we know Purdy was, quote unquote, robbed, but how much responsibility does Kyle take having your backup tight end Croft, who no longer is on the team, blocking one of their best dudes, and now his elbow's wrecked to where he's not even, you guys aren't even in that game. But Jimmy has the Niners' last quarterback to take this team to a Super Bowl.
They are now, and the whole thing about let it rip, I don't think that was an indirect shot at Trey. I think Kyle Shanahan just saying, this is what I want. I want a guy who's just going to let it fly, right? And maybe not necessarily in game, but specifically in preseason and practice, things like that. They are directly linking themselves. They are going, Goo, you're about to be in Vegas with Steiny.
Yeah.
They're going all in with Brock Purdy. I haven't seen something like this.
But you have no other option.
But they didn't have to say, the way that they're saying it, they don't want another option. Okay, people feel like he's got his Kirk Cousins on a cheaper deal.
All right, well, how about this then? Last year at this time, if you allow me, they went all in with Trey.
It was different, Goo.
Tell me why.
It was different.
They had a press conference. Bye, Jimmy.
Goo.
Did that not happen?
Goo, it was different.
But give me that. Yeah, I got to hear you say yes.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so Trey went home, had dinner, took a shower for more than a couple of days knowing this is my show.
Yeah.
You got to give me that. Then the whole
Is Jimmy still
thing
on the
happened.
team?
He came back on the team.
Okay,
come
then.
on. So
if Jimmy was on the team,
okay. So Alan, I just got to ask you this, buddy.
Yeah.
So are you telling us right now that Lance did not bubble because Jimmy Garoppolo was still on the team?
Goo. I'm not saying that.
All right. That's all. I had to ask
no,
that.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that
I had
it's
to go there.
different.
All right.
I'm saying it's different, Goo. It's different the way they're talking about Brock. And you know what? That's fine because they saw Brock do it. Even though it's a small sample size, it's a bigger sample size than Trey. For me, it's less about being all in on Brock instead of Trey and more about just being in on Brock the way they're in on Brock, period. It's not a Trey versus Brock conversation to me anymore.
Right.
Hashtag free Trey. To me, this is about they are saying, even if everyone's saying, well, next year they might go and get Kirk Cousins. No, they won't. Not the way they're talking right now. Now, if Purdy goes out and stinks up the joint,
right,
we'll have a conversation. But as of right now, they don't believe, to them, the way they're talking, it's not a 1 year and we're going to see what happens. The way they're talking here, Kyle Shanahan, he'd have to have a meltdown in practice to lose a starting QB job, and he's too good of a player to melt in practice. John Lynch, he's done it in a small sample size, but every indication is he's the guy. He's got it. He's the guy. Earlier on, Kyle Shanahan, he's the real deal.
But you understand,
they never said this stuff
speak.
about Trey.
You understand they're just saying that right now because the portfolio from Brock Purdy was successful, so successful. They were one game within the Super Bowl, Allen. So you know the NFL's, if not for long, they're supposed to build up their guy.
All I'm saying is they did not. They did not talk. This is not. They did not talk about Trey like this.
But they didn't need to because when they drafted him, there was a changing of the guard when Goodell went to the podium to say he's coming to town.
I don't know, Goo.
It's different. That Trey was empowered when they announced he was coming. That's what I'm telling you.
Look,
you talk like as if Jimmy Garoppolo had just left the city, never been on the team, that we would have got a different version of Trey Lance.
All I'm saying is that
That's
the buy-in.
I'm
saying is that the buy-in sounds different. It sounds different, and it should sound different because they've seen more from Purdy.
What is Janet Jackson? What have you done for me lately?
I'm not talking about what Trey would have done.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that.
But I'm talking about Janet Jackson.
Okay,
Why would
I'm not
you
talking about Janet
anything?
Jackson.
But then you're ignoring what Brock Purdy did.
I'm not ignoring what Brock Purdy did.
What are they supposed to say, Alan, about why are you so enamored with a coaching staff saying this is our guy when you know if he messes up, it could change like a light switch?
So you think the buy-in that you're hearing from, and this is not about Trey didn't get a fair
that buy-in.
Okay, but just tell me it's different. Just tell me it's different than the buy-in that they had last year with Trey.
Okay, I'm not mad. It's different because one has won games and one has not.
That's fine. I'm not saying that's not true.
So why are you flabbergasted that they're backing Purdy after going undefeated and winning 2 playoff games?
Because they're saying that this is the quarterback for the future, not just this year.
But also, I find it interesting that Shanahan said if he melts down in practice. I feel like they're leaving a door open just in case Purdy does. So is Purdy really their guy? Because if he's saying, oh yeah, he's our guy, he's not going to lose his starting job unless he melts down. Like they're leaving themselves an out just in case.
There you go.
But no, I hear you. I hear you, John. But then if you go up there and specifically, so everything is going to change once games start, right? But right now, and I think maybe Shanahan, I tried to reread the whole thing, but it feels like, I don't know if it was week 1 specifically. It was confusing whether it was week 1 specifically or whether it was just in totality, right? Because if you're saying it, I highly doubt Kyle Shanahan would be worried about practice once the season starts.
No doubt.
But I think Kyle Shanahan was more so talking about going into it. And now you've already said, okay, well, he threw 2 picks. He's got whatever his interception rate is. Well, I don't care because I want him to let it rip. Okay, well, if it's not interceptions, how else can you melt down? I have no clue. Maybe it's just, it doesn't matter because Brock is their guy. All I'm saying is that it's not about Trey. It's just about they are directly connecting themselves to Brock Purdy. And if they don't, I feel like with all this conversation, and we go talk about Andy Reid. Andy Reid was in Philadelphia for 14 years.
Didn't get it done, and I called him a choke.
Right. So now Kyle Shanahan's in week 7 or year 7. So if they don't win it with Purdy, you can say, hey, we got a mulligan, okay, with Trey. We messed up, but look over here. Look at what we just got. We are directly linking ourselves with Brock. And to me, if you do not win one with Brock, that's when you start to have the conversation of, does this thing, with all the success that they've had, Andy Reid was successful too. All I'm saying is that it's just a little bit surprising to me, even though Brock Purdy has played really well, that they don't have to go that all in. Right? They don't have to. They can say Brock is our guy, very similar to what they said with Trey. That's the only reason I'm bringing up last year. They are saying Brock is our guy moving forward. That's how it sounds to me. Kirk Cousins is calling me. I'm Kyle Shanahan. My dream guy's calling me. It's all about timing, Goo.
Because they're out on a date right now.
Right.
And the dinner's great.
Right.
The guy's paid. He's got a great job. Things are looking up. I ain't answering my phone right now. Mm-hmm. And that's why I guess we differ on, I feel like, what else can they do, Alan, besides get behind
It just feels a little bit different, overdone.
Okay. Right.
It feels a little bit extra.
Enrique Rivera, we've been having a great show. It has been loved the whole show. He goes tense show. I tell you, tense. Yeah. We just disagreed on that. Goose set this. Goose said it from the beginning of the show. I do? Yeah, I'm black.
Alan. Alan.
Yeah, there you go.
888-957-9570. Let's go out to Mona in Pacifica.
Mona
says Trey isn't even good enough to have this combo. Wow. What's up, Mona? You're on Steiny and Goo.
This brief preamble. Alan, my God, can you please stay? I want to kick Steiny off. I think you and Goo need your own show. Okay, no, that's enough said.
Well,
I'm going to tell Steiny.
I'm going to get off.
All right.
So, for all my ladies listening out there, you'll be able to understand this. Trey Lance is the boyfriend that we've been dating for a couple of years. He's a nice guy, treats us well. He don't beat us or do that stuff, but he just has no game. And we know he has no game. So it's like, we want somebody with a little bit more. Brock Purdy is a little bit more. Let's knock off this nonsense and stop making this a racial issue. It is not. He is no better than Alex Smith. He is no better than Tim Tebow. He is no better than Baker Mayfield. And what do those guys have in common? So it's not a racial thing. He's just a black dude that can't, and I'm a black female.
But Mona, we didn't say it was racial though.
No, but you guys didn't say it, but that's been sort of the theme ongoing in some of the conversations that, that Goo has with Steiny.
You're right. Yeah. Mona, I was there. I thought about it, the opportunity, what was being written. But if you listen to Monday's show, Mona, I have seen the light. I'm still rooting for Trey, but I'm going to be honest with myself and you all. Right now, it's about Trey bringing something to the table. I don't care what color he is. Nobody can defend what we saw Sunday. And right now, he's got to blame himself just as much as I've been blaming or finding excuses about why he hasn't, put his best foot forward.
Yeah, that game was horrible, and I told your screener I stopped watching the game 5 minutes in because you kind of saw how it was going. So I'm glad to hear it. Alan, welcome. Like I said, I'm going to listen to you because
don't be a stranger, Mona.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Mona. Shout out Pacifica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know Matt Steinmetz.
Yeah, shout out Stein.
You don't know me.
Yeah, I'm just like, thanks, I don't know. Yeah. You know what I mean? But
it's love.
Well, look, it's hard, right? The whole thing is hard. The bottom line is this, right? And you at Friday Night Lights.
How can it be
Friday Night Lights, okay? And I love the movie.
Yeah,
I love the shows, right?
What show? What? They just have the movie.
Goose, stop.
I'm being real. I gave
John. You haven't seen.
John,
you haven't seen.
Tell me there's a series.
There's a 6th season.
Michael B. Jordan was in it.
Friday Night Lights. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan's in it.
Oh my goodness.
Goo, are you
better than the movie?
I'm a movie buff.
It's a show.
No,
You need some Coach Taylor in your life.
The movie was phenomenal. You're telling me there's a series.
There's a whole series. Are you over here watching All American?
Yes,
really?
I
really, dude?
I'll do it. You
come on, man.
Dude, I'm firing that up tonight. What station was it on?
Hulu and Netflix.
Oh, wow.
Hulu and Netflix.
ABC back in the day, I think.
Give me one more actor in it.
Full Eyes?
Full Eyes. Close.
Clear Hearts.
Clear Hearts. Can't lose. There it is.
Actress in it.
The
dude, you get Michael B. Jordan.
No, what's her name? Minka Kelly was in it.
Come on.
Yes.
I cannot believe.
What are we talking about?
I'm excited that I got a show. I'm waiting on Power 4. Yeah.
You got a lot to do now.
Okay, I'm going to watch that, but you said in Friday Night Lights.
So in Friday Night Lights, I was more specifically talking about the movie, and it was a running back, and there were some things about Booby, right? When they're at the dinner table, and they're talking about Booby, and they're saying some not PC things about Booby. But you know what? They ran Booby out there. You know why? Because they wanted to win football games. So I don't really care. It doesn't really matter what anybody talks about, whether they're the R word or not the R word. I don't know, right? All that matters is whether you produce or not. Right. I don't know about, we talk about the owners or whatever it is. If you produce, you will get on that football field.
No doubt.
And the bottom line is that Trey Lance hasn't produced. Right. Now, if we want to talk about the media and how things might sound a little bit different and things could be coded and things like that, we can have that conversation. But in terms of Trey Lance's opportunity, everybody there is just trying to win football games.
Okay. No doubt about it. That was well said. But I got to ask you this, because this is my $1 million question to you after almost 4 hours of radio, phenomenal radio. Alan Stiles, do you put any of the onus on Trey Lance for not maximizing the most of little opportunities?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
That's
because
all I've
if he
wanted
came
to
out
hear
and he
from
balled
you
out,
today.
his stock was rising.
All right, okay. It was.
Right, because I haven't been at practice.
Playing.
I got the boot on.
It was the ideology
I'm
behind
just going through our guy Sterling. I'm going through different guys, JD, and I'm trying to see, okay, they on fire. They on fire. So I'm like, okay, how's this going? I'm like, oh, Trey doing some things.
Everybody
so
did
now
their part but Trey.
Very similar to me. A lot of people said I'm going to sit down on Sunday. Let's see what Trey really about and we wanted to see something.
There's more Monas in the world,
and you're just pulling. And besides, and I know Bonte would agree with me because I see him in the stew right now. I know Bonte loved that jump throw, even though you didn't love it. But besides the jump throw, besides a couple throws, Trey didn't show up.
Right.
He just didn't show up.
Yeah, he did, man.
I know Leroy's going to show up. 888-957-9570. What's up, Leroy? Hope Shanahan handles the QBs right. What's up, Leroy? You're on with Steiny and Goo.
Hey, what's up, Alan, man? You killing it, Goo.
What's
going on, brother? Hey, look, I'm going to be brief, man, because I know y'all got a lot of callers, man. Y'all so popular, Goo, man. I'm proud of this
Look
show.
at my guy.
Look, I'm a lifelong 49er fan, and Goo, you know I've been here for like 2 months.
Yes.
It ain't the R word. It's the S word. It's Shanahan.
Wow.
3 months ago, Goo, I was like, man, Shanahan has screwed this situation up, this quarterback situation up so bad, Alan. Goo, no, I wanted to see what Aaron Donald had. I was like, hey, I'm there now. So the last game, I wanted to see what Aaron Donald got. He did look like the better quarterback in that game, even though he had some miscues. But here's where I want
Sam Darnold.
Shanahan, man, you messed up bringing Garoppolo here. You know I've always felt that way. You messed up the whole situation, and now it's just like, okay, we got Purdy. Let's see what he got, and you got him throwing passes in tight windows. You got Trey Lance throwing passes in tight windows, 9-10 yards, Garoppolo type way. Papa kept saying it. That's a Garoppolo type throw. That's a Garoppolo type throw. But yet when Trey Lance and those other quarterbacks down on them pushed it down the field, past 15 yards, 20 yards, they was completing those passes. So Shanahan's got to change it up. Stop letting quarterbacks succeed. Whoever it's going to be, Purdy, Lance, Darnold, give them a chance to succeed and stop having them throw them what Papa said, Garoppolo. I mean, I was washing the dishes, listening to the game, and he kept saying it. That's a Garoppolo type pass. That's a Garoppolo type pass. Cut that out and let these guys push it down the field and see what they can do.
But that's not. And thank you, Leroy. But that's not what. That's not what they do.
Well, real quick,
caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Do you remember after a game last season, Jimmy was testy. They had lost a game, and the reporter had asked him, basically was saying, hey, why are all your throws kind of intermediate? You know, you're not the type of quarterback to let it go, what Leroy's talking about. And Jimmy kind of snapped and was like, I just run the plays that are called, insinuating I would love to let it rip.
Right.
But if your job or your boss tells you to do one thing,
you're going to do it.
Okay.
But I also think that, quote unquote, letting it rip is different depending on who you ask, right? Brock letting it rip ain't the same as Josh Allen letting it rip, but it's a version of it within Shanahan's offense. And that's basically what we're going to see. And when Shanahan's using words or phrases like let it rip, I think Shanahan thinks that Brock is going to unlock this offense. And when I say
he
unlock
already has.
it, right, he's never going to throw for 400 yards a game. That's not what they're built to do. But the better version, the Super Saiyan version of Jimmy Garoppolo, that is Brock Purdy, I think Shanahan thinks it's enough. All right, we got to get to a break. And that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We see you, AK. We see you, Dave. We'll get to you after the break. Steiny and Goo, Sal's in for Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back. 30 more minutes. Goo in a great mood over here.
Can you do me a favor? It's our show.
Yeah.
But can we go a little Warriors here, and then when the guys come in, get back on the Niner train?
We can do that. Hey, I am but a visitor.
You must have not had your people listening yesterday, because I'll use the T word. I teased you a bit because I follow you on Twitter. You're a great follow. And you tweet more than me.
It's the little
but
I tweet a lot.
Yeah, but the fact you admit it now, I love you.
Yeah.
Okay. But you were excited about the Kuminga 60, the Clay working out where. But I took it like a lot of fans. It's Warriors all day on mine. I'm juiced, but Kuminga 60. Talk to me in the regular season when you're getting some boards, because I already know you're an athletic phenom. I felt like you were saying Alan Styles, Style Files on X. I thought you were saying, "Oh no, watch out, All-Star, here we're coming." And
I did say okay,
Bobby
maybe
Valentino.
A little bit of that was I was a little tongue in cheek there. Hey, hey, All-Star coming, but so I don't think so. I don't think he's gonna play enough. But I do see a jump. I do see a leap coming. Okay. Okay. Well, Goo, you want to go Warriors, but what about these callers? We got to get
to people
real quick.
Show with the people.
I'm about to get to the callers, but this is from on X from Red Nose Rudolph the Red. He says he tagged us
Twitter or on X
Twitter.
The drug. Oh, okay.
Well, based on
nowadays
the 4.92 was his college combine 40, which means it was before college. Which means it was before college. He didn't run the NFL Combine 40, which is what I couldn't find. He reportedly ran in the mid 4.5 for private workouts. A couple of years of college workouts and training would shave that 4.92 drastically. There's no way Trey Lance runs a 4.5. There's no way.
Man, but the 4.9 sounds slow to me.
There's no way.
I can't wait for the guys to come in. I just his elusiveness that a lot of people are not happy with saved him from getting sacked 3 other times in that game Saturday.
So Justin Fields runs a 4.43.
Okay,
you're saying so Trey Lance is only slightly slower than Justin Fields. There is no way.
Yeah, but they didn't. Kyle didn't want a Lamar Jackson.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Like
Red Nose called us out. Red Nose called us out, and they said read the newest stats. But that's what I'm saying. He didn't. There is no official. It's private workout. So, I mean, I ran a 4.5 in a private workout. I don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
And my eye test, Justin Fields, he runs a 4.3 or 4.43. Yeah, I could see that. Trey Lance running a 4.5. It doesn't look like that to me.
Yeah, okay. Especially if you're telling me Fields ran a 4.4.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Dave and Hayward. He's worried Purdy will be resty in week 1. What's up, Dave? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Hey, guys, so I just, one thing real quick before my main point. Bringing up Alex Smith and Trey Lance, the only thing I see in comparison with them is Alex Smith had 6 coordinators in 6 years, and then Trey hasn't really had the best opportunity for development. Now, but let's get to the main point. The main point that I have is I read some stats today from Grant Cohn, and that was Brock Purdy is throwing about 55%. He's thrown 10 interceptions and 7 dropped picks. Now, he's rusty, right? And so, things are going to happen. But my question is, with the performance from all the quarterbacks, are we even ready at the quarterback position for week 1?
That's a phenomenal question.
It's a good question.
And it's real. And it's been buried because of the Trey Lance, and I'm part of it. But this is reality. I told the guys yesterday, I don't want to see Brock Purdy, Allen, take a snap. Why would you risk that? Because there's going to be rust at this juncture regardless.
You got
Brother got to work it out.
You got to get him in there for the preseason. That's just how I feel. I don't know for how much.
So you're saying a series is going to get the rust off?
Whatever is enough to get him into a type of rhythm.
What if there's not? What if that would take a half? What if he were to get hurt in preseason?
I am just not a fan.
Allen would be negligence 101. It is what it is. Goo. You got to trust him.
It's football. All right, let's get through these calls. AK in Alameda, Trey Lance not showing up. Shout out Alameda. What's up, AK? You're on Steiny and Goo.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing today? Alan, just want to say you're killing it. Been listening to you since the beginning.
Wow.
You on the prime time.
Thank you.
Now.
Thank you.
But, the Trey Lance situation for the 49ers is not looking good. What they gave up to get him being on year 3, and he hasn't showed anything to anybody. Listening to you the other day talk about are they going to pick up his fifth-year option? I don't think that's going to happen. They might as well just cut and run. Maybe try to get a third, fourth, fifth round pick for him. Go after something else because he ain't working out. The way he's looking, Niners screwed up. They could have got Justin Fields. He's looking a lot better now in Chicago, and I just don't think it's going to happen. And going back to your point with what Guru just said, I think he's right. If Brock Purdy is your man, you do not put him in. You might as well take a few losses in the beginning of the season and not risk your whole season for that. So that's my call. That's what I want to say. Keep going. Love you guys, man. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he's saying not even if he's not ready beginning of the season. Shout out AK.
No, he's saying if it takes you some losses in the beginning because of the rust.
I see.
That were on him. But after what happened in Philly and the way it went down, and hey, I tip my cap to the Eagles. But Alan, I still got the game on the DVR. We were robbed of seeing what was really going to go down. I would have had rather, and all Niner fans, Brock thrown 3 picks and they lost that way, and you tip your cap than us getting robbed. But because of the way it ended, the surgery, why would you run him out there to get hit in preseason? And maybe he doesn't get hit.
Yeah, well, look, if you're willing to have the preseason be the beginning of the season like AK has kind of mentioned, then fine. But it's easy to say that now.
But can you guarantee if he just went out for a series that the rust would be off? That's what I'm saying. Is the risk worth the reward?
No, I get that. And if you're only going to get, Desmond Ritter's getting his first. They're giving guys some high-powered,
you can hand off in
here.
practice.
Exactly. So, no, I hear you. All right, TC in Sacramento. Shanahan to blame for Lance. What's up, TC? You're on Steiny and Goo.
Yes, sir. Hey, Styles. What's up, bro?
What's good with you?
Man, just chilling. Goo. Hey, what's up, man? Look, hey, Goo, I've been calling these airways for a minute talking about this situation.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? I don't see how you backing up. He was backing up Trey at first. I've been getting at Bonte the same way. I'm like, man, what changed now? You know what I'm saying? Don't hold no bars against Shanahan. These dudes got lucky with Brock Purdy, and we don't even know if he the dude. Like he was talking about negligence. That's the same thing with Trey, bro. By not starting this kid from day one and backing him up 1,000% instead of throwing him out to the wolves, talking about like he ain't nothing now. Y'all acting like he started every game for the last 3 years. Dude been trying to work his way up on this roster from the team that drafted him, that flew out and watched him and said, you know what, son, you're the guy. And then when you bring him over here, you talking about I'm the guy, and the guy you pushing out the door, you bring back to save the locker room and to be my backup. How you think I feel about that situation? Shanahan ain't getting no pass, bro. Look, if he's the real deal Purdy, there ain't no excuses. This is it. This year, I'm not talking about 2 or 3 years. Brock Purdy developing. Kyle got this. No. Win this year.
That's how I feel. Okay. Thank you, TC. Yeah. And look, the whole bringing
Jimmy
back thing,
it was real.
Right. The whole Jimmy, look, I get it. I get if your stance is grow up or show up. I get that. I'm just saying it was kind of a weird situation.
Okay. You owe it to the team. It's not the San Francisco Trey Lance's and his psyche. It's the San Francisco 49ers. They thought Jimmy was going to be swooped up. Nowhere would there be a scenario to where he could come back. So Geico, you need insurance. But to his point, I really thought they should have started Trey from year one. But what changed, he asked me and Bonte, was Sunday.
Okay. Yeah. And that's fair. All right, we got to get to it, the crossover. And you're not going to want to miss this crossover. We're not with my guy, Willie. You're not going to want to miss that. And it's all brought to you, all sponsored by Cars.com.
That's on me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are back, Steiny and Guru Styles in for Steiny with the crossover. But football season is here, and what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit? Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year on Tuesday, August 29th. Willard and Dibbs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Taproom, and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulator.
You better be there. Let's find out what hammer JD drops that day. Wow. He was the MVP of the Warriors Summit a few weeks ago.
The Clay Thompson.
Am I there?
You know what?
Are you not? You were there this time.
I don't know. I would love to be, but I don't think I was asked this time.
I told Alan,
I'm just showing up, JD.
Yeah, I said we could do openers, Willard. I said, Alan, come on, you ought to do the first 30.
I'm just showing up.
That's a good idea. We are the opener, actually, for that.
No doubt.
For that event. So.
Hey, Willard, I got to say something, man.
Come on.
I didn't see JD. You come in here with In-N-Out, which was provided by the company.
Yes.
I'm fighting for my life with soda.
And we got to tell the listening audience, because sometimes they don't know, like, you are being authentic.
Okay.
This man looked at a table full of In-N-Out and people surrounding him, going back for seconds, and you said no thanks. I want to tell the audience.
I judge you because you're my dude.
Yeah.
JD, I saw him walk over like a waiter with the burger, and I think it was fries.
Oh, yeah,
and just place it at the desk of Styles. And you know me, I'm Terrell Owens. I love me some me. I go, oh my God, why would he not even ask me if I wanted any?
I did.
My dude's on a bum wheel. He tore his Achilles.
No, but you heard me.
Yeah, but
you heard me before.
I didn't hear you before.
I said go, and you said no.
We're good.
When I yelled state
but
of
you
the
did
art.
it because my man's on a one wheel.
Yeah, he
so,
was
not for long.
No, but I give up on. Well, it's two reasons though.
Me.
It's two reasons. You're making me sound like a better person than I am because it's two reasons. Number one, I did make fun of him on my way. I said, you could get that and get back in the same time that you could go to the bathroom. He's trying to make it sound like he can't make it to the other end of the building.
It would have been tight. It would have been tight.
But the second reason I did it was clearly to butter his ass up because it sounds to me like you've been waiting for this moment for 48 hours.
Oh, I have been.
All right.
I'm hanging out. And
so look me in the eye as your waiter.
No, I am.
As your waiter.
Don't try to
look
bum me
me
up.
in the eye and come down my road.
I'm sitting here. I'm hanging out in Santa Cruz yesterday, and I'm like, what's going on? What is this? So I need to start with you. What was your thought process on what happened to the excitement with Brock Purdy post that you put out? I just want to get your thought process first.
It was a question, and yes, it was a rhetorical one because my thought process is Brock Purdy does what he does last year, and the normal 49er fan or human reaction is you're watching it and you're going, this can't be real. This is amazing. But then it kept happening every week. 49ers get all the way to the NFC title game, and we know the story. But when you're watching it in real time each week, we went from this is disbelief to this is incredible, and it's a Disney movie. This is going to be, there'll be a movie about this called Relevant if the guy wins the Super Bowl. We had the script all set. And then he gets hurt and he leaves. And I understand the injury aspect of this, but it's been a few weeks now where we've totally understood that the injury has gone as well as anyone could have hoped.
Yeah.
And during the period of time when we last saw him play, and now, we've worked ourselves through a bunch of speculative info, whether it be how we feel Trey is treated, whether it be the injury, whether we've just talked ourselves back into the idea of, nope, this can't be real. And we have decided that what we saw last year is not real and not repeatable. And instead of being excited about it, we're dismissive of it.
And that was where you thought.
That's what I want to know. Where did the excitement that I listened to from week 13, 14, 15, 16, playoffs, second week playoffs, third week, that excitement, where'd it go? Because nothing happened between his injury and now that should squash it.
So I don't think that the excitement has waned, right? I don't think it's necessarily gone away. I think that people are a bit uncomfortable because of how Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they're so all in. I think it does just make people uncomfortable because me and Goo went back and forth about, well, they gave Trey the keys. It just sounds different right now, right? The Albert Breer piece that we talked about, it sounds different. That's number one.
Sound different. Yeah.
It should. I agreed with that.
Yeah.
Now, the second part of this is, and I would look at people like us in the room, the media, simply because I don't think that it's not as much about how Trey has been kind of reported and more about how people aren't able to go to practice, right? And people don't like, even if it's whether it's Trey or Brock, they don't like excuses. And I think that some of the, I guess, negativity or lack of excitement has just become that Brock has become this golden boy. And I think it just has turned some people off to that, even though we all like Brock and we all think that Brock could win a Super Bowl. Can you just report it, right? It doesn't have to be every interception Brock throws. There's an essay in MLA format about why it happened. And I think it just starts to tick people off. I think they just want, hey, just report it like you would report everybody else. We know Brock's the guy. Just report it. He doesn't have to be perfect.
See,
I just think there's just an apologist aspect.
Okay. I would submit, this is my take on what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
I would submit that goes both ways, and that is on the receiver of the info, not the delivery of it. And this is what we talked about it at the beginning of the week. Mm-hmm. Trey and Brock, you can pick whichever one you hate or want or whatever, they've turned into Fox News and CNN.
Mm-hmm.
And you line up at the end of every practice, and you want to go to the side that you want to go to and be told exactly what you want to hear. Mm-hmm. So if you're a Trey person and he threw a pick, you want to know why we can explain the pick away. But if he threw a touchdown, you want a damn victory lap. But if you're a Brock person, same thing. If he throws the ball, but he's going against the first team defense.
Yeah.
So those are good players, so it's okay. And if he throws a touchdown, then we got to do a victory lap. Look, they're all going to throw picks. They're all going to throw touchdowns. At a certain point, some sort of logic or calm needs to come over, and everyone needs to realize, forget what side you're on or which reporter you like or what the stats are. What the 49ers think is obvious.
Yeah.
It's completely obvious. And they're not saying all these nice things about Brock because they like him better as a person.
No.
That's what they believe.
No,
and they do not like what they have seen from Trey Lance for 3 years.
I hear you. We've spent most of the time talking about how the pick never made sense, right? And it's still
a fair point,
and it still doesn't now. All I'm saying is I hear you on your take about Fox versus CNN. I would just say there seems to be a lot more of whichever one is the Brock one. There's a lot more outlets that seem to be in that camp, and it's not even. I get what you're saying in terms of how it is accepted. I think when you look at the collection of Niners media, right, how much is on whose side, it makes sense that there are more people on Brock's side because Brock's the guy now.
Because he's a starting quarterback.
Right. So I'm not.
And they're talking to the team.
But he's had the most success.
Yes, he has.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is, as a society, people love to pick you up to tear you down.
Well, sure.
When Brock was, Brock is balling all this stuff. Now it's just, somehow, I don't know how it could be
tear down phase.
Yeah, how we could be there that quickly, but I do feel like that's where it is, and ultimately, this conversation, as much as I've been teasing you about it, none of this matters once the actual games start. But I do think there's a part of, in terms of the excitement, I think it's just being like, all right, man, like this guy can't walk on water, or maybe he can. Who knows? What's up, JD?
Couple of things there, a couple of different things. I do think there are some, depending upon who you consider media, I think there are some that have taken the approach that you as far as explaining mistakes away. I think there are those that have done that for Trey just as much as there are those that have done that for Brock.
That are looked up the same way.
The difference, though, is that it is, generally speaking, the beat writers and those that have covered the team for a long time that are the ones that are doing it for Brock. My opinion on that is that they see the traction that some of the lesser reporters, or what I would deem to be fringe reporters, get, and they feel the need to go out of their way to make sure that they're letting everybody know what's really going on. And they're doing it, but we live in an era where everybody now can choose who they deem to be legitimate versus not legitimate. I'm not here to say who I think is and who I think isn't, but I think there is a little bit of those that have been around and covered the damn league and covered this team for a decade or a couple of decades in some instances. They look at, Johnny come lately who's doing their own podcast, breaking it down like they're, you know
what, Jay? The CNN and Fox, that's a grand slam. You going with what you just said right there, that's incredible. But at the end of the day, to me, we're not talking about the subject at hand.
Like I think, Alan, I would say this, and I'm not coming down your road, but I would say you and others lend more credibility to, like, you take what a lot of people that are in that I don't want to say mainstream or old media, but a lot of the guys that have been around and covered teams for a long time, like, I think you take the lesser known folks and give them more credence. And I think you're not alone in that, but I think a lot of people do that. So when the guys that have been around for a long time, the established guys are saying, no, it actually isn't this way, you think that they're caping in essence, or
it's a cycle. It's a cycle. Because like I said, I got a bum wheel. I'm not there, right? So I'm seeing, I'm seeing this, and then I'm seeing that. As most things do, the truth lies somewhere in the middle.
No, the truth is by the players. I don't give a damn who's reporting it. That's the bottom line, and that's why if I had $1 for everybody that's telling me, Guru, you switching up, I'm not switching up. I'm reacting to Trey Lance on the football field. So that's why I saw
after Sunday.
something I was looking for, grading on a curve. I ain't said the kid had to be perfect. Right. Willard, I'm looking like, okay, all I've been caping for is an opportunity. Sunday was an opportunity, and I didn't see the kid or any growth, Jay. So I never, to what you said, you said it up perfectly. I never, I'm choosing this over that. I'm looking at what's up, the product on the field, and nobody can get mad at me for looking at what Brock Purdy did, which was almost a 99 out of 100, to undefeated in the regular season, 2 wins in the playoffs. Like, that means something, Alan.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What's up, Jay?
Go ahead.
No, I'll be very short on this. As far as the way Trey played Sunday, as somebody that had been at every practice until they went to Vegas, and I've been in here this week, so I haven't been the last 2 days, he looked worse in the game than he had at practice. Right. Now, he hadn't looked great at practice, but I will give you that for a form of context, and you can decide whether you trust my eyes or not, as people that haven't been out there every day. But he did look better at the practices than he did in the game. He did not look as lost then as he did there.
Goo, I'll also say this. Where that energy that you just exerted, where that comes from. It
was truth.
No, but don't let it get to you. Okay. I know what's driving that. Right. I know what's driving that. Don't let the voices get to you. I know what's being said.
And I don't, Willard. I just...
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's what I think is one of the key reasons why there is this discord. The world is yelling for Trey to get more reps, and the 49ers are like, we've given them to him. You just don't see them. You're not there. It's not just what's on TV. Like, take us, I know we like to do this sometimes. Take our market and pretend it was Philly or Boston or New York. Do you know what fans would say about a player who is still got a base asking for him to get
they'd run him out of town
in his third year? I know he's been hurt, but he's not been that hurt. He's been through 3 training camps, and they aren't digging it. I don't know how any other way to say this. He's been through 3 camps, and Kyle isn't digging it. So, Alan, if you want to go back to the pick, I think that's as fair gets.
Who would disagree?
Go back to the pick and ask all kinds of questions there. But if you are still running around in these streets talking about how, well, Trey needs a chance.
We got calls
He's
all day.
had nothing but chances. You have got to go into your workplace and show your bosses that you are worthy of the job. It doesn't matter what you do in this life.
And I'll even say that I think you could make a case that he hasn't gotten chances. I even think that's fair. Right. I think that's fair. But given the circumstances with the 49ers' expectations and the way Brock Purdy played at the end of last year, it sucks because he got hurt twice.
Doubt. Which was a chance.
But them's the break.
And
that's unfortunate.
And I agree with you. I would disagree saying, like, the term is he got the number of reps that the Niners are willing to give him for their current situation. That's what it, and I wouldn't, that it is what it is. They want to win a Super Bowl. They have a Super Bowl ready roster, which goes back to the pick. I don't think that they have given, the runway, that's what, and I hate to continue to bring it up, the runway that Trey needed, they couldn't give him. They just couldn't give it to him.
I'm still torn on that because it's TBD. You know, I think that if you look at the 49ers' behavior, again, I am not in position to tell anybody where their career is going to be 2 years from now, call anybody a bust when they've only started 4 games. I'm in no position to do that. But it appears to me that the 49ers might feel that way. And they are way more educated on this than any of us. So when we say, for example, he needs to be given a runway, I bet the 49ers feel like they've given it to him.
For their current situation.
But even beyond that, you know what I mean? Like
you're talking about, hey, you're the starter in last year.
And I try to say this the day after it happened, there's a reason they went and brought Jimmy back, and it was not just because, opportunity fell in our lap. No. They didn't like what they saw.
And listen to where
they didn't like what they saw.
Sure, and that's why I was trying to say to Guru, the buy-in that we're seeing with Brock, they Trey's
like
got the key. Trey's got the keys.
More. They didn't see that from Lance.
Right.
That's all.
No, yeah. All I'm saying is and I get it. It's a business. You got to keep it pushing. The only runway thing I have is they decided that they were going to go with Jimmy in that first year. We know there was the finger thing, but they had already decided they were going to go with Jimmy. If Anthony Richardson, hopefully he does not, but if he goes down tomorrow, right, and somebody comes in, they're not going to make the playoffs because they're not going to be good, but somebody comes in and wins 6 games in a row, Anthony Richardson's still going to start next season because it's a different runway. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know that to be the case.
And it's not, those aren't the same scenario.
And number two,
but that's my point.
But the Colts' goal is completely different. Nobody thinks that the Colts are going to potentially contend for a Super Bowl, and the Niners were proven right in that they did. Every time they picked Jimmy over Trey, whether it be Trey's rookie year or the fact that they flanked him last year, they ended up in the NFC title game both times. So the idea that they were a Super Bowl contender was confirmed.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
I totally do. Let me just get this off for you and JD and Allen. I believe Kyle thought he had a phenom, and I believe now, looking at in totality, everything that's transpired, year one, if Trey was the guy that maybe Kyle thought that could pick it up fast, he might have been the starter in year one. So we started year two. I'm thinking there might have been a failure, not in just a savage way, but Kyle knew this kid couldn't do it like they're doing for the other guys in different. Mac Jones started coming out. Okay, they didn't have Super Bowl aspirations. He started. They went to the playoffs. But I look at that now like Trey probably didn't instill that confidence to where Kyle was like, you know what, kid? You're ready. And Jay, this is what I saw to think you can ride this ready-made model to the Super Bowl. So I don't think a lot of people are holding that against Trey. Now I'm doing the research and I'm starting to think nobody said it was impossible that he could have been named a starter his rookie season.
Well, remember,
and he wasn't ready then.
Remember, that season was going sideways, and Jimmy was given that game in Chicago.
Yeah, I'll never forget it.
And
had a great game.
And if he didn't win it, there might have been a change. So I think he was open to it.
And the reason though at that point was they would have been 3-6, and basically the season would have been over. Right. So at that point you're switching from try to win mode to developmental mode.
But I would be very surprised if he had done it before the year even started.
Exactly.
Like one of the things that
they typically don't. They typically don't.
That's the answer.
They wanted to give him time. They wanted to give him a year. That's why Jimmy was on the roster.
I mean, if people still think he's a project now, then what was he 3 seasons ago?
And that's what I guess.
So that's number one. And
they wanted to give him a year, make him the starter. They did it.
What do you have for that?
Which is exactly what Mahomes' experience was, for example. He had a whole year to just sit behind a proven almost quarterback who we know well. His name is Alex Smith, and he had won a division the year before, and he takes the team to the playoffs, and they gave Mahomes a year to watch. I just there's a huge thing that's underlying on this that I think that is missing from the conversation also.
Which is?
Well, the 49ers do not have an option to jam Trey Lance into a Super Bowl contending roster because the whole roster would revolt. Right. You can't unless
but last year that was what was that?
Because at the beginning of the training camp, at the beginning of camp, the thought was Jimmy's gone, and your other options are Brock Purdy and Nick Sudfeld. Now we've got it confirmed that Fred Warner and Trent Williams are already whispering about Brock. Mike Silver's reporting that when Jimmy gets re-signed, we might be a couple of weeks away from this team thinking you can't start your second best guy. You can't start your third best guy. Mooch said it to us yesterday. Credibility cooked. And the locker room would be gone. If just because people if Kyle came out today and been like, we got to see what Trey's got, we're going with it. Locker room cooked.
No, I hear you.
Done.
And I think it was, but I do think, and I got to get to physical therapy here, but I do also think there was a mini version of that, even though logistically it made sense, bringing Jimmy back last year because they still felt like it was unfinished business.
Sure.
So I know it's,
or they didn't trust what they saw in the offseason.
They did it, and
in training camp,
and
he wasn't great in training camp last year.
No,
I was in denial, but that's where I'm at.
Everybody wanted to say, "Oh, the play calling this and that," and it was a freak accident. I think bringing Jimmy back, I still don't know if Trey gets ran that. Just seeing Trey in this preseason game, granted, if the Niners were willing to lose games, that was the report.
I don't believe
last
that,
season, and I don't either. You know why? Because they wouldn't have ran Trey that much. They would have worked on Trey in the pocket. They would have done those things. But they said, you know what? We got to win football games. That's why I don't believe it. But you brought Jimmy in.
People hate me saying this. And I've said it a lot. But we were headed down a path last year to where Trey Lance was going to get replaced if he hadn't gotten hurt.
I wish that would have happened.
Like that, but then to your point, you would know.
Yes, so then we would just know.
Then you would be like, okay, well, at least you've seen 6 games or 5 games or whatever. But if they were 1-2 after the Denver game or 2-3 or 3-4,
no, he wouldn't have lasted 5 games.
Like Wiseman played, and we saw he shouldn't be starting anymore. Wiseman can't say he didn't get a chance.
I think that the Chicago game, and I know I was there, Mark was there, like the monsoon, all of that stuff. They didn't win the game against the worst team in the league. Like that already was setting it up to be bad for Trey, even though that game was not entirely on him.
Nobody cares about monsoon.
You guys know what a turn down is? You guys watch JT O'Sullivan's videos?
Like my dating life in high school. Turn down.
So JT's coming on at 4:45.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Okay, and I would encourage everybody to go look at his the QB school on social media and details, because we could all watch the game and go, he looks uncomfortable, right? He looks uncomfortable, and at
missing
times
his windows, 1A, 1B.
This is all the stuff you don't see, and turn downs. In other words, wide open receiver.
It was not good.
No, that he decided to not throw.
It's terrible, man.
That's the stuff that the coaches are seeing,
and they've been Steiny.
That's what they're seeing.
Man,
that's what they're seeing.
I tried to fight the fight, man.
Yeah,
I can't. I know you're still hanging on.
We got it. We got time. I'm gonna get you back. Okay, you got jokes. We got time. All right.
Do you?
We're gonna say Trey does it.
Okay, I thought that's what you meant. I'm like,
I called him in bogeys. Holding on.
All right. How shocked would you be at
nothing would shock me right now.
Schefter bomb. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Here we go. All right, I can't wait for crossover tomorrow. All right, Will and the Dibs 2-6.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I wonder if this leads us to a spot. Like, is that where people are? Do people feel like the 49ers have been unfair to Trey Lance? Do you think people feel that way? That the 49ers...
Because of injury during his time with the 49ers. I will say this, though. I do think there is a small percentage of 49er fans, larger maybe on social media, that believes that the 49ers haven't been fair to Trey Lance. Like, I do think that exists. I think it sometimes feels like it's a higher percentage than it actually is via social media, but it exists.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Afternoon, everybody. How we all doing? Xfinity Mobile text line's there for you. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. And hello, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, which, JD, if you're on YouTube, just left for 1 second because you forgot your little mic cover, but now you're back.
Yeah, just
You're
ready to
back.
roll.
Yeah,
I always forget something in the slide, the 4-foot slide.
It's quick, man. It's the electric slide. Yeah, and it's hard to remember all of the moves. There's no doubt. I look at his situation, and I can fully understand the frustration. But, and maybe this is partially because I'm sort of, I don't like the word. I don't love the word unfair. Because when you're a parent, you hear it all the time. It's not fair. And one of the things I try to teach him is, yeah, it is, / there's no such thing. Every experience is different. Every journey is different. Every career is different. If Trey Lance's injuries are not fair, then neither are Brock Purdy's and Jimmy Garoppolo's. And so that's why I sometimes hear a different tone around things. Let's take that, for example. Jimmy Garoppolo was injury prone and can't stay healthy. And Trey Lance is, well, this is unfair. I mean, he hasn't been healthy. Well, so which is it? I don't know. I just know that, like I said a few minutes ago with the whole CNN and Fox thing, this is the dynamic I've noticed. I've noticed that what the 49er quarterback situation has become is people pick one and then go seek out the information / excuses that make that quarterback sound better than he is, as opposed to what I thought everybody was supposed to do here, which is show up, root for the 49ers, unless you're not a 49er fan, look at it however you want, but pull for your team, and like every other position in every other sport, every other year, all the time, every year, whoever plays well and is the best, they get the gig. That's all I'm asking for.
And honestly, that's what's going to happen. It's already happened. I think that's how the 49ers are going to handle it, which ultimately is all that matters. Like, we're going to talk about it today. We've talked about it the last couple of days. We're going to continue to talk about it for the next 3 weeks. It's all right.
That's my error. That's my error. That was
What
an elbow.
was that?
That was an elbow bump. That was like when you butt dial someone, but I did it with the soundboard instead. I don't even hear what it was. What drop
was that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Pool?
I don't
Did
even
he say pool?
I don't even know if I could redo
You caught me off guard. I got no clue.
It sounded like pool. I don't know.
That was weird. Anyway, you were saying. Sorry about that.
I don't even remember what I was saying now. How about that?
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I do wonder genuinely if that's how some of you feel. And we'll take your calls on it. 888-957-9570. You think the 49ers have been unfair to Trey Lance? And I know I guess some people will immediately go to, well, he's only started 4 games. Well, right. But I think, as you just pointed out, if you wanted him to start more games, explain to us how exactly you would have done that. And if you did do that, right, last year his body was not going to allow him to start more than 2. The year before that, it was a combination of his body and that he wasn't the starter that prevented him from starting any more than that. And this year, you would have him start. You would like he has not earned that. So I get that 4 starts is abnormal, not what we would have expected. A bummer, however you want to say it. But I would submit to you that if he started more than that's unfair.
Brock Purdy changed the conversation with the way that he played at the end of last season and in the playoffs. That's all it is. If Brock Purdy had been Nick Mullins or C.J. Beathard over the time that he played and the 49ers eked into the playoffs and then got eliminated or whatever, even won a game and lost and he was bad and never made it to the NFC Championship game. If that had happened, Trey Lance probably would have been reinstalled as the number one quarterback going into this season, assuming that he was healthy.
Right.
Now, would there have been a competition? Probably not. Would there have been a different veteran backup brought in as insurance? Probably.
The Sam Darnold thing feels like it would have happened anyway, in other words.
And I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Yep.
But I do think there wouldn't necessarily be a competition between the two as far as who's going to start. I think at that point, Trey would have gotten that opportunity. And if he had not performed, then maybe you go to Sam Darnold after 5 to 7 games, which I think is exactly what was in play a year ago.
Last year. Yeah.
Garoppolo was brought back to be the backup, but Garoppolo wasn't brought back to like Trey was not. Again, people don't like when I say this, but Trey was not going to get 10 games if they were 2-3, 3-4.
No,
he was not.
Well, this is why
there was too much on the line.
I don't want to say it bothered me because it didn't bother me at all. I felt like I understood it when that happened, the Jimmy G re-signing, and you remember the whole debate. The whole debate was whether or not this was just opportunistic and smart, because you can. This was my favorite line that some of you used. Well, you can never have too many good QBs. Oh yeah, you can. Oh yeah, you can. And here's why: there is a pecking order, and if you are truly sold on a player, I'll give you an example. I was working in San Diego when Phillip Rivers publicly before the draft. The Chargers had the number 7 pick in the draft, and Phillip was getting old. And he was asked, how would you feel if the Chargers drafted a quarterback with the number 7 overall pick? Well, I don't like that at all, daggum. And he was public with it, because you don't flank your franchise quarterback. You don't put someone who's got a lot of weight on that shoulder. You don't do that in professional sports. You don't put someone's replacement right behind them if you've got full faith. Now, some people will respond to that and say, see, they should have shown that faith to Trey. No, you have to earn that faith. And my contention was he didn't earn it. And that's why they brought him back, because they weren't feeling confident. I don't think they ever have. They were in a spot last year.
Yeah,
they were really in a spot. I mean, now knowing what Brock Purdy is, he probably would have ended up playing even if everybody had stayed healthy. Or there's a scenario at least where that had happened.
I think he would have. I think he would have ended up playing because I don't know if everybody's healthy.
In other words, what if Jimmy was on the Commanders?
Right, and Brock won
the backup job.
Yeah, he would have played. Especially if what we now know about how Kyle Shanahan or how the team had felt about him and how Kyle Shanahan felt about him even in last year's training camp. Like, wow, this kid's pretty good. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Was it the Tim Kawakami podcast interview? We went back and we played the sound, and it was...
Dude, that was earth-shattering.
Wait a minute.
That was earth-shattering to me.
Is he saying that he thought Brock was better than Trey last year, but he was still going to give Trey the benefit of the doubt as the player that they had invested in because Brock hadn't actually done anything in game?
Yeah, we'll pull that back up for you and play it for you again if you weren't with us yesterday, but it sounds like that's exactly what he was saying. In other words, Kyle Shanahan sort of admitting that last August, my eyes are telling me that Brock Purdy's better, but I don't have... I and he don't have the resume yet to do anything about that until all these guys play football games.
No doubt. And
that's what he was saying.
Knowing that, Brock Purdy absolutely would have played last year if he had been the backup and Jimmy Garoppolo had been on another team.
Seems likely to me.
Due to, again, in my mind, due to Trey being ineffective.
Yeah, this is about quarterbacking. That's one message I'd like to put out there.
Now, would the leash have been longer for Trey if Purdy had been the backup?
Maybe.
I would say, yeah, probably. Maybe it would have been closer to 7 than 4 games. But with Jimmy, that wasn't going to be the case. And again, every time I say it, I'll stop reiterating that. But every time I say it, people crush me for saying, how do you know Trey would have been? It was already going down that path when they lost to Chicago. That was
going down that path the second that they brought him back.
Horrendous loss.
Yeah. It was going down that road the second they brought him back. I just think that's important. That's important. And I know some of you will disagree with me. This is about quarterbacking. It's not about anything else.
And before anybody, because I know people are out there probably thinking it, but before anybody says it, the Niners can lose to Pittsburgh and Brock Purdy can play badly, and we're not going to be having the same conversation.
And he's starting week 2.
We're not going to be having the same conversation.
No. But let's have the conversation. 888-957-9570. Do you think the 49ers have in some way been unfair to Trey Lance? Let's go to Lamar in San Jose. Hey, Lamar, you're on with Willard. JD's in for Dibs all week. What's up, Lamar?
Hello, hey, how you doing?
Good, man. You?
I don't think doing well. Driving to work, started to loud. A Lamborghini in front of me.
Not bad.
But the Niners have not. To me, no, the Niners have not been unfair to Trey Lance. I think the circumstances, whether it's what they've seen on the practice field, whether it's his injuries, they have predicted where he's at on the depth chart as of now, and Brock Purdy's played. Like, you can't deny what Brock Purdy did in those 8 games. However, I do think some of the media coverage of Trey Lance has been a little unfair because he hasn't really even played 3 games together consistently. Like, people keep bringing, he's played 4 games, and I get that, but he hasn't played 4 games consistently to where you really get to see him in the rhythm. Like, even in the preseason game, he looked uncomfortable and somewhat like he was thinking in the first quarter, and then the second quarter, or towards the end of the second quarter, he started to look like he was just processing and letting it rip. And he made mistakes during that drive as well, but you could just see the difference in comfort level. And we haven't seen him play comfortable. Now, I will say Brock Purdy came in comfortable, but being Mr. Irrelevant comes with no pressure. And so he obviously, it's like he's playing with house money.
Well, Lamar, yes and no. I think it's a good call. I would add, we do that sometimes based on our own sort of view. Oh, Brock Purdy had no pressure. Brock felt pressure. Brock has a life too. Just because he was drafted in the 7th round does not mean he did not have aspirations and dreams of being a quarterback in the NFL. And when you get your shot, that's pressure. You have got to make good on it, or else you remain a 3rd-string quarterback. So Brock had plenty of pressure. He was overtaking a team that was in the middle of a playoff run, and he had a goal to keep it going. And my God, he sure did. We're sponsored by ST Johnson, and we're going to take a lot more of your phone calls. JT O'Sullivan in a couple hours as well. JD's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes, turning your home into restricted airspace. For insecticide-free protection that's people and pet-friendly, get new Raid Essentials Light Trap.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing?
live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live and just check it out. Check it out in the studio. If JD cusses, you'll hear it. It's been set as a plus 1 billion underdog, but who knows? I don't know what's going to happen today.
I'd love to.
Would you?
I'll say that.
Go for it. Grandy's got your back. He's literally got your back. He's behind you, isn't he?
We're not even halfway through. He does.
No.
We're not even halfway through the week yet. Maybe Friday.
Maybe you got his back, right, Grandy? You'd be all right.
TBD.
Yeah, TBD. Okay.
I did that one time.
Take a chance
in
in
Sacramento,
life.
by the way, when I
Did
was
you?
working in Sacramento.
I
Probably
think
about 15 years ago.
We've all done it.
Intentionally.
So did I.
Yeah, okay.
But I thought I was off air. I was trying to mess with my partner.
Oh, yeah.
I was messing around with him, and the mic. I was on one of those little Comrex deals. This was at like the pregame for when I was calling minor league baseball, and he was doing like his pregame hit with the radio station live from the yard, and I was standing next to him trying to make him laugh, and I was just like, BSer, you're a BSer, and but the mic was on, and I wasn't saying BSer. I was saying the actual word.
I probably shouldn't admit this.
Yeah, that was dumb.
That
was really stupid.
Was doing a night show, and it was just me and the board op producer in the studio, and it was just like our setup. Only I'm in your spot. I'm looking at who would be Mark behind the glass, and it just we're kind of going back and forth. He's in my ear saying something. Hey, don't think I won't. Don't think I won't.
Right.
He's like, you think I really won't? And then I did. And then he got so stone faced,
so flustered,
like he went dead.
He froze.
He froze,
and you go like, hit the dump button
for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, you got to hit the button.
Oh,
you got to hit the button.
Early media careers are hilarious. Nobody knows what they're doing. It's so. It's funny.
It all could have ended right there, Mark.
Anyway, it's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So there you have it. So check us out, Twitch and YouTube, and we're going to go to the phones in a second. I did just see this. I might be late to the party. Knowing JD, knowing you probably saw this already. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're one of those people,
and I am,
you like a soap opera, if you like to heckle, if you want to be there for the moment that we've all been waiting for, one day ahead of the actual official release. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our buddy, our Warrior Insider with the Athletic, Anthony Slater, Jordan Poole return night is December 22nd.
We're having a pool party.
All right.
So kids will already be out on Christmas break. Sorry. I don't want to get fired. Winter break, and you can get yourselves some tickets to go to Chase Center and either scream at Jordan Poole or Draymond Green. Your choice. Your choice.
Friday night special.
Oh, what better way to start the holidays? Ring in the spirit with a little Jordan Poole returns to Chase Center night. What do you think he's going to say?
No Jordan Poole.
I don't. I have met him. I've talked to him. I would stop short of saying that I know him, and I don't think he wants to know me. What do you think that's going to sound like, by the way?
I think he's going to get a rousing ovation.
Do you?
I do.
Yeah, probably. There's no real reason to boo him at this point.
None.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't his fault that he got popped. I think there are a lot of Warrior fans.
Not everybody loves the way he plays basketball.
Right, and that was the next thing.
He hasn't handled himself in any sort of a controversial way.
I think a lot of Warrior fans were really frustrated with the season he had and the playoffs that he had, but I don't think that would lead them down a path to boo him, considering how important he was to the 21-22 championship.
I think there'll be that moan, though, that like it's not a cheer and it's not a boo.
And then the cheers are going to take over.
Yeah, then it's just like like it's a Jordan Poole is here kind of a thing. It sounds It'll sound different. Maybe Durant-esque.
And then they're gonna yeah.
Durant's not gonna get booed, is he?
No.
On opening night?
No, although how anticlimactic is that? The guy has his return 4.5 years after his last game with the team.
It feels like
it
feels like old
crazy.
news. It feels like a dead story. All right, JD's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs will take your calls. Do you some way think that the 49ers have been unfair to Trey Lance? Let's go to James, who's all the way out in Louisiana. Hey, James, you're on with Willard and JD. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Good.
That's good, brother. Hey, yeah, I'm going to say, 49ers necessarily weren't unfair to Trey Lance. I mean, it's the NFL. You got a job. It's like any other job, Somebody, you get sick with COVID, any type of thing, somebody steps in and does well, of course the company's going to look at that person for the promotion, even though you was lined up for promotion. So I'm going to say it's not unfair. What I'm going to say is a little unfair. It's the critique of Trey Lance from the media and from everybody. Like, everything Trey Lance does is critique. The way he cuts his hair, the way he walks. I mean, it's just everything.
Is that true, James? James, for real? Like, I have not heard that. I have not heard someone go after Trey Lance's hair.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't remember in the offseason, talking about his hair when he took his hat off. I mean, it's just everything the guy does, man. I mean, it's just Trey Lance can't do anything right, and things that he does good kind of gets, brushed under the rug, So I'm going to say the 49ers aren't being unfair. They're doing their due diligence and trying to win a Super Bowl, and they feel like right now Purdy gives them that best opportunity to reach that height. And I'm not mad at them, but there's a reason why they traded up 3 first-round picks to get the dude, and I mean, just trading him away right now and just cutting him without him getting a lot of opportunities to truly show his skill set, to me, would seem kind of like a waste. And, I mean, you got time. There's no need to rush this thing, and just get rid of him right now or do whatever. Just let him stay on the bench. Let him get his backup time. I mean, you carry 3 quarterbacks, so if, God forbid, anything happens to Purdy or if Purdy doesn't look the same like he does last year, let's give Trey Lance a fair shot. I mean, the Bears game, man. The Bears game. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, James. I think you're being very fair with your assessment of almost all of this. I will tell you that as we sit here today, I don't think that if Brock Purdy gets hurt, Trey Lance is going to get his chance. I think he's going to get his chance if Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold both get hurt, and that's just how I feel today. And that's not me even telling you who I think should back up. That's me telling you who I think will back up. So you remember someone went after Trey Lance's hair?
Yeah.
Was it what? Because
I don't remember it being an actual
media.
Yeah, it was thinning in the way that it was styled. It was stupid.
So what?
It did happen, and it was really stupid.
Okay. Somebody's hair?
I want to say it was more of a social media thing than maybe an actual pundit
like in a
said
LeBron
something,
sort of a way.
But
like
I could
people
be
make
wrong.
fun of LeBron's hairline.
Almost like if I remember correctly, it was almost like, dude, don't even try to style it, just take it out, or just.
I remember specifically it was when he was working out with his personal quarterback coach, Jeff Christensen. He posed for a picture with Patrick Mahomes, who also goes to Christensen. And then there was a UCLA quarterback commit who they were all working out with. And people on social media, specifically Twitter, absolutely were roasting Trey Lance's hairline.
Well,
so I think it's mostly just a Twitter thing.
I mean, that's part of being a celebrity, to be honest with you. That's just, you know what I mean? Like if you got a different look, people are going to say stuff. That's a bunch of, I would hope that Trey could just blow that off.
The 2 things that have come up, though, in the last 2 calls, aside from that, is the critique of Trey Lance. And here's what I think is interesting about the critique of Trey Lance. There is this notion, and we've seen it a little bit over the last 3 days, of, okay, he didn't play well against the Raiders. The extremes of, well, he stinks, and it's just not going to happen, and his career's over. I do think there's an overanalyzation. Yes, right now, I think he's the 3rd best quarterback the 49ers have. That doesn't mean his career's over. It doesn't mean he stinks. It doesn't mean he's a complete bust. Maybe we're heading down that road of he could be a bust, but
I'll agree with you from this standpoint. I would contend
the opinions are so strong.
Yeah, but I would say you're allowed to have that opinion, but don't base it on Sunday. You're right. I did.
Yeah, no, you did.
And I had it before Sunday. And I still have it. But that opinion is largely based on me thinking that that's the 49ers' opinion, based on their behavior. Now, again, it's like this world in 2023 forces you to use big words, big firm words in order to say it. I would never use the word at this point bust, just because there's too many connotations around that. However, and this is one of the things I really want to talk to JT O'Sullivan about, because if you do want to just breathe for a second, and instead of doing the hot take game, and instead of making it about something other than quarterbacking, and you really want to just see what the 49ers see, and the fact that they watch tape, and when they go over the tape, and you can see what JT sees, and not just, oh, Trey's feet didn't look great, or, oh, he threw it out to the flat in the right, and it was overthrown a little bit. That's the stuff that we see. Go to JT's site, the QB school, and look at what the 49ers see. There's so many things going on that you can't see that are terrible for a pro quarterback. When there is somebody running wide open over the middle, think about it. If you're Kyle Shanahan and you're like, okay, I'm an expert play caller, and I call a play, and it runs the guy wide open that it's supposed to run open, and there's a first down or a chunk play waiting there, and Trey Lance, you see it on video, he drops back, and he looks at it, and the receiver is right there, and he goes, nope. And then the receiver runs by another linebacker, and he's even more open. And Trey goes, nope, I'm still not going to throw it. We don't see that on TV. All we see is then he goes to a check down and overthrows it. You go, oh, ball was thrown a little bit high. But if you're Kyle Shanahan, you look at that video and you go, this is a disaster. I can't work with this.
At a minimum, it's part of the reason why he doesn't win the backup job.
Right.
At a minimum. Like he might at a minimum it's all right, well that's a really bad negative play. That's a really bad negative play.
But we don't see it. That's the good aspect of what's happened with social media and the internet. The access that we all have is fantastic. It gets abused. It gets abused and twisted and turned and all of this. But if you really want to go seek out, and this is why, and Kyle sounds all snooty when he says it, hey, the more I can educate, the better. And everyone goes, freaks out about Kyle Shanahan.
The more the better, so I can help educate.
Right. Oh, God, what a jerk. He thinks he knows. He does know something. Can you all just submit that Kyle Shanahan knows more than you? I'll do it. I'll be first. Kyle Shanahan knows way the hell more than me about quarterbacking and football. Way more. So if you want to go see that, you can. And then when you see it, maybe people will come away from all of the things they say that have nothing to do with this, whether it be race or small school or overdoing Brock Purdy or he's sabotaging to all of this junk, absolute junk that is out there for your consumption. You can go find the answers. You just have to try. You have to try. Don't listen to the lazy stuff. That's all it is. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on Willard and JD. What's up, man?
Hey, man. Thanks for saying the word junk. Dude, you guys are getting all these phone calls, and I think they're all seagulls. And they're bringing all this junk. They keep on calling up, hey, Trey Lance should be playing with Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. He's not getting a first shot. I don't get it, bro. Brock is awesome. Literally, the guy was a box checker until his arm was like hanging by his elbow skin. The guy checked every box. Whatever was put in front of him, he did. He was perfect. He had a perfect record. And I don't know why we're getting all this weird vibe from all these callers. Keeps on putting Trey Lance out in the spotlight like Brock doesn't exist. Hey, let's play a game. Let's say Trey is Purdy and Brock is Lance. Take the phone calls, guys. I'm super annoyed by the fan base.
I get it. Jonathan, thanks. And you know what? I mean, even that sort of insinuation, I don't love it because that that makes it all about like the aspects of Brock and the aspects of Trey and that whole CNN and Fox thing that I've mentioned a couple of times. It really shouldn't even exist. This is not Brock versus Trey. They're teammates. They're teammates. They're vying for the same position, and it's a blowout. It's a total blowout.
They're really not even vying for the same position.
Not. Well, not
right?
anymore.
I mean,
not anymore.
That's the part that I think I'm able to put it in that box of, like, I got into this, again, social media, Twitter back and forth, where there was somebody that was trying to go through, and he's asking all these reporters individually, well, who's been the best quarterback at camp? Because there's been people that have said the best quarterback at camp is Trey, and I got into the mix and I said Trey has not been the best quarterback at camp to my eye. Others have said this. He may have the highest completion percentage. I know that number was floating around last week. There have been individual days, I think, where each of the three quarterbacks you could say had the best day, but I'm not evaluating Trey or Darnold at this point on the same level of, like, Brock's done. Brock,
totally.
He's in his own category. Like, I'm evaluating Brock as the starter because they've said it, and he's, in my mind, has earned it for now. We'll see what happens as the season plays out, but I'm more viewing it as Trey versus Darnold at this point when I'm looking at at those two, because we all know Brock's the starter at this point. At least we should.
I think
there was nothing that was going to happen at training camp aside from Brock Purdy not being healthy to where Trey was going to win the starting job over Brock Purdy. Like, that was just never going to happen. So I completely cleaned that from my mind.
Well, they told you
a month ago.
Yeah, they've said it. They've said it all off season.
So that's not. But I do think there are people that still were thinking about it now, and that's fine.
But a lot of people have ended up in the vortex, which I now like. They're car salesmen. You're a car salesman, and here's what I mean by that. If I go to a car dealership, okay, let's say I go to a Mini Cooper car dealership. Well, they're not going to be like, come on in. Oh, do you have kids? Because if you have kids, look at the spacious nature of my car. No, they don't have that to offer. So they're going to show you something else. They're going to hope that I like to zip around. They're going to hope that I like to have some pretty high-tech music gear in front of me and all the things that a Mini Cooper offers. When you're a salesman, you point to the things that you have to offer, and you push away, you try to take your potential customer and do not look over here. Do not look in the trunk because you can barely fit 2 golf clubs back there. Sir, do you golf? Oh, well, no, we're not going to ask that question because we're hoping the answer is no. And that's what a lot of people have done with Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and practice stats. Oh, well, sure, he threw a pick, but who was the receiver? So we're going to make this look. It's the same way we all build our resumes, right? Highlight what we can that's good and make you try to ignore all of the bad. It's a total waste of time. It's a total waste of time.
The other thing that I won't do is go as far as to say, all right, Trey stinks now. Like, that's because I don't want to go that. I don't believe that it's been to that extent from what I've seen, and even if you factor in the game on Sunday, which was bad, like it just changes the course at which Trey would have to get back in the mix.
I agree with you.
Like, he could go out and Trey could go out and be awesome Saturday, and I know Kyle Shanahan said today, at least hinted at today, they're going to flip it. Darnold is going to.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, Darnold is going to start and get the first half, and then Trey's going to come in at some point. So he is going to keep that even, as he has with the practice reps to this point between the two as he evaluates. So he's keeping it all fair as far as that goes.
I agree with you. That's also just about tone, though. I would say it this way. Do I think Trey Lance stinks? Let's move on.
Yeah, and I'm not coming down your road either.
No.
It just does seem like that's been, like, as the days have gone on, it feels like there's been more of that.
I think there are some major concerns. That's what I would say. I think that Trey has some characteristics that you should not have in your third year, whether you've played at all. Whether you have played at all. He has 0 starts. And there were things in that Raider preseason game that you should not see in year 3 in the NFL. Steve in Foster City. Hey, Steve, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm at work. I'm actually just pulled into Home Depot. Hey, I got a quick analogy. I don't know if someone else has said this, but it's funny because you're a car salesman. It was a perfect segue. So say you go into the showroom and you buy this really nice Range Rover, right? Looks beautiful, got all the bells and whistles, but, Range Rovers really aren't all that reliable. You come to find out after driving it around a little bit that, it kind of goes back to the shop a couple times, but you got this nice Chevy Tahoe that's sitting in the garage. It's very reliable. Now, you're going to put your family in which car to go, say, on a long road trip at, say, 17 trips, 17 stops? Which one are you going to feel good about getting your family from point A to point B and back home?
So, Steve, the answer's obvious. I think it's a very good comp, but I also have something I really want to say about that. And it has nothing to do with the way we talk about Trey. It has everything to do with the way we talk about Brock. Okay? That's coming up next. Plus, we've referenced this Michael Lombardi comment a couple of times, and mindful of the fact that many of you have probably not heard it, we'll play that for you around the bend as well. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. JD's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. At East Bay Law Practice, our mission is simple: to secure the best.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, couple quick things. First of all, I'm already looking forward to this, man. I'm already looking forward to this. Red and Gold Summit. The Warriors Summit was such a jamming success. We had such a great turnout. So many great listeners with so much great energy and just absolute Klay Thompson haymakers from John Dickinson at Buon Vino. That was such a great day. And Dibs and I are more than happy to turn half of our show over to the entire crew. There's that also. So I'm super pumped that the Red and Gold Summit has been announced. And you may have heard about it earlier today. Bonte and Joe launched it at about 8 o'clock this morning with the first announcement. I know Alan and Goo were talking about it as well. Join all of us, all of your favorite and not so favorite 95.7 The Game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year Tuesday, August 29th. This is 2 weeks from yesterday, okay? We'll start it off, me and Dibs, at 2 o'clock, and then the summit goes through the second half of our show from 4 to 6. Debate, answer burning questions, everything red and gold related during a live show as we get ready for the NFL season right in front of you, our loyal listeners. If you didn't go to Warrior Summit, you really should come to this. It's a whole lot of fun. So Tuesday, August 29th, the Red and Gold Summit, Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden in San Ramon, which is now featuring not only great food and drink, but the Lynx Top Golf simulators. I'm going early.
Wow.
I know that.
It's impressive.
School start, and I would drop the kids off at 8, and I'm going. I'm just going to go hit golf balls all day until the show starts. All right, JD's in for Dibs. We'll go back to the calls in a sec. I will say, and I know that our last caller didn't mean this, with his analogy of you buy a Range Rover and you drive it around a little bit, and it keeps having to go back to the shop. But you got your Honda is in the garage, and it is so reliable. You've been driving it for 10 years. And so if you had to take the family on vacation, which car would you take? Through a 17-stop journey. Well, obviously what he's tracking toward is the Honda. And I know you didn't mean this, but...
You don't want to call Purdy a Honda?
Stop calling him a Honda. Why does Brock Purdy have to be, just because of when he was picked, why does he have to be limited in terms of who he could be in this league? Why does it have to be that way? I know the obvious stuff. Oh, he doesn't have a howitzer of an arm. Right, like most of the other good quarterbacks in the league. I know Pat does. I know Josh does. I know Herbert does. I know a lot of great quarterbacks in the league who don't. Why does he have to be 6'4"? Why does he have to have great wheels, which we thought Trey Lance has, and now we don't? So I do wonder that sometimes. As much as you're all right to say Brock Purdy might not be great, I think it's unfair to say that he definitely won't be.
I think it's interesting because I think that's more than fair. I think when you look at it, I think you can make the case. We don't know yet what the ceiling is going to be. And I think that goes back to the conversation we were having a little bit yesterday where you were talking about the excitement and why is the excitement down. And I think maybe part of that reason is that there's this belief that Brock has already peaked because it was so good. Because it was so good last year that we've seen the best of Brock Purdy. And you know what? There's no way this 7th-round pick is going to keep doing that. He's probably closer to Jimmy, or he's probably closer to Kirk Cousins. And yeah, they can win with him, and he can be pretty good. But is he really going to be that superstar franchise quarterback that is the luxury vehicle as opposed to the Honda? That's the part that I think people. But you're right. You can't assume that he's a Honda.
You can't assume it.
I agree with you on that.
Like he's probably not the same way every human being is probably not.
Well, you can't assume that he's a Honda any more than you can say that Trey Lance is a Pinto.
Right
now.
I mean, this is where to me the Tom Brady comp does work. I don't like using their names in the same sentence because Tom Brady's the most accomplished quarterback of all time. I'm not going to put that on Brock Purdy. I understand that they were both late-round picks. But, again, if you're going to call Joe Montana and Tom Brady, if you're going to run around and talk about how these are the two greatest quarterbacks of all time, well, look at them. Look at them. Look at their skill set. Look at their body. Look at the way they move. There's literally nothing special about either of them. And they're the two most accomplished quarterbacks who've ever put helmets on. So that's all I'm saying. Yes, it can happen. And he obviously does not need to be that for this to be really a good thing. He could be well short of Montana and Brady, and this could still be. Plus, I can give you, as you all know, we can give you a list that goes to the rest of the show of the people who are 6'4", who have a howitzer, who can't play. Jeff George, what an arm. Cool. What does that do for you? It does nothing for you. So, Marcus in the city here with Willard and JD. Hey, Marcus, what you doing?
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Good.
I'm just calling to say, but if y'all watched that game when he was going to be the starter of the Texas game in the preseason, I don't even think we scored in that game, and he had control of that game. You know, he was the man behind center. And when Kyle Shanahan seen that, that's when he re-signed Jimmy Garoppolo, because they was going to get rid of him that year.
You talking about the preseason game last year, Marcus?
Didn't have it.
Marcus, are you talking about the preseason game last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Third preseason game last year.
You might be right, but I would just also, I keep trying to submit this. I think that we see these preseason games and we suddenly have a big reaction because that's what we see. Kyle sees everything. You know what I mean? And you can get mad at his quarterback evaluation, and that's all fair. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking just about he's in the building, and they're watching practices, and they're watching film, and I don't think – do you think this, JD? I don't think Kyle Shanahan goes into any one preseason game and goes, okay, that's it. Now I've made up my mind.
Never.
Like, he's got a big, huge bucket of data, evidence, impressions, all of those things.
No, I think he went through this offseason in part believing that Brock Purdy may not be ready to go. So Trey Lance alone, and he was dealing with coming off his own injury, but Trey Lance alone was not going to be enough in terms of just having assuming that he could be the backup.
Yeah.
Like they needed another veteran quarterback to basically take the Jimmy spot at this point because you didn't know, even if you thought Trey was going to start. And I think you could make the case that Kyle Shanahan had some reservations about that, assuming Purdy wasn't ready. Even if you thought Trey was going to, you still need another veteran in the room beyond Trey. And so they go and they get Darnold, and then it trends toward, all right, Brock's good to go. So it sets up now this competition between those two. And the reason there's the competition between those two is because of the reservations that have been built up over what Trey Lance has done within the building when he has had the opportunities that not everybody has been able to see. That's part of it.
I agree. I think that our perception sometimes is that coaches, and this is not just Shanahan, that coaches are like us. Like, we sit down, we've got a remote control, we got a beer, and we're like, okay, let's react. And we're just like, okay, we see what we see the results, we either like them or we don't. A coach is much more proactive than that. A coach is looking for certain things. You heard when Kyle said the other day, I'd love to see Trey play more like this, like be more aggressive, be more decisive. I'm looking for that. So he's got this, in other words, this bar or this list of things. And it's like, I want you to do this. And until you do those things, we're not moving on to the next step. Do you know what I mean? It's like teaching a kid to ride a bike. I'm not sending you out into the street until I can see you do it in the private parking lot or a playground at your school, and then we're going to head you out into the street. Well, if you're not hitting those markers in practice in camp, well, then we're not doing a game yet.
Well, and to that point, the play that he was referring to when he mentioned that was the interception that turned into a touchdown. It was maybe the worst play of the day.
One of them.
One of them, fair. But he liked
that he pulled the trigger at least.
So he found something even in that to where we're all thinking, oh my God, that's the worst play we've ever seen him make. And he's thinking, well, yeah, okay, yes, you don't want to see an interception, but I want to see the process by which he got to make that throw.
Do you know what's fascinating about that comment? And again, this is one of the reasons JT O'Sullivan is coming on in an hour and a half. I almost wonder now, watching JT's video about this play at his own 10-yard line where he just had a receiver wide open twice for what would have been at least a 20-yard gain and never threw it. Now maybe you understand. Kyle sees that. And then when you go to the touchdown play, you're like, oh, that's why Kyle liked it. Because at least the guy cocked the ball and threw it.
Yeah, open.
The first play is like he never threw it. It just sits there and takes the sack. And then the fans are like, well, there's no offensive line. It's like, oh, my God. You got to get rid of the ball. Of all three quarterbacks, he had the longest period of time on average to throw the ball in that game. We're sponsored by SC Johnson. Yeah, JT O'Sullivan in an hour and a half, but a lot more of your calls next. Plus, things are all done at Oracle Park, and there's a couple things to say about that as well. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes, turning your home into restricted airspace. For insecticide-free protection that's people and pet-friendly, get new Raid Essentials Light Trap.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the short.
Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
And Rayleigh hammers this one, and it's off the bricks. And it caroms way past Meckler. And we got a guy that's going to have an inside the park home run.
That has to be the first of those for him. My goodness. We don't see many balls come off the bricks like that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
But JD is in for Dibbs. That, of course, is Kruk and Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah, that was a big dude that was coming around for an inside the park home run, and there was no throw. Let's put it that way. That one was easy.
It's not often that you smoke a ball 415 feet and have to run for your life.
But you did. But he got a home run.
But he did get a home run.
He's like, Brandon Belt just watched that and went, how come that never happened for me? Those things always turn into doubles.
I could have had 10 of those.
Oh, gosh. Giants lose 6-1. And Tampa takes 2 out of 3 in the 3-game set. And JD is here with what is normally reserved for my kind of reaction. But you are here to say, hey, at least they got one.
It's one of my 2 favorite lines from the week. It's they didn't get swept.
They didn't get swept.
Or it's imagine how today would have looked if they had lost last night. There's kind of 2 different versions
I
of
guess
the same.
The fearful,
we're playing that game all week.
Yeah, the fearful side is now you're on your way to Atlanta, and like the Giants fans, rightfully so, have no confidence that they're going to win any of those 3, and you have to not get swept again this weekend. You know, there were a bunch of other losses in the wild card race last night, so the Giants had a good night last night. They gained a game on almost everybody who's right next to them. And so that gives you a little bit of wiggle room as you work your way through this really, really difficult portion of the schedule. But Atlanta being 6 of the 9 games, let's not mince words, it's terrifying. Atlanta's unbelievable.
Yeah.
They don't lose baseball games.
They're fantastic. I read a note today the Giants have been, I think, in the top 5 or 6 in the league in terms of against good teams, against 500 better teams.
Yes.
The Giants they've played better against those teams, or about the same against those teams as they have against sub 500 teams, which is, I think, some of the frustration from Giants fans as far as just where they are overall. The Giants also haven't been swept a lot this year. They really haven't. I mean, I count them on one hand, I think, the amount of times that they've been swept this year in 3-game series. And there's been a couple of 2-gamers.
Well, and then there was the delayed Detroit sweep.
Yeah.
Where they lost 2 and then came back a couple of months later, lose the 3rd.
Right. And that came on the heels of another one.
Washington.
Right before that, which was a pretty bad one. But again, against bad teams, they've been swept on the road. So, I don't know. I have a confidence, and now they're getting the rotation back kicked around to where they're going to have Cobb and Webb in that series for 2 of the 3 games in Atlanta.
Yep.
I'm confident that they cannot get swept in that series. I know that's...
What a goal.
Wah, wah, wah. This is me being... Sometimes I get accused of being a little too negative.
Yeah.
But
look at you.
This is Johnny Positivity, and and when I say it, it's like people have got to be like, come on, do you even believe that, JD? I do.
Yeah.
I don't say things I don't believe.
Well, but that's really, they just need to play a little bit over 500 the rest of the way, and they should go to the playoffs.
And I don't think they're a great team. I know you and I have had that conversation. I don't think they're a horrible team. I think, yes, they've overachieved. I think the late inning stuff has a lot to do with that. No, they can't hit most days. They have been a weird team full of a lot of nuance, but the thing I keep coming back to is, man, if they end up making the playoffs, which I really think they're going to, this year is going to be, and this is where Giants fans may scream, this year's going to be deemed a success.
No doubt.
Like if they win 88, 87 games,
as it should,
and are the 5 seed and play Philly, win or lose,
make
doesn't
the playoffs.
matter. Like that's going to be deemed a success, and it's going to be.
Even with expanded playoffs, I still believe that you make the playoffs. That's a good year, and who knows what they do when they get there? You know, what if they win a series or two?
Yeah, although now you have to win a series to get
to a series and then win
where
a series.
you were before.
Yeah. I understand
that sort of thing.
I get it, but yeah, there's still 2 games clear.
Now you have to win a series where you used to have to win a game. And anyway,
totally. Well, we're going to get back to the Niners here in just a few minutes, but there's a couple things, and I saw you last night, JD. I want to know this. Why can't you just take anything that Kapler does at face value? Any of it. And for those who don't know what I'm referencing, him getting tossed last night felt to me like you were very much accusing him of and I don't want to say going out to get thrown out on purpose, because I think that managers do that all the time.
Sure. Yeah, no.
But he got thrown out from the dugout before he came out.
He's so stubborn.
It appeared to me like you were trying to say he was simply putting on a show.
I think he was. I think it was a box to check because this team is struggling so mightily. I think he's aware enough to know that he doesn't bring the fire crowd, so I'm going to pick my spot to bring the fire. It was more innocuous for me. To me, it was more nothing than anything, if that makes sense. It was more just, okay, like you said, he got thrown out. A lot of managers do that. That's fine. Yeah, he did it. I do struggle with
Gabe Kapler.
I struggle with believing that the things that he says and does are genuine. I do. You're
not alone.
You're not alone. That's just, and that's not, my interactions with him, and I'll be bluntly honest, I don't think he knows full freight a lot of the things that I said before he took the job.
That's not how you feel?
Totally, but whatever. I think I've been made aware that some of it.
I would bet that he does.
Some of it, yes, but maybe not to the extent.
It has been explained to me many times, and the Warriors are the best example.
No doubt.
Like, they know.
For sure. But my interactions with him, like, always respectful. And when he explains things, he explains them pretty well. Like the times where I've been covering games and in the dugout, like he does explain things. Like it's like, all right, you gave me. He's really good at knowing what their company line is and delivering it.
Obviously.
Yeah.
We got a couple of obviouslies last night in his dissertation about getting thrown out, which was amazing. There
is the undertone of
I know
we're
more
all
than you.
Smarter than you, and I'm like why, like a little bit of like an eye roll of like, why are you even asking that? Or that's the right question. That's the one that actually bothers me
when he says the right question.
I think that's the right question to ask.
I get why he rubs people that way, although I would submit that I have heard people say that about all 3 of the quote unquote, I know you're not supposed to call him a head coach, he's a manager, but I have heard people call Steve Kerr smug. Grandy plays a bite continuously about Kyle Shanahan talking about educating other people.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Okay. Yeah. And then Gabe Kapler. Well, that is the right question. So good job by you for asking it.
And I guess
and so all 3 of them, maybe Kapler the most, but all 3 of them,
you hit it.
All 3 of them have the propensity to make you feel like they're telling you we're smarter than you. Which, by the way, when it comes to their specific subject, they are.
Fine.
Just say.
Here's the thing, though. I don't put Gabe Kapler in the same category as Kyle Shanahan or Steve Kerr.
Nor should you.
In terms of so I look at it a little bit differently.
Absolutely.
There. Like I think like Kyle Shanahan, when people say offensive play designing genius, I'll buy that.
Absolutely.
Like head coach,
and Steve
we can
Kerr,
quibble about his head coach.
right.
Steve Kerr's resume
He's
speaks
got
for
4
itself.
championships.
As a human, as a coach, as a player,
Gabe is much.
Gabe is like,
he's newer.
I don't know.
He's younger and newer.
I'm not totally discounting it,
Right?
but it's like you're not on that level.
No.
I'm not.
I don't. No, he's not. He's not. He's got a manager of the year on his resume. That's about as far as that goes. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And I also think he's quirkier. He's more different than those guys. And so I have no issue when someone is like Gabe Kapler rubs me the wrong way. I will tell you, I find everything he does to be the most amusing freaking thing I've ever seen in my life. That's just me. And those things have nothing to do with managing baseball, by the way. I think it's super quirky and weird and interesting that the manager of the Giants puts on black denim, rides a bike down the Embarcadero, finds a burger, and makes an IG Live. It's totally weird.
Literally dripping with flavor.
I love different. I'm from the Bay freaking area.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I love different.
I don't.
You know what I mean? I love Bochy too, but you know what I don't? I don't want cookie cutter manager. Well, we thought that hit and run and this. Get out of here. I dig it. It's different. So that's me. I get it. If Gabe rubs you the wrong way.
It also is, and this is the thing that I've come to accept, he is just an extension of what they do. Like
that's what they're all doing.
It's not.
And you don't have to love it. I get it if you don't.
And that's fine. Like I was having this conversation with somebody with a friend of mine. It's this notion, because I think this happens a lot with the Giants. Like, well, Farhan has been terrible, but Kapler, it's like if you think like Farhan's been terrible and giving him all these bad players and all that,
in a way, you have to say that the other one's doing a great job.
And it's like, no, like it's not that. Like it's not that.
No, they're all on the same page.
It's the fact that they're all like Gabe is executing. I'm not saying Farhan's really managing the team.
He's got a hand in it.
But that's the way it is now.
Yeah.
Like it's just that.
That's not. You're right. And what I don't like is when people go, the Giants are doing it this way. They're all doing it that way.
Yes, to a certain extent. Yes,
to a degree.
Yes, but it's like, well, they're kind of like you almost can't separate them. Like can't like it in a way. So I've just kind of come to accept. All right, he's explaining why why the iPad, and I mean I say that somewhat facetiously, but why the iPad says they should do this or that or their process behind it. And I will say he does. I do think he explains it well.
I agree with you. Yeah, if you sit in a room with these people and they'll talk to you, you're like, oh, okay. Like I may or may not still agree with it, but I get it. I get what you do. It's like they're not crazy people. They're also not the robots you think they are. I've tried to tell people this. Farhan's one of the most fun dudes to sit in a room and talk with of anybody in the whole organization. He's a dude. He is a total dude. You just sit there and nice guy. Not human being. I didn't have to talk to him through a laptop or anything. Like I just looked at him and he looks at you.
Yeah.
And you have a conversation like he's another human being.
And again, I'm in this weird spot where I actually don't think Farhan's done a terrible job, but Gabe doesn't really do it for me. So I'm almost in the opposite of where.
Well, some of it is just, and I've been in these situations before where somebody just gets on your nerves.
Well, it's not personal either. Like there was never some interaction where Gabe, tried to embarrass me or anything like that.
This is being a human being.
I just couldn't stand his act with Philly.
And they couldn't either.
It was like
they couldn't either.
Kind of jokish, but in all honesty, it really hasn't been that way. It looked like it might get that way a little bit the first year, the pandemic year, but they figured that out.
I even see it. I can hear stuff where I'm like, oh, that's gonna bother people. That's gonna bother people, and for whatever reason, it makes me laugh. I'll give you an example. Last night, he's talking about getting thrown out. For those of you who don't know when he got thrown out because he was screaming at the ump who was ruining the strike zone sideways completely, but he got thrown out from the dugout because he was defending the young kid who just got called up, Wade Meckler, who had got called out on strikes, or actually I think he swung and missed in his first at bat because strike 1 was high, strike 2 was high. So then he swung at strike 3, which was even higher because he's like, I don't know where the strike zone is. So he made a comment to the ump and moved on. The next time he comes out to hit, again, strike 1, and it's about 6 inches above the zone. So Cap is screaming at him, and the ump turns and tosses him from the dugout. And then he comes out, and he says whatever he says for his 45 seconds, and then struts off with biceps to the dugout. The hilarious thing for me is when they ask him after the game, he talks about, I just earlier today was reading an article that was written about Wade Meckler, and I learned that he is the type of guy that we should all be standing up for. We need to stand up for guys like Meck. And I immediately went, dude, you're calling him Meck?
But that's exactly exactly why it's him getting kicked out.
Right. The first part of your statement makes it sound like you don't even know him. You just read an article about him. And so I get if it bugs you for whatever reason, it makes me laugh.
But that to me that's an admission that it was
so funny.
Contrived.
like
that's the guy. Because I'll be honest with you, part of what I'm thinking in the moment is, why would you do that? The guy that never does that, right? I think he's been ejected 5 times or something. One other time this year. Why would the guy who never does that do it when Wade Meckler's up? And then he explains that was actually part of it. Like that, to me, that's kind of laughable. That's kind of.
What if I submit to you this, though?
That's kind of Bush League. It's
maybe,
weak.
But
it's fake.
I see what you're saying, but by the same token, is it not part of being a coach to pick the right spot to stand up for your guys? And then sometimes you also come down on them. Like what was fascinating was who was pitching with these bad calls. His name was Zach Littell.
Yeah.
Now, Zach Littell, he did not have his back because Zach acted like a complete, you-know-what, out on the mound and showed Gabe up. Like part of being the head coach or a manager of a team is knowing your people and knowing when's the right moment for me to have their back and then when's the right moment for me to come down on them.
And I'll say this for Gabe, and this is a credit to him because it's one of the things that has surprised me. I'm surprised there haven't been more Zach Littells.
I agree
I'm
with you.
surprised there haven't been more Alex Woods.
Alex Wood is the next.
I'm surprised. And I think some of it is the type of people that Farhan brings in, because I do think that's part of the calculus. Like, I do think Farhan tries to bring in.
Are you saying
not
yes
people, but
okay.
people that he can evaluate to the best that anybody can that are gonna, you don't want to have too many a-holes in the room.
All right.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the right way to curse without cursing.
I mean, I think the 49ers have done that too.
The
Warriors do not.
Well, you can have one.
Okay.
Now they have 2. We'll see how it works out.
Good point.
Right? Because there's kind of a rule. You can have 1, but you can't have 2.
Yeah.
You have 2, then it's a problem. But it just... So I don't know. I think it just... It does rub me the wrong way, but I think I'm surprised it hasn't happened more.
I'm kind of with you on that.
I mean, my whole take on it was initially, I thought the Kapler hire, so this is going back to 2019 and then before the pandemic, I thought the Kapler hire had the potential to be a complete and utter disaster. It hasn't been. Like, I was wrong. Like, I've said, like, I was wrong.
That was one of the most.
Forget about 2021. Like, it just hasn't been. This year it hasn't been. Last year it wasn't, even though they were 81 and 81.
Wouldn't you agree? Because, I mean, for a good portion of my career, I'm obviously following the Bay Area from where I lived, which was not here for a good portion. But wouldn't you agree that was one of the most tense press conferences?
Yeah, it was.
In recent memory in this city.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember thinking, okay, Bruce Bochy, Felipe Alou, Dusty Baker, even Roger Craig, R.I.P., just passed away. Like, you could go back basically my whole lifetime, and it's like, those are the 4 managers? And I remember thinking to myself, you hire this guy? Like, that ain't going to fly with...
No, it's one of the things when people ask...
The fan base.
Yeah, it's one of the things when people ask me, and I get it a lot, like, why do you defend these dudes so much? Why are you... Like, because I do think they make mistakes, but I do think that they do a good job. I do understand where they're coming from, and I also like part of their process. And part of their process that I really admire and I wish for myself more in my life is the ability to say, this is exactly what I'm going to do. I know that I want to do it, and I am not going to hear a damn bit of the outside noise. Farhan was told for 3 weeks, don't you dare hire Gabe. We're going to write articles. We're going to write articles before you even do it. Or an article, don't hire Gabe. Dodgers, minor league system, don't hire Gabe. And Farhan went, I'm hiring Gabe. Farhan,
I know.
Farhan, do not back out of Carlos Correa. You better turn around and go back and get him. We need a big name, big money. You did it. You finally did. Do not back out. He's like, I'm backing out. I'm backing out. And if those are the two moments that we can use as an example, the best examples of that, he's 2 for 2. He's 2 for 2. Even if you don't like Gabe Kapler, it's like you just said, JD.
Well, it hasn't been a disaster.
There's no way you can call it a disaster. And if I had told you at that press conference that that was 2019, that over the next, obviously one of them was a pandemic season, but over the next 3.5 years, you would have broken the NL West losing streak and have a Manager of the Year award on the shelf? I don't know.
My thought.
What are you going to say?
My thought was when he pushed through talking about Farhan Zaidi and hired Gabe anyway. I just can't remember because I was very high on the Farhan Zaidi hire. Like I think he's super impressive.
Me too.
And I remember thinking, how could a guy so impressive pick that guy? That was my it was like,
surprising.
It was like you got to like that. In a way, it was for me. Well, that's telling me that something maybe I've misevaluated Farhan a little bit.
Or maybe we misevaluated Gabe a little bit.
Possible.
I'm always going to be open to different, and then it's got to be disproven. So much of what I don't mean you, so much of what people may not like about Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi is not real. Like he got booed when he went out to get Logan Webb the other day. You know who wasn't upset about being taken out?
It was Logan Webb.
Logan Webb wasn't upset about being taken out.
Not that day.
Not that day.
But another day that might be the case.
Absolutely. And so we can always have our opinions about it, but I believe in that case, the fan base made controversy that wasn't there. That's not a weird thing to do. When a player goes out for a complete game and then with 2 outs gives up a double and an all-star closer is sitting there, it is not an odd decision to go to the closer. And then, oh, by the way, the closer comes in and gets a weak ground ball and confirmation bias run amok. You can have all kinds of issues with Gabe Kapler, but that was not a controversial day. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
No.
So that's all. That's all. I get it. I totally get it if they rub you the wrong way.
Well, and then,
I really do.
And then the other part of it, and this gets into the conversation that I've had with buddies of mine that are Giants fans, and it's like, well, if you like it, you don't like it. It's if you don't like it, they're winning enough to where it's going to keep get used to it.
Not going anywhere.
Get used to it.
Yeah. Well, and in fact, coming up next, we'll get back to your 49er phone calls, but we can also toss in. We're going to do the Lombardi thing too, the Michael Lombardi thing. If you haven't heard it, because now Raheem Mostert just responded to that, and so we want to get back to that. But a couple quotes from Greg Johnson, the chairman of the Giants, with regard to the futures of Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler. So we've got all of that coming up, and we're 1 hour away from J.T. O'Sullivan, former 49er quarterback who now runs the QB school, who I thought had unbelievable content with regard to Trey Lance's outing last Sunday. So all of that is coming up. But back to your calls, 888-957-9570. JD is in for Dibs. 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs.
Big news! Meet the largest land animals to ever live at the California Academy of Sciences, world's largest dinosaurs exhibit. Let me tell you guys something. I took baby Chaz the other day, and it was spectacular. She didn't want to leave. We kept going.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, this is interesting because we are going to get back to your calls. Trey Lance related shortly here, just a moment. And then JT O'Sullivan in an hour. JD is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. Thank you for being with us. We're excited to continue chatting it out. More on the Red and Gold Summit that has just been announced in just a moment. But we just had... that was like art imitates life, I guess, as they say. Like we just had an organic conversation about the Gabe Kapler situation based on some things you tweeted last night. And then all of a sudden, little did we know that while we were having that conversation, take a listen to what was happening in Gabe Kapler's office at Oracle Park after their 6-1 loss today. And before you play it, guys, let me set this up. This is based on something that both happened today and earlier this week. The only moment that mattered for the Giants offensively today, they loaded the bases. I think it was either the 7th or the 8th inning.
Yeah, 7th.
They're down 6-0. Lamont Wade walks to make it 6-1. And then here comes the big next at bat. Obviously, you need someone to get a hold of something to make this a game. They pinch hit for Wade Meckler, the new kid who's left-handed, with Austin Slater. Questions had come up about a similar situation Monday night. Bases loaded. Giants down. Needed a big bop. Left-hander on the mound, and they let Wade Meckler hit. And Cap was asked at the time, why did you not use Ramos to pinch hit? Slater was not available. But why did you not use Ramos? And he answered it then. And then so today, he does pinch hit for Meckler with Slater, and the subject comes up, and take a listen to the back and forth.
Earlier this series, we talked about why you stuck with Wade Meckler with the bases loaded against a lefty. Bases loaded against a lefty tonight, you decided to pinch hit Slater for him. What changed, if anything, in that decision?
I'm absolutely happy to make the distinction, but I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Is it just Slater versus Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a disrespect to Ramos in any way, but I think Ramos has like 4 career pinch hit at bats. Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. So I don't mind, of course, explaining something, but I just sometimes wonder if the question is, hey, can you say it? Or if that distinction isn't clear. I'm just curious about that.
Slater hasn't been hitting awesome either. He has more of a track record, sure, but...
Would you agree that he's one of the 5 best right-handed pinch hitters over the course of the last 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
Do you think there's that creates a distinction between him and a guy that has 4 career pinch hit at bats?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm just wondering if what you're asking is for me to say that, or if like whether or not there's a distinction at all for you.
It was a similar situation, so I think people would be interested to learn and hear you explain it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, again, Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball, particularly against left-handed pitching over the course of the last 3 seasons. And so in that situation, we trust that he's going to go up there and have a good at-bat. He did, and he grounded into a double play. But I had him go up there because he's really, really good at that. Just has had a stretch where he hasn't had a lot of success.
Okay. You go first. There was a moment where I got why that happened. That's a very weird back and forth, though. Like the immediate reaction is that feels like it was unnecessary to turn that into 2 minutes. Sort of turned on the reporter. He finally said something that made it click to me as to why he did it. He felt like he was being baited to say that Austin Slater's better than Elliot Ramos.
Well, now, so what?
Correct.
He is.
Yeah, and this is on NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm not defending him. That was unnecessary. I felt you didn't need to.
Wholly unnecessary.
Yeah, you
just
didn't
answer the question.
You didn't need to take it there. I would say that Gabe felt like he might be being baited, and it happened at a time where they are clearly frustrated. But it's not an excuse. He should have just answered the question the way he eventually did in the end.
Yeah,
that's what he should have done.
It's an overthink. I mean, it's a vintage Gabe Kapler overthink. Like, just answer the freaking question. Just be genuine. Like I feel like Gabe, and this is he constantly wants to act like he's genuine, but really be extremely prepared about everything. And it's like, you know what? It doesn't matter whether the reporter asking the question knows the answer. That actually doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. But again,
he's asking you to say it because you need to say it because you're the freaking manager.
Correct.
You're the manager.
You heard the spot though where he's checking to see if he's being baited.
What do you mean being baited? Who cares if he's being baited?
Well,
baited into what? Baited into saying Austin Slater's a better pinch hitter than Ramos?
Baited into saying something bad about one of his players.
He was being asked about an in-game decision.
I am in full agreement with you that he should have
just... The question is Slater a better option to pinch hit for Wade Meckler than Ramos?
Right, but I get that.
Saying yes is not some...
I want to make sure
that he says yes to that.
This is a devil's advocate conversation. I'm fully with you.
He's worried about hurting Ramos's confidence? I mean, what are we doing?
Whatever. I'm fully with you. There was a very easy way. In fact, he has answered that question the same way over and over all the time. Similar questions. I see that as a moment where the Giants are cracking right now. That's obvious. The Giants are cracking. And so on a frustrated day as they get ready now to pack bags and go play the best team in baseball, Gabe cracked. And he shouldn't have.
But the fact that you crack on a question about Austin Slater, who, as he eventually answered it, like that's a no-brainer to hit Austin Slater in that. Like he doesn't even that's a no-brainer.
Absolutely.
But to have that be
you're right.
The answer that you crack on
you're right.
shows that the whole thing is a house of cards, in my opinion.
Well,
in terms of his,
I don't want to say that.
I'm going to answer this, and I'm going to answer
there's no reason for it to have been taken there.
Like you can't keep your composure on that question.
I don't think he lost his composure.
I think he did.
You
can lose your composure without screaming and yelling.
Yeah. I mean,
he lost his composure.
I guess for him.
Yeah, and he didn't have to yell at somebody to lose your composure.
I'm with you. There's an easy way to answer that one, but I could tell when the last time he asked it, I could tell what he was basically thinking, and I'm not having his back here, but what he was thinking was, look, if it's already obvious that Austin Slater is a really good pinch hitter and Elliot Ramos is brand new, if it's already obvious, then why are you asking me to say it? Because that is potentially putting me in a bad spot with my clubhouse. I'm with you, JD, but I could tell that that's what he was thinking. And he's wrong. He's wrong. He made a mountain out of a molehill is the easiest way to say it.
He
made a mountain out of a molehill.
The other thing is, it's just the simple matter of, sometimes questions that are asked by the media are very basic because you need to get the person to say it on the record. It's one thing for me to say,
absolutely,
hey, I think he did this or that. Well, if you're writing a game story, you can't just assume that without having a quote. Like if you have an opportunity to interview and actually ask the question. So you need the manager or coach to say it.
You're 100% right. I will also say this is interviewing technique, and it's so hard. It sounds so easy. It's so hard.
A lot of his job is just answering the obvious.
But the interviewing thing that's so hard for us to do is ask the question in as few words as possible.
True.
If instead of going, hey, so 2 days ago we talked about Wade Meckler, and he didn't get pinch hit for when Ramos was available, but today he did get pinch hit for when Slater's available. So hey, Cap, what's up with that? Was kind of, I think, the way Gabe heard it. If you had just said, because 2 days ago, his answer was, we think Wade Meckler is going to be excellent against left-handers. If you said, hey, you told us 2 nights ago that he's going to be great against left-handers. Tonight you pulled him. Why? I bet he would have gotten the genuine answer he was looking for. But it's not on the reporter's fault at all. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that question.
Nothing wrong with that question.
Nothing wrong with that question. And
Gabe. Gabe took offense at something that was not offensive. That's the way I would say.
You can say that I'm reading too much into it, but it does play to what I already have believed about Gabe Kapler, which is the fact that he is like a lot of this. I'm cool, calm, collected. I got the perfect answer for every situation ready because I've probably spent some time in the clubhouse thinking about it. And now I'm gonna lose my cool.
Do you know what's
interesting? I think a lot of his composure is actually fake composure.
So I love this. This is so interesting to me, and I mean that genuinely. And I use that word on purpose. By the way, first of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube as well. We're not just video component, but the chats, which we love, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay, you're asking Gabe to be genuine. What if I submit to you that is Gabe Kapler genuine? In other words, when we want someone to be genuine, what are we asking of them to be? More like us? More like what we think is normal? More like everybody usually is? Super engaging? Like Bruce Bochy is unbelievably easy to be in a room with. He'll make some noises. Buster. And it just is just a super nice, engaging, easy to talk to person.
He'll also explain his decisions.
Absolutely. Gabe is not that. Gabe to people does not feel accessible. Simply, by the way, it starts with just the way he looks. That is part of this. The way he looks is not normal. That's not what managers look like. And people get intimidated or in their feelings when they're looking at someone who's like all yoked out and structured and this, that. He's different. I'm not saying that that's good, bad, or otherwise. But my question to you would be, what does that mean? What is be genuine? Like, what if this is Gabe?
Just answer the damn question.
You may not like it.
Just answer the question without the well, do you know the answer and why are you at, like, you don't do that. You don't need to do that. Just answer it. Just say, hey.
But what if that's genuine him?
I think that was him getting caught. I think that was him getting caught without an answer that he thought was acceptable.
Well, I think this was just a classic moment. I do this sometimes with my kids. Like, if you just do the wrong thing at the wrong time and I'm in a bad mood, and you fire on somebody when it was completely unnecessary, right? You get like that happens.
Sure,
that's my read on that. Gabe was wrong, like but they caught him at a wrong moment.
He can get upset if he wants to get upset. It's just a weird thing to get upset about. When again, typically, I mean, we were talking in the last segment. He explains those things. Yep. It's like, why are you worried about that now? And what it tells me is that maybe things are not as harmonious in there as we think they are.
Well, they haven't gotten a hit in about 2 months.
Well, but I'm just saying roles and things like that.
Oh, I hear you. I don't think anything you're saying is wrong.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't think anything you're saying is wrong.
But if you're really trying to protect everything, just be calm and cool about it, and don't not everything has to be this extra philosophical conversation.
I mean, and we'll play, if you're just joining us, we'll play it for you here in just a sec. But we were just looking during the last break at a graphic that came up. And what was it? Was it since June 1st or July 1st?
July 1st, yeah.
Since July 1st, the Giants are dead last in the Major League with batting average with runners in scoring position. They're hitting 190. They're right behind, wait for it, the Oakland Athletics. Those are the only two teams with a sub-200 average with runners in scoring position since July 1st. Okay? Mm-hmm. If you really follow Giants baseball, you'll get this joke. Do you know what I do now when the bases are loaded for the Giants? I do what Wade Meckler's mom does. Mm-hmm. I leave because I know that the next hitter is not going to get a hit. In fact, we're lucky if he doesn't ground into a double play, which is exactly what Austin Slater did. I think it's the bugaboo for the Giants right now. They put ducks on the pond and they leave them there. And so the question about this moment, I think Gabe is furious. And I think people like that who do make it look like everything is just, I am under control at all times. My beard is perfect and there is a burger waiting for me at home. I think people like that, it's tough when you've got to answer questions about the thing that is absolutely actually rubbing you raw. And this is it. This is it. The Giants need a freaking hit with the bases loaded. And it feels like they haven't had one since May.
That's all fair. It's just condescending to, before you answer a question,
totally
ask the reporter if the reporter knows the answer to the question that he or she is asking.
No, you're right. I
like,
again,
that's BS. The reporter does not have to know the answer. Like, he can have a theory. He can know the two things that it could be.
Yep.
But the whole point of asking the question is because it's not up to the reporter to say what it is. It's up to the freaking manager. That's the reporter's job, is to get that info and relay it to everyone.
I bet. Listen, you are not wrong. I bet Gabe thinks that he did handle that under total control. I guarantee you, he thinks, no, I was just asking him a question.
Sure.
So that so that I knew the basis of his question. I guarantee you that's how he feels. Here, listen to it again.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. Here again, this happened just within the last half hour over at Oracle Park. Giants lose 6-1, bases loaded in the 7th with only one out. They pull Wade Meckler for Austin Slater. He grounds into a double play.
Earlier this series, we talked about why you stuck with Wade Meckler and with the bases loaded against a lefty. Bases loaded against a lefty tonight, you decided to pinch hit Slater for him. What changed, if anything, in that decision?
I'm absolutely happy to make the distinction, but I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Is it just Slater versus Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a disrespect to Ramos in any way, but I think Ramos has like 4 career pinch hit at bats. Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. So I don't mind, of course, explaining something, but I just sometimes wonder if the question is, hey, can you say it? Or if that distinction isn't clear. I'm just curious about that.
Slater hasn't been hitting awesome either. He has more of a track record, sure, but...
Would you agree that he's one of the 5 best right-handed pinch hitters over the course of the last 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
Do you think there's that creates a distinction between him and a guy that has 4 career pinch hit at bats?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm just wondering if what you're asking is for me to say that, or if like whether or not there's a distinction at all for you.
It was a similar situation, so I think people would be interested to learn and hear you explain it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, again, Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball, particularly against left-handed pitching over the course of the last 3 seasons. And so in that situation, we trust that he's going to go up there and have a good at-bat. He did, and he grounded into a double play. But I had him go up there because he's really, really good at that. Just has had a stretch where he hasn't had a lot of success.
But that's all he had to say.
Yeah, the last 20 seconds.
He didn't even have to mention Ramos.
No, the last 20 seconds, he clicks into exactly what he normally would have said.
Because the reporter didn't ask about Ramos specifically initially. He didn't have to bring Ramos up.
No, he asked about Wade Meckler.
He just could have said, Slater's one of the best right-handed pitch hitters in the league, so I went with Slater.
No, look,
that's all he had to say.
This is on. No, this is on. This is on.
And that's
Cap.
all the reporter wanted him to say.
This is on Cap.
That's all he wanted him to say.
Look, again, and it's actually a good job.
Nobody was even hinting that he made the wrong move. Like, that's the other part of this that's just baffling
it was
to
pretty
me.
It was a pretty fair, like
to me,
from a genuine place question.
You get ticked off if you're like thinking somebody's accusing me of making the wrong move.
If he had asked it,
that would make more sense.
If he had said, I can give you a way where you asked that same question and Kapler had a right to be mad. Like if you walked in there and said, hey, 2 nights ago, you told us that Wade Meckler hits left-handers well when Ramos was available. Today, you pulled Meckler in that situation for Austin Slater. What are you saying about Heliot Ramos?
Well,
and now, if you said that, and I'm Gabe Kapler, get the hell out of my office. Get out of my office.
If nobody would have, he's the one that brought Ramos into it. Like
totally.
If he was worried about,
no, it's on him.
If he was worried about Ramos, he didn't even have. Nobody would have even remembered that Ramos was the option Monday.
Yeah, he cracked.
I didn't initially.
He cracked. The Giants are leaking. They're leaking any crack. He's ticked off. That was crappy homestand. What was the
homestand? It was 6, 2-4.
Is
that all it was?
Wait a minute. Angels, A's.
Yeah, 6. They went 2-4 against two big teams that are better than them.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Right.
That's like price of admission. Like to me, and I get it. You always want your team to win. But to me, that's like, well, that's about right.
Well, and they lost it. Like, it's not just that.
About right.
It's not. I don't think it's that they went 2-4.
There weren't any games that they lost they should have won.
Well, they would argue Friday night against the Rangers, the first one. They would argue the 2-1 loss. But
but then if you win that one and Sunday, then you could say maybe
Sunday
that's
was their game. Most
cheating
of the
game.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I don't think it's that they were 2-4. I think it's that they lost a handful of these games in a way that feels like they were overwhelmed. A lot of 9-2, 7-1 type baseball games, and for similar reasons, like they do not hit with people on base, and I think that they're probably pretty. This is going to be a long flight. It's going to be a long flight to go play the best team in baseball.
It's indicative of, and I alluded to this a little bit. It's indicative of maybe there's a little more concern over how the clubhouse is viewing everything right now.
Maybe. I just think there's general concern. I've laughed all year long when people are like, well, this year's not that big of a deal. Just develop.
It's a huge deal.
Oh, my gosh.
No,
Kapler and Farhan are moving into option years on their contracts with no extensions.
If they don't make the playoffs, to me, it's fair to put them on the hot seat.
And Shohei,
you may disagree.
Right. And Ohtani is about to be a free agent, and they're coming off of the free agency period they had last year. Yes, there is pressure coming out of the wazoo. Out the wazoo.
And there's no doubt Farhan wants to get into the postseason, and then he can say,
yes,
this and this didn't work, but we overcame, and the Correa thing I got right, and just 2 out of the last 3 years we made the playoffs. What do y'all think? Like, y'all wanted all these high-priced guys. It didn't matter because I'm that good.
He's not going to
well, but that's what he's going to.
I would love a presser.
But he's not. No, he's not.
Y'all think that you don't. I mean, that would be hysterical.
He's not going to say that literally, but he's thinking it, and I like he again. I like.
I know you do.
I like Farhan more than Gabe, and I think Farhan's exponentially more genuine. I do believe that, but I do think there's all the stupid people think think we don't know what we're doing, or think that this isn't real baseball.
Would I be a jerk for saying this? Everybody in every business thinks that about the people who aren't in that business. Take me to dinner and tell me about sports radio. What do you think I'm going to think about what you're saying?
I'd love to.
Sorry. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Kyle Shanahan does not think we know what we're talking about. Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi do not think that we know what we're talking about. Steve Kerr does not think that we know what we're talking about. They don't think that. And whatever you all do for a living, you don't think that people from the outside world know. Like an electrician does not want to come over and have me tell him how to fix the outlet. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not bothered by that.
No,
I'm not bothered by that.
I get that. I just think that there'd be a nice revisionist history job on this year if they make the playoffs versus if they don't. Because now if they don't, it's going to be almost a collapse.
It's go time. Yeah.
Which breeds a whole different
And I think that you just
conversation.
I think you just heard some of the stress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
We're sponsored by SC Johnson. All right. 888-957-9570. We get back to your calls. Get back to 49ers and Trey Lance. Do you believe the 49ers have been unfair to Trey Lance? And Michael Lombardi's comments that got everybody going, including Raheem Mostert. Coming up next, JT O'Sullivan in a half hour on Willard and Dibbs. JD is in all week.
Off Queen Field.
the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Red and Gold Summit, okay? Here it comes. We got it. We're all set. The second we did the Warriors Summit, we were like, oh my goodness. Turnout was unbelievable. That was a great time. And we should do that for every season. And so we are. Thank you very much. Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, Beer Garden, San Ramon, for making this all possible. The Red and Gold Summit is coming Tuesday, August 29th. Do you need a ticket? No. You just go. That's it. You just got to be there, and you will not be disappointed, I promise. Join all of the 95.7 The Game hosts, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Ramon. We, when I say we, me and Dibbs, will start things off at 2. From 2 to 4, just our regular radio show. And then the summit hops in from 4 to 6 with all of our brethren here at 95.7 The Game. Debate, most burning questions, all of it. Again, Tuesday, August 29th, Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden in San Ramon, now featuring the Lynx Top Golf Simulators. Come join us. Do not hesitate. Before we get back to Trey, just because this is based off the conversation we were just having, one thing I really I love to just kind of dispel this. I know that it is a characteristic that many of you think that I have, which is that you can't question Steve Kerr, Kyle Shanahan, and Farhan and Gabe. You can't question them. They're never wrong. We should never, ever be. I'm never saying that. Of course you can. Of course you can. You can not like them. JD, you do not love Gabe Kapler, and that is fine. And I totally understand, as I've said about 5 times last half hour. I get if he rubs you the wrong way. I get being frustrated when the Niners run it when you want them to pass it. I get being frustrated that the Warriors didn't suspend Draymond Green when he punched Jordan Poole. And I think that there is plenty of debate and questioning and questions and criticism that are completely and totally fair game. There's a baseline, though, for me, this is just for me now, that I work with, which is that these people we're talking about are not industry idiots. I do laugh if you, for instance, if you don't like that play call that Kyle Shanahan had, that's fine. But if you take that and go, Kyle Shanahan doesn't know how to call a play, that's hysterical. It's moronic. Do you know what the industry thinks of Kyle Shanahan's ability to call a play? Have you talked to players who are on defenses in the league who will tell you, oh my God, it's so hard. It's so hard to figure out where they're going. So that's all I'm saying. The baseline is, because someone goes, hey, some people are incompetent. Some people aren't good at their job. Right. What if the people in charge of deciding who's competent had nothing to do with the industry at all? It's just food for thought. It's just food for thought. There's a baseline I do work with Kyle Shanahan, Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Bob Myers, Gabe Kapler, Farhan Zaidi. They're not industry morons. They've accomplished something in their industry. That means something to me.
And I respect all of that. The only thing I will say is I do think Gabe especially, Farhan some of the time in comparison to the others, and Shanahan has done it, but I think they do it. They come off more as if they're talking down to everyone.
Totally get it. Yep.
Than Kerr or Shanahan or Myers or anybody like that. And yes, Kyle has done it, but not at the level that I think Farhan and Gabe do it.
I agree with you, and I think that when you are
and Gabe among all of them is the most, for me, who are you? Like even Farhan, like with his resume as an executive, like I respect it more coming from him than I do from Gabe.
I mean, Gabe played what? How many double-digit years in the league?
He did. A lot more than people think.
Got a Manager of the Year award. It's not nothing, but I hear you. Look, when you're a communicator, you're responsible for how your communication lands. And so that's what I would say with regard to your comments. Yeah, they do. I totally get it if they rub you the wrong way. I totally get it. Did this rub you the wrong way? Michael Lombardi, former GM in the NFL, now media guy, talking about this on the GM Shuffle podcast. Listen to what he said about Trey Lance.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
Michael, I asked you this before we ended the Lombardi line yesterday on VSiN. I think that he might be competing to stay on the 53-man roster. Like, is that where we at with Trey Lance right now? Like, are these reps looking for him to be able to say, can he stay on this roster and be a viable 49er?
Well, I think you got to look at this, right? Like, you know that once you reach a conclusion on a player, okay, once you really have a handle on who the player is, then you've got to make some decisions.
Okay, so what he's saying there at the end, once you feel like you have a handle on the player, you got to make some decisions. That feels cookie cutter enough to me. There are a lot of people very, very upset about his comment about when his mom picked him up out of the crib, like, you know, he didn't have it. Some are saying that this is out of line. Some are saying it's racist.
I think there's some undertones there. I didn't like it. I didn't like how it sounded.
I didn't like it at all, but I was honestly confused by it more than any of those other things. I'm like, I don't even understand what you're trying to say. Why would... What, like, are you saying that, okay,
to me, it's an intelligence question.
Okay, but let's take Patrick Mahomes. Are you saying that when mom picked him up out of the crib, they knew right away? Like,
no, I think you're taking it too far. I just think it's he just never had it from birth. He just doesn't have the brains. Because to me, when you're saying instinct is brains.
Do you know what the crazy thing is? Do you want to know the one thing I do think Trey has?
He does
brains.
for sure.
He's got the brains.
And then it goes to, well, why would you say that? But why would anybody think that?
Yeah, it didn't.
Like when you
didn't feel good.
When you start to go down, it's like, well, why would anybody think that? And to me, I don't know. The first thing I thought was when I heard it was that has some racial undertones to it that are just awful, like unsavory.
I didn't like it the minute I heard it, but the more I played it, I go, I don't even get it. I didn't understand it well enough to be offended by it.
It's like you were born wrong. Like that, like to me, that in and of itself to me is.
Let's hear it again. And then Raheem Mostert has been among those who's responded to it. We'll have that for you in a sec. Here it is again, Michael Lombardi.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct.
Okay. When his mama lifted him from the crib, he didn't have that quarterback instinct. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it didn't feel good. But I also think it's an ineffective criticism, is what I would say, because it doesn't even. But partially because it just doesn't even make sense. What are we talking about when mama lifts you from the crib? I mean, one of the things that I'm really trying to get across, in my opinion, in this entire quarterback conversation is, can you all stop falling in love with the baseline of what you think this is supposed to look like? You know what I mean? When mama lifted you from the crib, what did Brock Purdy look like when mama lifted him from the crib? I don't know. 6 pounds, 13 ounces, and probably pretty ordinary. But look at him now.
No, but I think what a lot of people who have watched him now play these 8 games would say is, well, by contrast, maybe he had the instinct because he doesn't have the physical tools and the other components to it.
Kyle Shanahan was asked about, and it wasn't just specifically this comment, but the way the national media talks about Trey Lance. Here's Kyle's response.
It just goes with the territory. I mean, it goes with it for quarterbacks. It goes with it for anybody who's a high draft pick, but especially a quarterback. And that's one of the tough things, I think, for that position, but also for high draft picks. I mean, you watch receivers come in the league and they have a few drops early in camp, and there becomes a lot of pressure on them. People want to see those people take off and do it right away and have no flaws, and that's just part of it.
I will say this. Even though, yes, there's been some commentary that I don't love, Kyle's right. Like, Trey Lance is famous. Trey Lance is famous, and the world right now is very mean when you're famous, and especially when you're not doing that well. And if you're going to have trouble handling this, and oh, by the way, I don't think Trey does. Kyle's absolutely right. Like, Trey has handled this perfectly. It's part of what makes this all so difficult is Trey handles it with class, and he's smart, and he's nice, and he smiles at people and looks you in the eye when he answers your questions. Like, he done nothing wrong. But if you were, let's say he wasn't handling it well, let's say he Ryan Leafed all this.
Right.
If you can't handle this, then you can't handle quarterbacking. You're the guy every week, the hero, the GOAT, no matter what.
No doubt. I think there's just been such a rush, and we touched on this at the beginning of the show today. There's been such a rush, Mark, to, go to these extremes on the bad now. And I know we're going to have JT O'Sullivan on. He provided a great breakdown of it, but it just, Trey Lance can be the third best 49er quarterback, and that doesn't mean that Trey Lance stinks, because I haven't seen a quarterback that just flat out stinks, can't play, can't be in the NFL when I've watched him at practice. And even Sunday, like, he got better as the game went on. Now, that doesn't mean he's the 2 or should be the 1 or anything like that. But it just seems like there's such an extreme, like, everybody wants to tie this extreme opinion to Trey Lance constantly, both on the negative and the positive. And the truth is, it's somewhere in between.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Tyler in Livermore with Willard and JD. Hey, Tyler, thanks for your patience. What's going on, man?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we kind of forget about, it's not really on Trey or Purdy. It's more so just on how NFL quarterbacks are just scouted and what qualities they're actually looking for first. Because if you look at the NFL Combine, it's all individualized, whereas when you're actually playing football, it's the collection of the talents and attributes. And so I think that's forgotten, honestly. And I think just evaluating a player's individual talent and attributes alone together is the reason why, like, for example, maybe Trey Lance hasn't performed how we thought and Purdy overperformed is what we thought, just due to the fact of the title of the draft pick and how they're...
All right, yeah, Tyler, your connection was not great. Sorry about that, but I think we got the gist of it. I don't know. My reaction to that is this. I think that it works better, and I know this is not reality, so it's not going to work. But it works better, and I do think teams largely do this, not always, but it works better when as soon as the draft is over, you wipe the board clean and just forget wherever the hell people were picked and just go with what you see.
Yeah, that's never happening.
It does more inside the building than out. It does. You know what I mean? I'm not going to name his name, but I know within the last, this might be even as much as 20 years ago, there was a first-round draft pick for the 49ers, and he walked in the building, and, like, it took everybody 2 minutes, and they're like, oof, nope. Whoops. And that person's career was not very long. What are you going to do? It's just like any mistake that we make in life. You're only going to make it worse by following it up with another mistake. It's just like a lie. When you cover a lie with another lie and then another lie and another lie, it's going to blow up at some point. So what are you going to do? This idea that many of you have that Trey Lance is owed this, that, or the other because of where he's drafted, I think is a real mistake. I think that's a real mistake. Trey Lance is owed, first of all, his paycheck, and he is owed whatever he earns. And I believe that he's gotten both of those things over and over again.
Yeah, and there has been some bad injury luck,
absolutely,
I think, which is probably the thing that you could claim most has worked against him in this, but unfortunately, that's the way it goes sometimes. And I think the 49ers would gladly explain to you that's been the biggest component in all of this, is that, hey, if he hadn't gotten hurt, he'd be a lot farther along. And that's not only the injury from last year, but it's also the injury from the offseason leading into last year, which really wrecked that year
No
one
doubt.
to year two offseason.
No doubt.
Like, that's the one. Like, he didn't make the strides in that first offseason after his rookie year because of the finger injury. And so he was set back from where I think they had hoped he would have been a year ago right now in more ways than we even knew a year ago on this date when he was still preparing to be the number one quarterback.
I agree with that. I mean, injuries stink. I do think it's funny, though, and it's based, I don't think it's something that where people are coming from a bad place. I think it's based on our excitement level. Like, when you use 3 years of first-round capital to get a quarterback, that's exciting to a fan base. And so we want to see it.
Everybody thought it was Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Herbert.
It's like, I look at Trey Lance's career very much like the Philadelphia game last year. Like, we got all ramped up for something that we never got to see.
Yeah, you're thinking that.
And it stinks. It absolutely stinks out loud. By the same token, please don't use Trey Lance's injuries to act like that's unique in the NFL. Everybody's working through this stuff constantly. Jimmy's hurt. Brock's hurt. You know, if I tried to use injury as an excuse for Jimmy Garoppolo, what would you all say then? What would you say? Oh, they lost the NFC title game at SoFi Stadium. Yeah, but his hand and his arm and, oh my gosh, y'all would have lost your minds. So that is part of the deal. Has he been dealt a couple of difficult things? No question. But in my opinion, he has absolutely been given everything that he's earned. And the 49ers have actually, I not only, JD, I don't think they were just fair. I think that they have gone out of their way to make things, what's the right word? I don't want to say advantageous. I think they've gone out of their way to support Trey. I think they've gone out of their way to say the right things, try their best to create the right scenarios for him, to continue. 3 camps now of like, let's do reps. They had a separate book for him at one point, you know, with his plays that they thought were tailored to him that we saw in Chicago and Seattle that nobody liked. I mean, I think that they've done everything that you try to do for a major investment.
I would agree. I think they have. I think, you know, at some point, though, it became not about his development anymore and more about can he help us with a specific role. And I think Brock Purdy was the one, based on how he played, who changed that conversation. He was so good in ways that Trey just hadn't been, in part because he got the opportunity, but more so because he got the opportunity and he ran with it, and he played at a level in the 8 games that, as Kyle Shanahan said, nobody's played at in, you know, a long time, and for the 49ers. And so he's got, now that changes the conversation for Trey. Now it's, hey, we still want you around, but we're going to slow play it. We're going to slow play it initially, then it's your job. Well, now we're back to the slow play it plan.
You think they still want him around?
I do.
And I want to qualify my question now.
Okay. Jump the gun there on you.
Well, I don't think that of course they like him. And so therefore he is a positive influence within the locker room and all of that. But they made trade calls 5 months ago. So, you know, if somebody would offer a second or a third round draft pick, he probably wouldn't be here.
Well, that's true.
So, I mean, in a perfect world, what do you think the 49ers want to have happen right now? I know. It's a big question, isn't it?
That I don't know the answer to. But I do think they're comfortable enough. If he's the 3, I think they're comfortable having him be the 3. I really do believe that.
They're not in the urgency.
The fan base may not be.
I know. Well, they're not in the urgency that people think they are. You're right. Like there is actually, and this is rare, there's no reason that Trey cannot be on the team this year. I know a lot of people are like, 3rd overall pick, you can't do this. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. A lot of times it's not the case. I get it. When somebody just has that, Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers got to a point where it's like, we're not having you both here. We got to get you out of here.
Year 4.
Right. We got like, this is just too much. Trey's not that, partially because of how good of a dude he is. But the 49ers are not, their hand is not being forced.
No, and I could see, and I know our buddy Larry Krueger has mentioned this a lot, I could see Trey saying, hey, I want to be traded, or his agent saying, hey, I want to be traded.
Sure.
You don't have to. And I probably wouldn't, because at that point, what are you going to get? Like, what does Trey Lance net you right now? A 6?
Well, here's where
a 5?
Here's where we could have an actual conversation about the media's national discussion of Trey Lance. Here's where this is actually a tangible problem. Whether or not the rest of the league all watched on Sunday and decided Trey can't play, when you want to talk about trade value, what team is now going to go out and give a big draft pick for Trey Lance, even if they did believe him? Steve Mariucci came on our show yesterday and said these teams all had a first-round grade on him. They all had a first-round grade on him. So who wouldn't be interested in bringing him in to take a look? Well, now your fan base is going to lose their mind if you sent a second-round pick for Trey Lance, because throughout the nation, on every show, people are saying things like, Mama went into his crib and just saw nothing. That's the problem with the way this is being discussed. That's the actual tangible problem.
What do you think the value is? So you think there should be a higher value attached to him?
Well,
I mean, that seems a little have your cake and eat it too.
No, I don't think there should be. I think there would be. I don't think that. I have no idea. I'm not a draft Nick. I don't know how to assess a draft pick to a guy.
Yeah, I don't either.
Do you know what I mean?
Like, no, I don't either. But
if I were running a team and I didn't have if I were Tampa, would I give you a 5 to take a look? Probably.
Yeah. I think
probably
that's about right.
Maybe even a 4. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but a 4th-round pick for the 3rd pick in the draft
is a terrible ROI.
It's just I wouldn't be
right.
I wouldn't be comfortable doing that if
but so is a 3. So's a 2.
I'd probably take a 3.
I mean, you would, but the point is it's not good ROI.
No,
you gave up. This is 3 years of first-round capital. If that's what you get back, that's a bad deal. It's a terrible deal. I'm with you, though, that they'd probably take it right now.
I would just want to reserve the right to be able to have him on the roster if all hell breaks loose and you do lose 2 quarterbacks again.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I would rather, to me, it's almost covering your own bases, right?
Well,
covering all the bases. You're going to go with Brock. If something happens to Brock, you've got Sam. If Sam wins the job, if something happens to Sam, well, then you know what? Let her rip with Trey.
The season is probably cooked, so
it would be if it's Brandon Allen.
Right. Brandon Allen is not going to Brock Purdy this year. I agree with you.
And so at that point, you might as well let Trey have an opportunity with the ones.
Totally agree.
And he may turn into somebody that, at a minimum, is worthy of one of those picks.
Well, let's find out if JT O'Sullivan agrees. Not just a former 49er quarterback, but now running the QB school. And we thought the videos that he ran out of Sunday's game against the Raiders were fascinating and very telling about exactly where Trey Lance is. So we will get his perspective and talk to him coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. JD is in for Dibs all week on Willard and Dibs.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for tax?
than we all normally do. When we watch a game, we're like, okay, he dropped back and then he threw it, and it was either accurate or it was not. But for a quarterback and for a head coach, when they're looking at tape, there's a lot that goes into what was there that was not thrown, and we would never see that, and that's a big, big deal. So, for instance, JT O'Sullivan, who joins us now, you've coined it the turn down. Am I right, JT? Will you let everybody know? First of all, thank you for coming on. Let everybody know what a turn down is.
Mark, I thought for sure you were going to say you went to the School of Hard Knocks last night, but I appreciate you coming, hanging out, getting an hour of Trey Lance preseason footage going.
You got it, man. You got it. Wasting time, that is my MO. That's what I do.
The turn down is, I don't know if we can say that I coined it. I don't know where I picked it up from. I'm sure I hijacked it from somebody. But it essentially means that there is a play and there is an open, eligible receiver down the field that looks like it's tethered on time and in rhythm to the quarterback, and for whatever reason, the quarterback doesn't throw it. And it's one of those things that it's pretty rare, honestly, to see happen at all in the NFL, let alone happen multiple times, let alone potentially happen the first 3 snaps of a game. And so it just kind of was so eye-popping to me that I essentially was like, you know what, I'm going to do the whole game or the whole half of Trey Lance because I want to build the context about exactly what the hell we're seeing here as far as turn downs and why people might be so upset, both fans and people probably in the building frustrated with some of the play.
Okay, so a turn down, I love that. That was really good. A turn down is an open throw that for whatever reason the quarterback does not throw. That's maybe a simplistic way of saying it. And then you said it's very rare that happens in the NFL at all. How many times did you see Trey Lance do an unnecessary turn down?
Well, I can think of the first 3 throws. The first throw potentially is like a half turn down, so it's like 2.5 in the first 3 plays. And then there were certainly more as the game went on. So you're looking at 5+-ish turn downs, and it's just it's a abnormally large example, especially in only a half of football. And I get it. You haven't played for a long time. I get it. You're coming back from an injury. But it's just one of those things when they're back to back, it almost feels like they're compounding a bigger issue.
And what would that issue be in your mind, JT?
Well, it's either he's being coached to be really, really cautious, or he doesn't have necessarily the capacity to let it go on time consistently. And it can be it can be both of those things. It can be one or the other. Sometimes I've been around guys that I would classify the game as too fast, where they don't necessarily see things as quickly as they happen in real time. And then I've been around some guys who are just like, you know what? I'm not taking any chances with this thing. I'll check it down and we can punt, and my stat sheet looks pretty good the next day. You turn on the film and you're like, geez, we should have scored 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, but we punted 4 times. So it's one of those things where, and unless you're really in the quarterback room, in the system, you don't really know for sure what's going on. It can be really confusing and muddy to try to make sense of it.
And the next part of that would be, how does it get corrected if you're somebody like Trey Lance who's in this battle right now for the backup spot, maybe to just be on the 49ers roster when the preseason ends? Like, how do you coach somebody out of that if they're in that mold?
I think you can. First of all, I want to say that I think you certainly can coach people to improve upon this. I think it comes from, the first part is the trust in the room. So by the play caller, the head coach, probably the play caller, the quarterback coach, to say it's okay to make mistakes, especially when you're under a significant microscope where people are like live tweeting your training camp stats. That doesn't make you feel like you're in a safe environment to make mistakes, in my opinion.
Right.
So you have to be in a safe environment where you feel like, hey, if I don't make a mistake, I'm not getting demoted during this 7-on-7 period. So building that confidence, but then having the confidence then to let it rip in practice, to then let it rip in these types of games. If you're ever going to let it rip, it's going to be in a preseason game. And so you want to see significant and substantial improvement immediately. I mean, like next series that he's out there, we want to see some improvement as far as letting these things rip on time where they're supposed to go consistently.
JT O'Sullivan, former Niners quarterback and now in front of the QB school, with us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs with JD in for Dibs all week. Okay, so yeah, JT, I got to tell you, these videos that I saw and that we were just discussing about the turndowns, it kind of helped me understand something else that Kyle Shanahan had said after the game. You remember the touchdown throw, which should have been picked, but Kyle talked about the play as if it was a good play. And when I first heard it, I'm like, why does he think that? But the way he said it was, he was like, look, the throw was there. He was a little late. It was a little inaccurate, but I was glad he threw it because I want Trey to play more like that. Your video helped me understand what Kyle was saying there. So what we're talking about is someone who is maybe hesitant to pull the trigger. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with what he said after the game, but if that's what he said, that certainly makes sense, especially on that play, because that play is a great example of, it's not an early read. You get through your read, it's kind of the backside post and kind of a red zone-ish thing where it comes into your vision, and it is there. And when he lets it go, it's maybe a half tick late, and then the ball drifts a little to the right, so that if it's a perfect throw, I think it probably splits those two defenders, and it's a great touchdown. It drifts a little bit on him. He's a little late, but yeah, the fact that he let it go, if you look at the rest of that game as just kind of an overall picture, that play is kind of out of context as far as letting things rip down the field out of structure. And so that stuff, absolutely. Kind of like the other play, I think it was down in the red zone area where they were in empty. It was like a double stick, and he ended up scrambling to the right, kind of making like a jump scissor kick throw back across his field to a spot over the ball. That type of play out of structure, in my opinion, why you draft a guy like that high, who's got this kind of athletic ability and creativity that you want to see, that's the type of stuff you want to see. Those two plays are Trey Lance creating, making more of the offense than just scheming up people in the run game.
And JT, I was going to ask you, and you kind of touched on a little bit there, just, there was a lot of pub of the breakdowns and the turndowns and the misses, but what, when you have watched Trey Lance, have you liked about his skill set or the potential that the 49ers saw in him to make him that number 3 pick?
I mean, I've always loved his athletic ability, the dual threat that I think everybody, Kyle Shanahan included, has seen the league evolve towards in that position. The guy has to be a playmaker and has to be able to kind of create out of structure, or if you're willing to run your quarterback. It certainly didn't work out health-wise last year for him, but I love that from the position. So that's the first part that I would say. The other part that I would say is, and I know it's hard, especially for y'all up there, because you guys are in it, and you're talking about this all the time, and it's really important to that fan base. But he's got to, at some point, you have to play quarterback. Like, for instance, anecdotally for me, and we're not anywhere in the same category with Trey Lance in my situation, but I had to go to NFL Europe twice and play. And when you play, there is an element of your game that evolves that can't evolve against the scout team or against, when you're running the scout team. And so there is this element that I really like from Trey Lance just in this game, small sample size, but he did get a little better as that game went on. He got a little bit more comfortable. He made a few more plays. Now, yeah, that happens. Everybody's going to get better when you have a rough start. But you want to be able to just kind of see that continued progress in his performance.
JT, I think that's kind of where people are, because the world watched the Raider game, and you're hearing a lot of people sort of give up as if Trey is now a lost cause. When you see some of the mistakes he's making, do you find them to be so far removed from NFL starter ability that it just, as they say, he doesn't have that it quality? Or do you find these things to be fixable and time might still make him a good player?
I'm never going to be the guy that puts an artificial ceiling on someone's ability to improve. I think that if you were to show me that film of his first half, that first quarter, and I were to not know what was invested draft capital-wise, I would say this player is going to have a hard time being on an NFL roster right now. Now, that's not reality, though. They have invested a significant amount of that capital into him. They are invested as an organization from the outside looking in his performance. And so, I think he can continue to develop. I think he's in a tough spot. He really is in a tough spot, and it's weird to say that because that roster is built to win now. You've had someone come in and, and Brock Purdy and show that they can win playing a certain way. And he got, played so well last year. I think it almost makes everything a little bit harder for Trey when you see that kind of performance come in. So it might be somewhere else, but he absolutely has the skill set to be a quarterback in the NFL. It just didn't translate that first preseason game, and he's been so unfortunate playing-wise, time-wise, and health-wise.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
How, assuming he is not the backup quarterback and ends up with Sam Darnold, I mean, how much more difficult is it for him to continue to improve and stay ready as the 3? And because I think they're part of the discussion out here, JT, is he really battling to stay on the roster? And the question the 49ers are going to have is, Brandon Allen, who's used to being a backup and was a backup with Cincinnati, is he as the 3 better than Kerry and Trey, who won't get that developmental time if he is the 3? Like, how do you navigate all of that?
Well, I'm not in their front office to have to, but I would imagine that there's not a better place to be if you're looking to play in the NFL and not a starter than for the 49ers, who have proven over the course of the last few years that they're probably going to have some injury issues at the position. You're probably going to get an opportunity to play. And now you go from really the mindset of, when you're the 3rd overall pick, you're essentially guaranteed an opportunity with that organization. Well, his opportunity in reality might have come and gone. So now you're at changing your lane, changing your perspective to, hey, the next time I'm going to fight to stay on the roster, and the next time I get on the field, I'm not coming off. So that's kind of a different mindset. That's almost like a later round pick mindset, an undrafted free agent mindset, a more journeyman mindset versus a guy who is entitled top 3 pick. I'm going to get an opportunity. So, just the reality of your situation is adaptive, and it's changing, and it moves probably in a direction that Trey Lance doesn't like right now. But you've got to be able to be resilient enough to refocus and fine tune your game so that when you get that opportunity, and I really do think that they've proven that they're going to play a lot of guys at the position. Don't come off the field the next time you get on.
JT O'Sullivan, former Niners quarterback, is with us, the QB School on social media. Great stuff. You mentioned the opportunity for Trey, and this is something I would love your perspective, because I hear fans go, well, he's only played 4 games. He's never had a chance. And my bet is Kyle Shanahan is thinking, no, I've been with him for 3 years. I see everything that he does. What's your perspective on that in terms of the opportunity that Trey has actually had?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. I will say this: I will be pre-order the book that eventually goes into what happened with that draft pick, because I'm fascinated to see, because so many different people are invested in different layers, and so I personally think it's still in Kyle Shanahan's best interest for Trey Lance to hit, and if it hits later, it might end up being a better story. It will, kind of take that narrative away from the fact that maybe he can't develop or doesn't necessarily have the same capacity with quarterback development that he does with offensive architecture. And so I think they're invested with him. I've never believed kind of the thing that they're, don't know what they drafted. I think they know what they drafted. It's become a little bit unfortunate with outside circumstances, with injuries and other things and illnesses. But I think he absolutely can continue to get better and get that opportunity. I've just seen too many people in the league, take a step back to then reset and then get another opportunity. And there really is no other organization I would want to be in to be a backup quarterback, because you're going to play, you're going to win, you're going to get an opportunity to play meaningful games at the end of the year. They've proven they can win with dang near anybody playing quarterback. It's a great situation to be in. You just have to be tough enough mentally to battle through some of these rough spots. And they're rough spots. They really are. But that's part of playing the position at a high level.
All right, JT, I've saved this one because I really want to ask you this. Do you know off the top of your head, I've got your Football Reference page up right now. Do you know how many games you started in the NFL?
I'm going to say 8.
Okay, do you know how many Brock Purdy has started in the NFL?
8. Probably.
Okay, you have 2 correct answers. So, when people say, why are they sold on Brock Purdy on such a small sample size? Is 8 games actually that small of a sample?
I mean, it probably is. It's probably too small of a sample size, and we'll see what happens. I mean, the whole idea about Brock Purdy, I think, is going to be interesting to see how the league adjusts, because everybody knows that now they have time to game plan and adjust and see what kind of what he was bringing to the table, so to speak. And so I don't necessarily think 8 games is enough to make that determination, but I think you have to at least ride it out. So it's not really a choice.
Interesting answer. Yeah. Very good stuff. JT, man, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you always.
No problem. My pleasure, Mark, JD. Y'all take it easy.
All right, you too. JT O'Sullivan, the QB school, who has the same number of career starts as Brock Purdy in the league. Not the same record, but the same number of career starts.
I was trying to think what, I mean, 2 and 6?
Exactly right.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
2 and 6, all with the 49ers. He has actually only played in 17 games in his career. Green Bay, Detroit, San Francisco, Cincinnati, spanning 2004, then out of the league for a couple years, then 07, 08, 09. And that was the career for JT O'Sullivan.
It was a blink. It was a blink. Just
yeah.
And he's gone.
Yeah.
What a great story. UC Davis.
I mean,
went to Jesuit High School in Sacramento, which is about 5 minutes from my parents' house.
Dude made the league.
Yeah.
Dude made the league and
impressive.
Started the year as the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. I thought he had an incredible amount of interesting stuff in there. And would love to take your calls. Again, our question that we've been asking today, do you feel like the 49ers have treated Trey Lance fair? We hear a lot of not fair. Sometimes that's injuries. Sometimes it's media. Sometimes, though, some of you think it's the team. The number one answer, you know what I'm getting a lot on Twitter? No, they've not been unfair, but they have, again, not mistreated, but mismanaged.
See, I don't see how they've mismanaged it.
I don't either. Unless you're talking about the original pick.
Well, yeah.
But JT, that was really interesting what JT just said, which is that, the best outcome for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan is still if this investment pays some dividends at some point.
I agree with that, which is why I would have no problem holding on to him, even if he is the third string quarterback for this season.
It's an interesting thought, though, isn't it?
What if he gets better? What if he does play and gets better?
But you're right. But by definition of what you've already said, is that if that is to happen, it means something went wrong with the current plan, right? Like if we all agree that Trey Lance is not getting out there without, at minimum, something going wrong with this Brock Purdy plan, and here they are all summer long, he's the real deal, and he's got the it factor, and they're all in on Brock Purdy, so to get back to Trey, that means you're going to have to go through unrest again in some form.
Well, the 49ers are used to that unrest.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one Jimmy Garoppolo scramble along the sideline in Kansas City, and that season was over. And Garoppolo got hurt into. I mean, it's happened 4 of the 6 years that 3 quarterbacks have played for the 49ers. It's not inconceivable to think it would happen again.
No, nothing's inconceivable.
It's just not. I mean, and at this point, it's happened 2/3 of the time. 2/3 of the time,
right?
They've had to have 3 quarterbacks play.
Again, my mind is going through the journey to get to the answer that we just got from JT.
Well, no. But what I'm saying
which is like it's a bumpy road.
Well,
it's an embarrassing road again.
Well, it's not embarrassing if people get hurt.
I guess if he gets hurt. I
mean, I don't foresee a scenario where Brock stinks and then they go to Darnold and Darnold stinks. And then it's like, well, we might as well go to Trey.
Well, okay, so
like that. So I mean, that would be uncomfortable.
Let's say, and again, I never really loved this. This gets so speculative.
Sure,
but Brock Purdy gets knocked out this year through injury. Trey Lance comes in and does exactly what Brock did last year.
Yeah.
All right, now what are you doing next year?
It's probably Trey Lance's job.
Probably.
It's probably Trey Lance.
But I mean, he would have You would have to not just win. You'd have to put up numbers. Your team would need to average over 30 points a game, all that stuff, which I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel right now like that's really on the table.
No, but
I mean,
what I'm getting at more is if, let's say, Trey Lance gets an opportunity to play, a significant opportunity to play, like let's say injuries happen, Trey plays, they win, and Trey plays pretty well. Not Brock Purdy of last year, but plays pretty well and they win. And then he reinserts himself into the conversation for next year at that point. Like, there is a scenario where he could have to play and be good enough to where he's part of the plan for 2024.
Okay.
And then he gets better again. He continues to get better.
Yeah.
And then, that's the pathway to bring it back to what you originally asked with respect to what JT O'Sullivan said. That, to me, that's the pathway. Is not that he comes in and he does what Brock Purdy did, but that he comes in and he shows some signs of significant progress to where you see the talent and some success, and that means he's still back on the team next year and in the mix.
Sure.
And then
in the mix.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, again, you have at this point, you have no choice but to factor in how Brock Purdy looks when he plays.
Yeah.
Because even if he gets hurt, what if he's playing great? What if they're averaging 32 points a game and they're 7-1? Right? Like, you're on tape going, he's the real deal. He's got the it factor. It gets real difficult. I'm not, this whole thing about, you can't be Wally pipped. Sure you can. And did Trey Lance get Wally pipped? He absolutely did. And for those of you who don't know what being Wally pipped means, it's essentially losing your job to injury. There used to be this thing in sports where it was kind of frowned upon. However, when something comes along that's so great, or you get such great results, you have no choice. You have no choice. But I guess the scenario you're painting is what all coaches would call a good problem to have. It's not that good of a problem, though. It is still a problem. Like, even if you've got two quarterbacks playing really well, you kind of have to choose.
Yes.
NFL teams need to have a QB1.
They do. But
not two of them.
But there is a scenario where if maybe this year gets wrecked in terms of the Super Bowl aspirations by injury, and you could make the case that if that happens, the 49ers window is starting to close. You could make, based on the other players that aren't the quarterbacks on the roster, if Trey Lance were to come in and play well and continue to develop, be on the team next year, make another jump, at that point, he's the kind of player that could reopen a championship window because he's now on a trajectory to be that good. Again, I'm not saying that's the most likely scenario, but that's a scenario that I'd be willing to allow to have a chance to play out, even if he proves himself to be the third best quarterback 2 weeks from now.
Sure. I think you and I are on the same page with regard to, at least just as a fan, how I hope this plays out. I want Trey Lance on the team. I hope he's the QB3. I'm not going to use the sentence, I hope he ends up playing this year, because that means bad things for other people. But if it falls that way, I would love for it to be Trey Lance, because I do think that this year it's more like a regular NFL team. I don't think it's normal that you have a QB3 sitting over there on the sideline who can walk out there and go on an 8-game winning streak. That is completely and totally absurd. It is abnormal. And I don't think Brandon Allen is that guy. So even if, like, I've got myself to this point, for example, because this has been brought up. Let's say the 49ers, if Kyle Shanahan really thought, hey, there's a game tomorrow, and right now, just today, I think Brandon Allen gives me a better chance to win that football game. Is that enough to mean you keep Brandon Allen as QB3 and just cut losses with Trey Lance? I would say unequivocally no.
I would say no.
I would say no.
I would say no, even if you're getting a 5th-round pick back or a 4th-round pick. Like, to me, it's got to be a 3, 2, something like that.
Yeah, like, I'm willing to ride with, like, the curiosity of Trey Lance at that point takes over, right? Because I'm willing to ride. A normal thought process for a fan is, if we get to QB3, our season is cooked. And I'm willing to ride with that. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying we're cooked. If Trey comes out, we might not be.
What better quarterback, though, to have playing if that was the case?
But if it is, if Trey comes out and he did get 5 games and he was bad, well, you got to QB3. So that's what happens in the NFL if you get to QB3. It just didn't happen to the 49ers last year.
And how many times have we seen with the 49ers what we think is going to happen with the quarterback position doesn't play out?
It doesn't happen.
And you can go all the way back to 2017 and Kirk Cousins and then it's Jimmy Garoppolo, and you think it's going to be Jimmy, and then it's Trey, and then you think it's going to be Jimmy again, and then it's Brock Purdy, and now it's Brock Purdy. until further notice. But every time you think it's going to be one thing, we haven't been that far away from it being somebody else.
I thought with JT O'Sullivan, I sort of was hoping he wouldn't say this, but he did. This to me was the one that really, really hit. And if you're a big-time fan of Trey Lance, unfortunately, I think this is what you don't really necessarily want to see. When I asked JT, based on the film study that you did in the preseason game against the Raiders, the mistakes you saw, are those fixable and development is all that's needed?
Yeah.
Or are you telling me that the mistakes you see are just not NFL level play? And here's how he responded.
I'm never going to be the guy that puts an artificial ceiling on someone's ability to improve. I think that if you were to show me that film of his first half, that first quarter, and I were to not know what was invested draft capital-wise, I would say this player is going to have a hard time being on an NFL roster right now. Now, that's not reality, though. They have invested a significant amount of that capital into him. They are invested as an organization from the outside looking in his performance. And so, I think he can continue to develop. I think he's in a tough spot.
To me, that's a gut punch to the 49ers. That's a gut punch to the 49ers because the word choice was not, I don't think he's starting level. He said, based on the film study, if I didn't know the background, I would say this person's going to have a hard time being on a roster. That is a hell of a statement from a former NFL QB who now studies QBs for a living.
It's a gut punch, but it's not the end-all, be-all.
No. It's one person.
It's one. It's a gut punch.
He ain't the only one saying it.
He's not the only one saying it, but it doesn't mean that that's absolutely true.
No, of course not.
And
no, of course not.
And it is a very popular opinion, though, right now.
Well, I would just say this. Even what he's talking about one quarter of one football game. So, he qualifies it at the beginning. He's like, I'm not gonna put an artificial ceiling on someone's career. But here's what I take from that. If you want to know what you saw on Sunday from Trey Lance, remember how bad y'all thought it was? I believe it was even worse. That's what I think now. And I don't think that just after talking to JT. I think that after going through all of the deep, all 22 video work that he did, because he showed things that I had no idea when I was watching that game. The two times I've watched it, in real time or on tape, and I've gone through every single play. And when you're watching it from that side television view, you see what you see. You watch a football game.
You don't see that.
And when I watch this, I go, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. It's even worse than I thought. Now, it's just one quarter of one game, so be that as it may, do what you will. But I think what people saw on Sunday, I think it's even worse than that. Just Sunday.
Quite possibly. I mean, I watched all of the JT O'Sullivan clips just like you did. I went back and did the rewatch on the DVR. I went back and did the All-22 rewatch. And he's got work to do. I think you said it. It makes a lot of sense now, some of the things that Kyle Shanahan said in the press conference, once you start to get a little bit more removed from it, and you can hear what Shanahan says, and then you can go back and watch it, and then you can kind of listen to what Shanahan said again. You can see where Kyle is searching for some positivity, but also we're always results oriented, right? When we break things down, we're was this good play, bad play? Did he catch it? Was it a touchdown? Was it an interception? All of that. I think to your point about maybe the film was worse is when Kyle Shanahan's not even necessarily looking at any of that results. It's what were the decisions. It's what was there. And that, I think, when you take a step back and you start to talk to people who are capable of breaking it down, you go, oh boy.
Well, I think that, why Kyle liked the touchdown pass, even though it should have been picked. Well, at least it got thrown.
Yeah, he let it rip. He didn't pat it.
And JT said those turn downs that he talked about in the first 3 plays of the game, there were 5+. 5+. And he also stated it's very rare that you see those at all in the NFL, and he saw more than 5 of them from Trey Lance in a half of preseason football.
And
it's not good.
What you didn't see, just to look at the Darnold competition, the one thing that Darnold has really tried to do at practice, and I think he did this on Sunday, he's trying to run the play and get it out.
Let it fly.
He's trying to run the play, get it out. Now, the problem for Darnold throughout his career has been when he runs the play and can't get it out. That's where he turns into a turnover machine, meaning he holds the ball too long, or maybe the first option of the play isn't there, and it's what do I do? And then the ball's getting knocked out, or he's taking a sack, or he's forcing it somewhere that it shouldn't go, and it becomes interception city throughout the. But when Darnold is on schedule and does get rid of it quickly, those have been the instances where he has been a pretty good quarterback. That, in some ways, sets him up, I think, to be pretty successful in the Kyle Shanahan system, because a lot of the time, the first read is going to be there and open, especially with the talent that the 49ers have around.
I mean, I thought JT hammered that home where he's just like, there's nowhere else you'd rather be if you're a quarterback. There's nowhere else you'd rather be. You know, why does Darnold come running? Why does Brandon Allen come running when Brandon Allen was a 2 last year? Now he's running as a 4. Sam Darnold at times was a 1 over the last few years. Now he's running as a maybe 2. Why would these guys all come here? That's what the quarterbacks think. They think that there is absolutely no one better for quarterbacks than Kyle Shanahan. That's the reputation around the league. David in Brentwood is next up here. JD in for Dibs all week. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, David, you're on. What's going on, man?
Hey guys, how are you?
What's up?
You just touched on something regarding the reputation for Kyle Shanahan. You know what? Quite frankly, when you take a look at this situation going on with Trey Lance, it reminded me of the fact that his dad, Mike Shanahan, he pretty much ruined RG3. Okay, they ran him into the ground to the point where the guy just couldn't play anymore. Unintendedly, I think Kyle pretty much did the same with Trey Lance. And I think the biggest problem that Trey Lance has right now is lack of confidence. It seems to me like that, that ace pitcher that all of a sudden loses his confidence and he has no way of finding the strike zone. The ball is just going all over the place for the strike zone. Okay, and the way he was playing this Sunday reminded me, like when you have your boss behind you, you know how to do your job. You do it every day, and you're good at it.
But David, can I ask you a question though? I got to jump in here because this is something that I hear a lot. RG3 was running, and did he win Rookie of the Year? RG3 was playing at a high level, and then, as you said, controversy ensues because he's running a lot, and injuries end up ruining his career. With Trey Lance, when we say what you just said, which is that his confidence has been taken and that's why he's playing poorly, my issue with that is you never saw him play good first. So you're basing this opinion, I got to ask you, on what? What is it you're basing it on that Trey Lance is definitely good, other than where the 49ers drafted him?
Understanding the way I stated it. Maybe the way I stated it, it's confusing. Okay, what I mean by that is the guy he knows that right now he's going to get very limited opportunities to get a spot in the roster. Okay, he right now he seems to me like he's lacking the confidence that he's going to be able to do it, or that he's going to have enough time to do it. Like I said, I know how to do my job left and right. But sometimes, I don't know if it's ever happened to you, but as soon as your boss steps right behind you and is watching every little thing that you do, you start messing up left and right. Not because you don't know how to do it, but because you're afraid of actually making a mistake. And I think that's a problem with Trey Lance right now.
Yeah, maybe.
He's really afraid that he's going to make a mistake, and he's pretty much going to seal his fate.
David, I would say this. You might be right. It's pretty believable if Trey Lance is having some confidence problems right now. I think that would be understandable for sure. I just think this. I wonder if now everybody's open, after the draft and the excitement and everything, if you want those who are skeptical and I'm going to raise my hand. I'm not a dream crusher, and I'm not going to say something like Mike Lombardi that's offensive. I am skeptical about whether or not Trey Lance is going to be any good in the NFL. I'm skeptical. But I'm open to being wrong. Is this true the other way? Those of you who are excited about Trey Lance, are you open-minded to the possibility that he's just not good? And this isn't, well, because injury and because Kyle and because running and because opportunity and because confidence. And are you open? Are you open to the idea that he just not any good at this?
Right now or just period?
Either. I mean, when you go deep into the film of that Raider game, you're looking at somebody who's doing some real non-NFL stuff. That's just a fact. There's no way around that. Now, I'm not going to destroy someone off of one game. As you said, I was very skeptical before the Raider game. But I just wonder if everybody's open to that. It's because he was drafted number 3 overall, I feel like some people use the baseline of, well, he's very good. So if this isn't going well, then it's somebody's tools aren't working right in practice.
And I think another part of that is the reputation of Kyle Shanahan. Like,
Okay.
I think that's where some of this does get back to, hey, Kyle, if you're the genius, if you're the quarterback guru, and I think it was interesting, JT, I can't remember the exact term that he used, but he was trying to explain why it would be beneficial for Trey, and he said, Kyle, the quarterback guru versus offensive designer or something like that. But it's because I think he is the quarterback thing. I don't know, like it's a little bit iffy. I think more iffy. But if you are that guy with the quarterbacks, Kyle, why can't you coach this guy up? And I get what you're saying, but I get what you're saying as to, well, maybe he just isn't good.
I mean, maybe we've labeled this wrong. I don't know that Kyle Shanahan should be called this QB whisperer. He's a play calling whisperer.
Offensive designer.
His
something
design
like that.
is very, very forward thinking and very, very effective. And it makes the quarterbacks he has usually perform better than they have in other systems. I don't know if anybody has ever mistaken Kyle for a guy that can walk into a room of 1,000 people and go, that's the quarterback. That's the good one right there. That's totally different. And maybe we've done a bad job of saying that too much. You know, like him being able to look across the room. Again, these things are on his resume. Didn't draft Mahomes and did draft Trey Lance and C.J. Beathard and the whole experience, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins. I don't know that we need to call Kyle that. The assessment of a draft value of a quarterback. What I will say is when the quarterbacks are with him, they usually perform better than they perform anywhere else.
Yes. Why can't you get it out? Why can't you get it out of him though?
How do we know he's not?
Fair.
Maybe he goes to a different team and looks even worse.
Also possible.
I don't know.
Also possible.
You know what I mean?
But it just I think, but to go back to the reason I brought that up, I do think that's where the conversation starts as far as, well, why are you unwilling to accept that he might not be good? Well, part of it is it's like, look, dude, you got all this talent and you're a freaking genius. Like, this kid's got the tools.
This kind of makes it worse.
Why can't it?
This is actually doesn't this go into trade value? If I'm a GM around the league, and I respect Kyle Shanahan's offense the way I think most GMs do, and I'm watching Trey Lance and I go, well, this is how he looks with the Niners. How's he going to look on the Titans? How's he going to look on the Bucks? Jeez, do you know what I mean?
No, I'm picturing it as you're saying it.
Right.
YouTube and Twitch could see it. I'm like visualizing it.
Yeah. Gary and Martinez with Willard and JD. Hey, Gary, what you doing?
Hey, guys. Just cruising down the freeway. Listen to you guys. I love your points. And, I mean, we got to be skeptical of these guys, obviously. But, we got two guys in the same boat with Lance and Darnold. And I don't really care who becomes the 2 or the 3. You know, the most important thing I'm thinking of is what's that quarterback room going to look like? You know, are they going to, because, I wish that, hopefully they're getting along. They're encouraging each other. And everybody's got each other's backs, and that's a good thing because with these young quarterbacks, everybody talks about in the NFL and the NBA. Sometimes it takes a little while till they get that ding moment, and they kind of get it. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully there's no animosity in there, and hopefully they're all working together and trying to get better because that'd be a great thing. The 1, 2s, and 3s.
Yeah, Gary, thanks. I mean, you're there every day. My perception is that everything has been absolutely, totally supportive.
Mm-hmm.
People having one another's backs, no issue there.
No, they've got a great room by all intents and purposes. They've been supportive of Brock. Darnold's come in and he's kind of just a quiet, want to get to work kind of a guy, and I think Trey's been respectful. Like everybody's been respectful of Trey. Trey's been respectful of everybody else in some pretty difficult circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from how we got here and all of the different reasons and what bad luck, injury, whatever. I mean, Trey does carry himself very well, I think. Does seem a little down. I don't like being overanalyzed. I don't like overanalyzing that, but
well, I mean, the questions he's got to ask every day. If I were Trey, I would puke before I got to the media room every day. It's got to suck. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
everybody's sort of looking at him like
it wouldn't be fun.
No, the only question you can ask sounds probably so patronizing to him. You know what I mean? So, is this like you were a 1 and now you might not even be the 2. So how's that feel? Well, not good. I don't know. I will say this. You talk about the locker room and relationships and whatnot, and you and I earlier were talking all about kind of the 3 teams and, who's authentic and genuine. We were talking about the Gabe Kapler thing and Kapler talking after the game today and kind of getting into it with a reporter a little bit. I would say of those 3 guys we talked about, Kapler, Shanahan, and Steve Kerr, Shanahan is absolutely, easily the most well-liked by his team. I think the Warriors love Steve Kerr, but I think there are some specific relationships that were bumpy.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole, sometimes Draymond, Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah. I would say the right players like Steve.
Yeah. But Zach Littell, Alex Wood, whatever your perception, you said earlier, you're surprised there hasn't been more of that.
I really am.
And I agree with you. Have you ever heard of anything with Kyle?
I'm cycling through. No, not really.
Yeah. I think they think he's the man. I really do.
Well, he puts them in position to win a lot. And when they weren't winning, they weren't supposed to win, so it didn't matter. Like the first year, nobody thought they were going to win. It was a tear down of the roster, shuffle in. Remember, they signed a bunch of good dudes to come in from Juszczyk and Robbie Gold and Pierre Garçon and but just positive guys. Hey, we're going to suck. We're going to bring in a bunch of positive guys that are cool with it. Like, that's the one thing, hey, we're not very good, but we got a bunch of positivity in the room.
You said earlier that Farhan, you think it's part of their deal, like to bring in the right. Like,
I think they try to do that.
I think the Niners do too.
Yes.
I don't think the Warriors do. The Warriors are like, Chris Paul, come on, are you coaching? No, I'm just that's. I do think the Niners want, as they put it one time years ago, no knuckleheads. I think they want no knuckleheads.
I agree with that. I got a little hung up on the Chris Paul because it's like I mean, man,
I've gotten myself to the point where I can't wait.
Well, I can't either.
But not in the way that I normally can't wait. Not because I think they're going to win a title, because I'm like, I got to see this.
Yeah,
I got to see Draymond and Chris Paul on the same floor together.
It's going to be a sight. It really is, and we'll see what happens with it. I just kind of lost myself there for a second, thinking about the other players and that they have brought. Some of the younger players. It's like really who we talking? We're really talking about Kuminga. I mean, at this point, because Poole's gone,
all eyes are
we're
there.
really talking about Kuminga.
We're talking about yeah. Moody's
fine. Like Moody's fine. The
Totally.
veterans are fine. Sure, Draymond and Kerr have had for Draymond and Kerr to have gone through everything that they've gone through, and for Steve Kerr, 5 minutes after they get eliminated, to be like, bringing it back. We're bringing everybody back.
Yeah.
We want to. This group's got it. Like, I mean, that nothing to see there.
Dublin Marge on YouTube just brought up Jimmy Ward and sort of references. I don't think Jimmy Ward was a knucklehead at all. Says that's why I think Ward is gone. He was a knucklehead. I don't think that. I don't think the 49ers thought that at all.
No, he's a good guy. They love Jimmy Ward.
And he was a phenomenal player.
Just got weird with the position switch.
If you want to bring up an example of somebody who was frustrated with Kyle, that's a good one. I think last year he was. Absolutely. He was frustrated.
And Jimmy Garoppolo at the end, I think.
Good point. That's a good point.
Because I think Jimmy thought he was gone.
He was. He was supposed to be.
And then he was back. And I'll be honest. I mean, you guys talked about this. I'm not saying anything new, but Jimmy had when Jimmy came back, there was a bleep it to Jimmy. Like, hey, I'm back. Y'all didn't want me. I don't give a rip what I'm just playing. And
let it
it'll
rip.
be good, it'll be bad. Like,
well, he was definitely going to be gone the year after.
Yeah, it was just...
They changed the contract where it was like, right, you cannot do it like I am gone after this.
But there was just don't blame me.
Yeah.
Like...
Well, the pressure's gone. The stress is gone. The constraints are totally gone.
Don't blame me. Don't expect me to come back. Don't...
I'm not going to text you.
Yeah, right.
Let's go to Carlos on 880. Hey, Carlos, you're on with Willard and JD. What you doing?
I'm just driving home from work. A long day of work.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for taking my call.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but I just want to bring up an interesting point. My brother and I were conversating about kind of what you guys touched on a little bit ago about how Shanahan is a offensive play, genius. So, what if it's not so much the QB's team as it is Christian McCaffrey's team now? Because when that man is on the field, it just turns into it's a nightmare when he's on there. You're always thinking, keeping track of where he's at. So what if it's really just his team now as opposed to the QB's? I understand the QB is number one, but...
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I'm trying to, as you're talking, Carlos, my mind's going around the league, and because I'm one of these believers, like Dibbs always says this, Brock Purdy might be the 7th best player on his own offense. And I'm like, no, because he's the quarterback. So by definition, he is the most important player on the field. He's the one with the ball in his hands on every single play. But are there any other NFL teams where emotionally, like from a conceptual standpoint, it's not the quarterback's team? Even the quarterbacks who aren't that great. Do you know what I mean? Like, here's the first example that popped to mind because it's the Niners' first opponent. Pickett it does not have some great resume in the league, but I don't think there's anybody else on that team that's like it's their team. It's not Najee Harris's team.
No,
it's not George
TJ
Pickens'
Watt's team.
Well, but that's on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, but the way I always think of it though is who goes on the marquee. Like if you're putting the marquee for that game up,
that's interesting.
It's probably Christian McCaffrey and TJ Watt. Like if this is the marquee, that's going on the side of the board for that game. I know it's a morning game out here, but
when it comes time to score points, is the team going, okay, Christian?
Yeah, I think
lead us down the field.
I think so.
I'm not saying
I think
no.
they are.
Yeah, maybe.
I think they are. I mean,
look at anybody else. Like
he is. I don't want to say the only, but he's the superstar of their offense.
Derrick Henry.
Christian McCaffrey is the 49ers superstar. Like you can say,
agreed.
And the fact and how well they played after he came over. Because we would always have this debate. Oh, Kittle's elite and Debo's this and Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey's a cut above all of them.
Derrick Henry's the only other name that comes to mind where you look at an offense and you're like, that offense is more based on not what the quarterback does. But I'm looking at every team. I don't think there's any other player in the league who would say on offense, some people might say Saquon is more important than Daniel Jones. I don't really agree with that. But is there any other team in the league where a running back or a receiver, I get, Justin Jefferson, but you got Cousins. That's a real player. I don't know, man. I don't know. I get where you're coming from.
Like, who's the 49ers' best player?
Yeah, well, on offense, McCaffrey.
It's McCaffrey or
Chris
Bosa.
McCaffrey's the best player.
It's McCaffrey or Bosa.
But is it his team?
Huh?
That's
I
different.
think it's McCaffrey's
Like
team.
the voice,
I really do.
But the voice in the huddle,
It's Brock and Kyle.
and Farhan. You know that he's just texting everybody what to do.
No, they already
That's how
know
it
because
works.
they're that well prepared, even for press conferences.
Obviously.
Most of the time.
He
doesn't have to read the iPad because he's studied it for, while he's eating his burger.
Well, okay, perfect. We're sponsored by Cars.com. We got some more 49er-based calls to take, and we will coming up next. But because we've referenced it a couple times, if you missed Gabe Kapler after the game with a reporter, we'll play that for you coming up next as well. JD's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area for a jam.
application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But it's JD in for Dibs all week, so we got 2 more days of you. You're not done yet. 2 more days of you, ramping up to Trey Lance's next performance on Saturday.
The song always gets me hyped.
Does it?
I got 5 on it.
Are you hyped right now?
I get hyped.
You do?
Yeah. We came out to that when I was in high school, basketball.
Do you know that you hyped and you not hyped look exactly the same?
I'm like Gabe. I'm like Bochy.
Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, obviously.
I get.
I'm very hyped right now.
Yeah.
I am very hyped right now. Do you know the difference between being hyped and not hyped?
Earlier this series, we talked about why you stuck with Wade Meckler with the bases loaded against a lefty. Bases loaded against a lefty tonight. You decided to pinch hit Slater for him. What changed, if anything, in that decision?
I'm absolutely happy to make the distinction, but I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Is it just Slater versus Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a disrespect to Ramos in any way, but I think Ramos has like 4 career pinch hit at bats. Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball. So I don't mind, of course, explaining something, but I just sometimes wonder if the question is, hey, can you say it? Or
Yes.
if that distinction isn't clear. I'm just curious about that.
Slater hasn't been hitting awesome either. He has a more track record, sure, but
Would you agree that he's one of the 5 best right-handed pinch hitters over the course of the last 3 or 4 years?
yeah.
Do you think there's that creates a distinction between him and a guy that has 4 career pinch hit at bats?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm just wondering if what you're asking is for me to say that, or if like whether or not there's a distinction at all for you.
It was a similar situation, so I think people would be interested to learn
Sure.
and hear you explain it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, again, Slater's one of the best pinch hitters in baseball, particularly against left-handed pitching over the course of the last 3 seasons. And so in that situation, we trust that he's going to go up there and have a good at-bat. He did, and he grounded into a double play. But I had him go up there because he's really, really good at that. Just has had a stretch where he hasn't had a lot of success.
I have a headache.
That was not.
Do you know the distinction?
It was just. It's not necessary,
Bro, you're the manager.
It was not necessary.
Like, you're the manager.
I think he thought something was happening that wasn't happening. I think he thought he was being pinned, and
Well, here's the other thing on that.
It was rather simple.
If you always hit the righty for the lefty, you know,
which he
and then you
doesn't,
don't, and then you don't,
but he doesn't.
But the
It's a
Meckler thing was
perception.
weird.
I know, but you know
The Meckler thing was weird.
But you watch these and you're there and you know they don't. It's not.
It's not always.
It's not cut and dry. It's not
For the
as
most part, it is.
It's not as cut and dry as fans make it out to be. It is that when the opportunity strikes for a guy whose role is literally that, they take it. That's the way I would describe it. If it's the 7th inning and it's a 1-run game and Wilmer Flores is the DH and he's due up and they bring in a right-handed thrower who throws 98 miles an hour, Jock is coming up.
Yeah.
Because that's what he's there to do.
But yeah,
I think he thought this is what Slater is on the roster to do.
Right. And Slater obviously wasn't available the other.
Right.
It was a different conversation.
So
Nobody was putting down
So
Ramos.
he thought he was being pinned to try to say something bad about Ramos, but I would disagree. That's not what was happening
At
there.
all.
And he could have just given the simple answer he gave at the end.
But it was as weird to not pinch it for Meckler in his major league debut, right? A kid who's hitting the cover off the ball, but nobody thought was going to be in the big leagues for another probably 2 years.
Well, and Ramos had both homered and doubled in
he's
late
been
innings.
scorching the ball.
Yeah,
in 5 at bats or whatever.
Right.
No, but he's been hitting the ball hard.
Right.
Even his outs, he's hitting the ball hard.
Right.
Like that That's a no-brainer, really. That one to me was a no-brainer that they didn't do.
It surprised me. In the moment, I'm like, huh. Okay.
And I get it.
Yep.
You can't burn it in the 5th inning, and then you don't have it in the 7th inning. And I thought Bochy over the weekend played him. I thought Bochy in the Saturday game. This was a long time ago.
You're talking about when he took the pitcher out early?
When he took Heaney out. Heaney was sick, and I think Bochy went out of his way to not make it something, because I went over to the Rangers clubhouse that night.
We're going to take you out. Yeah.
And everybody was, because Heaney, the lefty, was pitching. The Giants had it all stacked with righties.
Yep.
Heaney was obviously under the weather, which gave Bochy a pathway to do it that I don't think the Giants knew about.
He yanked him, and
it was like, hey, Gabe, you want to start pinch hitting for guys in the 2nd inning of a 1-1 game? And Gabe, no, it's too early. And you know the irony of that?
You did not just give me a high voice.
The irony of it,
you
whatever.
can say what you want, but don't say that.
Fair.
All right.
He was talking before the game about, hey, the fine line is, when do you go for it? Like when do you go for it in those matchups? And then I know it was interesting. And part of that equation was the Rangers have the 2 lefties at the back end, which is unusual.
Right
so it's like, wait, if I start hitting my lefties in the 2nd inning, I'm not going to have them in. Yeah.
Well, and his answer Monday night about why he stuck with Meckler was that Meckler's going to be really good hitting left-handers. Okay. So
his first day in the big leagues when he wasn't due to be up until 25.
But why not this one? And I know, the funny thing is, and so do you, what his answer would be to that. Like, he would have pinch hit for Meckler the other night if Slater was available. He would have.
Right.
But he wasn't. And so.
Yes,
Yeah. Anyway, that was unnecessary.
Just answer the question.
Right.
And don't expect.
And I think frustration boiled over. And it's hard to tell with Gabe because his frustration sounds exactly like his non-frustration. That's the problem.
Probably true. And I would imagine Gabe and the reporter probably hugged it out figuratively.
Yeah, I don't think.
I would imagine Gabe either texted him or the reporter hung out in the office after. And it was like, hey,
maybe
we're good.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's.
Like he's going to be like, that never got tense. The rest of us did.
I believe that.
Yeah, I don't think he thinks that got tense. Okay, Diego and Marin, before we get cooking here. Hey, Diego, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to share with you guys my favorite story about Purdy. I heard last year from Kittle, and it's the only story I needed to hear to know he's the quarterback of the future, which is that during the practices after he became QB1, he told the huddle to shut the F up so he could tell them what the play was. And I don't see CMC saying that. So he's the leader of the team, not CMC.
Again, Diego, thanks. That's a fun story. I mean, I do think Brock has some characteristics, and I love this about certain players, certain people. They have some characteristics that you're like, well, that doesn't look like something he would. If you just watched Brock walk into the room with his backpack, you would not think that he would walk onto the floor at Levi Stadium and look at George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and say, hey, shut the bleep up. Hey, Trent, shut up.
No.
I got a play to call. You wouldn't think that.
No.
But he's got that in him. McCaffrey, maybe not, but it comes down to your definite. The question we were playing with is it McCaffrey's team? Well, how do you define that, right? Like, is he running the huddle? No. Is he the most important thing on the offense? Yeah, probably.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing looked different when he came over.
Sure, but
immediately.
I would also contend if you put a bad quarterback, nameless bad quarterback in there with Christian McCaffrey, it wouldn't look good.
Oh, it's going to be worse.
It wouldn't look good.
It's going to be worse than it would with a good quarterback. No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt.
Yes. All right. Here comes Grandy, everybody. The best of the entire day, and it's been a good one here on 95.7 The Game. The best of the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. That's what's coming up, a full hour of today's best stuff if you missed any of it. And then we come back and do it again tomorrow. You ready for that?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, so for JD and for Grandy and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from 100 million years ago.
Expect big things and big bones at the California Academy of Sciences.
The skull is connected to 19 neck bones, counterbalanced by 82 interlocking tail bones.
See the world's largest dinosaurs with giant fossils, massive models, and more.
Did you know they had 6-foot femur bones? Come see huge sauropod bones.
Now open. Buy ahead and save at calacademy.org.
At Pennzoil, we have one job. Pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the charcuterie board.
Enjoy these fine meats and cheeses.
These are just cut up hot dogs and spray cheese.
Indeed.
The best way to stream your favorites is on the Xfinity 10G network. Now through September 6th, new customers can get gig internet on the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming for just $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile. Plus, there's no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires PayPal split and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. After promo, regular supplied internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. Stream Top Chef on Peacock.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter breakup song.
I feel so betrayed by you, like a broken shell that can never be glued.
Heineken Silver Sip Break.
But who needs that glue when you got great friends and that barbecue? Who needs that glue?
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back and bigger than ever with $14 million in guaranteed prizes only at Circus Sports. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. 2 ways to win and no rate. Play Circa Million, where you make 5 picks against the spread each week with 100% payback. Or join Circus Survivor, where you select one team each week straight up. Last the longest to win it all. $14 million in guaranteed prizes. Visit circusports.com for details.
It's back, one of our best savings events of the year. Outdoor Supply Hardware is paying your sales tax Saturday and Sunday, August 26th and 27th. And Club Osh members save an extra 5%. That equals big savings. Make a list and get set for epic store-wide deals. From premium grills and patio sets to battery-operated tools and more. Let Osh take care of your sales tax August 26th and 27th at all 14 neighborhood stores. Sign up for Club Osh for an extra 5% off at osh.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day. Hey, everybody. On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Wednesday. Time for Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. A lot to get to here on this Wednesday. We'll begin with the morning roast. We will wrap up with Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Dibbs this week. But again, let's begin with the morning roast. The guys had a really interesting conversation with Bomani Jones. You know him. You've probably heard of him. He's been all over your television sets talking sports for quite a long time. One of the smartest guys in sports media, and always offers interesting and thoughtful takes about everything in sports, including the San Francisco 49ers quarterback room. He has been a Trey Lance defender in the past, and he's not quite ready to get off of that side of things just yet either. So that's coming up here right now on 95.7 The Game. It's Best of the Game. Bomani Jones on earlier today with Bonte and Shasky on the morning roast, talking about Trey Lance, talking about some of the recent comments made by certain national media members about Trey Lance, and we'll probably venture outside of the football world as well with Bomani Jones. He is that great of a resource. So let's kick off Best of the Game with Bomani Jones on earlier today on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Michael Lombardi made the news yesterday because he was talking about Trey Lance, and we'll get into everything going on with the 49ers quarterback. But one comment, and I'm glad we had you on today because you handle these topics very, very well. And I know I cringed when I heard this, but Michael Lombardi basically said when Trey Lance's mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. And if you want to say he's not a good quarterback, if you want to say he's inaccurate, that's fine. Why did we have to go to extra step to try to go viral here? And Michael Lombardi, it's not the first time he said something about a black quarterback. We know what he said about Cam Newton when he was coming out in the draft. What went through your head when you heard this or saw this clip or read this clip from Michael Lombardi yesterday?
Well, I'll be honest, this is the first time I've heard it, and my question is, what does that mean?
Yeah. We can play the audio for you. Would you like to hear the audio real quick, Bo?
Play the audio.
Play the audio
Yeah,
for you
yeah,
real
let's
quick.
do that.
Let's play the audio right here.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
Michael. So that was Michael Lombardi yesterday on this podcast, the GM Shuffle. So your thoughts after hearing that?
Okay, so the thing that gets me, like, part of it is, like, a little bit small, and it was the fact that he used the word mama. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like a bit of an unnecessary affectation that I don't think that he uses if he's talking about, say, Sam Darnold, for example, right?
Right.
Now, where this gets to be interesting, we're talking about Lance, of course, is, did he ever say that about Sam Darnold? He's right there, right? Like, Mr. I'm seeing ghosts, as bad as things got with Darnold, I don't recall people using terms so hyperbolic and acting like the issue was so essential. And that's the part that, to me, feels like happens more to black people in this space than anybody else. And I could be wrong because, again, I don't really understand what in the world he's talking about, number one. And number two, how you could be so sure about somebody where the sample size that we're dealing with is so small. That's the whole thing with everything that surrounds Lance that I just find to be so confusing, is that the talent is obvious and so many people are willing to bail on him based on a small sample size to jump on board a dude that's far less talented and also dealing with a pretty small sample size.
Yeah, no doubt. He also said, Michael Lombardi, back in 2011, and Chasky, I want you to jump in here, but he goes, what worries me about Cam Newton is he a person who is going to work hard? Will he be dedicated? Is the money going to spoil him? Will he take coaching? What kind of leader will he be? It's just fact. I'm a black man, Bomani. I don't hear this stuff about the Sam Darnolds of the world or the Baker Mayfields or the Warner Hill. Even Johnny Manziel didn't hear those things about him. So I'll let you jump in here, Shasky. But it's just Michael Lombardi just talking just to talk. It was just like, why you got to bring his mom into it?
I've had so many issues with Lombardi over the years. But Bomani, I guess my bigger takeaway is why is it we have to talk so inhumane when we're analyzing sports? We're very lucky to do what we do. We're talking about kids. I mean, the guy's 23 years old. I get he's a professional. He's made millions of dollars, and there's an envy on some level from fans or media people. I just feel like whether it's the Jordan Poole situation locally, James Wiseman, Trey Lance, the common denominator is this ability to bully these people inhumanely. We can't just break the games down with a little bit of grace. We have to go flying over the top. I just don't understand why we do this in sports.
Well, yeah, I think that there's the over-the-top issue, right? That certainly exists in this. But I think that there's a very particular black quarterback issue that comes in, right? True. Like, have you ever heard of a situation where a team traded 3 first-round picks in order to get a prospect and seemed so willing to bail? And we're not talking about, for example, a Johnny Manziel type that seems to bring you everything else off the field. I haven't heard Trey Lance talk in a long time, but the thing that struck me with him coming out of college is how composed and professional and all those things that he seemed to be, and he's had the worst luck in the world, and everybody is ready to bail for the last pick in the draft. And I know that things went well last season. Like, I don't want to ignore what Purdy managed to do, but I've still never seen a team or a fan base or anything so willing to bail on something that could be potentially very, very good.
So I want to follow up on that because we all think Kyle Shanahan's really smart and he knows what he's doing. Why do you think they're so ready to bail on him? They're just because, like, you brought up Johnny Manziel, and it really triggers me because I feel like Johnny Manziel, there was an element of he literally did not care. Right? And when I watch Trey Lance, I actually, in the pocket, I see a guy that really does care and is like afraid to make a mistake. It's totally different. Like, he's actually putting in the work. He just might not be good enough, or maybe he doesn't process at the line the way other guys do, or for Kyle Shanahan's system. I don't know exactly what they're looking at. Why do you think they're so quick to bail?
I don't know. And I will say this. I don't understand anything when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and how he views quarterbacks. He gets to slide for the fact that they passed up on Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson before we knew this other stuff. Yeah. Take Solomon Thomas. Because we'll just go get Kirk Cousins. And then you wind up getting Jimmy Garoppolo, who was the ceiling that prevented you to win Super Bowls. And we still think of him as being, I think Shanahan's really, really good. Right. But I think that with the quarterback stuff, we have to admit, he doesn't make any sense. Like, all of that happens, and then you trade 3 first-round picks to get Trey Lance, and then you bail on him. I don't understand anything when it comes to him about this, but the idea that they're not even pretending and they're saying, yeah, he's in a battle for backup with Sam Darnold, or at least that's my understanding. No. You don't even if that's true, you don't say that out loud, because now everybody bails on the dude because we all knew Sam Darnold stinks.
You know, Bo, it's so funny because I've been on these airways yelling this stuff. Chasky knows when they took Solomon Thomas, I've been yelling, and people say, Bonte, you're crazy. They keep going to the NFC Championship game. Not only did they not take Watson, but they bail on Kirk Cousins because they was like, oh, wait, he's in Minnesota. But then they say, although I agreed with it at the time, Tom Brady's marginally better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but you know what? He ain't good enough to be here. He ain't good enough to be here. Did you flirt with Matthew Stafford? They're like, So we're still trying to figure out what Shanahan wants at quarterback. And by the way, there's a chance Kirk Cousins may be here next year. So our life is screwed here at 49 land, Bo.
Ooh, boy, I mean, Kirk Cousins is a better version of Jimmy Garoppolo with the same problem. He's going to do something that makes it to where you can't win.
Yeah.
What did you think of the quarterback, Doc? Because my big takeaway was, damn, Patrick Mahomes is really that dude.
And Andy Reid
And
is
Andy
a
Reid
perfect
is
compliment
great.
for his genius. Like, there's a blend of science and art when I watch the two of their partnerships.
But why is it that when I watch NFL Network, or everybody's talking, it's like, oh my God, Kirk Cousins is so tough. He stole our hearts here in America. And I'm thinking to myself, that's what y'all took away from this documentary? What did you take away from the quarterback, Doc?
Well, for me, Patrick Mahomes is the closest thing to Michael Jordan as a team sport athlete that we've seen since Jordan. And that was what I walked away from. Like, seeing the way he get into it with those dudes on the field and all of that stuff, I was like, oh, baby, I didn't know he had it in him like that. I didn't realize that he was that guy, and he is 100% that guy. Like, I think I'm with you that I came away from that marveling at Mahomes more than anything else. I think that people talk so much about Cousins in it because he's a person that I think a lot of people believe that they would not like because he's just a little bit corny. And his corny turned out to be the endearing kind of corny.
Right.
And so I think that people are like, oh, okay, I can get with that. But that shouldn't even been quarterbacks. That should have just been Patrick Mahomes. Like, you think about that for a second. If it's Tom Brady, you think you're about to have a documentary series that got Tom Brady and Marcus Mariota on it?
Hell nah.
That's not happening.
No, not at all. Not at all. What's your thoughts of Brock Purdy from afar? Because inside the Niner bubble, he's obviously what he did last year was incredible, and he hurts himself, so there's this injury question mark, and it seems like he's feeling healthy. But people are comparing him to Drew Brees and Joe Montana, and that feels way premature. But at the same time, like, what we saw last year was real. What are your thoughts on Brock Purdy?
Well, what we saw last year was real, but I think that we've all been watching quarterbacks and these young guys who jump in these situations enough that we know that last year was real, but last year is not this year. And yes, there's going to be the injury part of it that we need to see, and that's part of what leaves me so fascinated by how enthusiastic and how sure that people are that this is something, like, this is the real deal, and you just give up on what everything else is. Like, I think I said this on this show before, where if I see Brock Purdy pull that off, that actually makes me more excited about what's possible with Trey Lance. If somebody more talented can do this, is there, then what is it that he could possibly bring? But with Purdy, I just think it's going to be a matter of wait and see. And I think that if there's anybody that knows that seeing one excellent season doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the future for a guy, it would be the dude that coached Robert Griffin. Yeah. So I am much more on a let's see how this goes program when it comes to Purdy. But that doesn't take away from anything that he did last year, right? This doesn't mean that he can't be good. I just don't understand why people are so sure that this is going to happen.
I got to ask you this before we let you go, Bo, because you're tapped in with the NBA as well, and we got the Warriors around here. Media Day, October 2nd. Chris Paul's coming in the building. But James Harden out in China basically calling Daryl Morey a liar. The same guy who traded him to bring him to Houston, the same guy who traded for him to bring him to Philadelphia, he goes out there and straight calls him a liar out there in China. And we know the history between China and Daryl Morey and whatnot. What's your takeaway on James Harden, man? Because the dude to me is just straight up sucker. I'm gonna just say, he's a great basketball player, but the way he goes about his business is just, you want to talk about corny, the bad corny. That's what that is when it comes to James Harden, in my opinion.
Well, I think the question for me is, did he lie to him, and what did he lie to him about? And getting to the bottom of that question would be the only way, I think, for us to truly offer a real judgment on what it is that Harden did. What I do know about James Harden is somewhere in his life, he figured out that the most effective negotiating strategy for him is to inflict pain upon other people. If you're not getting down with what I want, I'm going to make this terribly uncomfortable for you. My understanding is that's what happened in Oklahoma City. That's definitely what happened in Houston. The Nets didn't even really let it get that far. They're like, all right, cool. Yeah, I give, uncle. There we go. Now, what I think happened with both Morey and Harden in this is both of them are behaving the ways they normally behave in situations like these. But each of them thought that the other owed them in such a way that they said, he ain't going to do me like that. And then they looked up and they doing each other like that because that's how both outside to do things. Like, look, maybe Morey told him, we'll give you the super duper, you do us this solid to take this pay cut right now, and we'll take care of you on the back end. Given the way the business happens in the NBA, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. If he did that and then it didn't go, Harden's not really trying to hear that. If he said, okay, I'll opt in and you'll trade me, and Morey's like, okay, we'll trade you, but only if we get a good trade, Harden probably said, okay, cool. And then the word gets out, okay, well, we're not looking for a trade anymore. James Harden's like, no, you're going to keep looking for a trade. Just you watch. And so his only ability to get what he wants is to do something like this. And I agree with you. I don't have a lot of respect for the idea that I'm just going to throw a temper tantrum. Right. I'm more inclined to be like, all right, cool. I got to figure this out and make it happen. Sometimes things are a little bit rough. This is what you do, That is not James Harden. No. That is not him. He sees no reason why it is that he should have to sit around and deal with this. And Daryl Morey, who is terrible at people stuff, we saw this happen with Ben Simmons. He ain't the one that's got to be in that locker room. He ain't the one that's got to be on that team. So he's willing to stay upstairs and sit around and wait until he gets whatever it is that he's looking for in a trade. I just don't think he's going to be able to get this. Like, I'm shocked the Clippers even want James Harden because I feel like he has demonstrated that no matter how good he is, you cannot win with him in the end. Why would you want to pick up somebody that gives you that, gives you that obvious ceiling? Like I said about Jimmy Garoppolo. At some point, he's going to do something, and you're not going to be able to win. Just because James Harden is overall better doesn't change the fact that that is an intractable ceiling.
Who's in more of a win-now mode right now? Chris Paul with the Warriors, Aaron Rodgers with the Jets.
Oh, Chris Paul.
More than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Because I don't think that Aaron Rodgers thinks that this season is the last season. Like, I think that he believes that they can go do this next year, and I think that he believes he's got an infrastructure that's set up to where, the Jets look good, right? Like, this isn't a they can only do this right now kind of situation. Chris Paul is on a team with a bunch of dudes that have never liked him. Like, let's just stop and think about this for a second. His body consistently breaks down, and he's surrounded by dudes that are like, hey, man, all right, I guess. I'd be trying to win now so I could get the hell out of there, personally, if I were him. I can't think of a situation like this. Like, the closest that I could think of is Dennis Rodman going to play for the Bulls. But Dennis Rodman was still really, really good. Chris Paul is not.
Oh, boy. We got a lot of tweets that we've deleted about Chris Paul out here in the Bay Area. Should be a very interesting season. But before we get you out, Bo, and we appreciate the time, our poll question on YouTube today.
Oh, yeah.
Do you still carry a wallet?
Let me set this
yes or no?
up.
Let him set it up because I'm still a wallet guy. I'm old school.
Yeah, so B's old school. He had his wallet out, and I wear a lot of shorts and sweatpants stuff. So I went to the phone, the Cheapo Depot Amazon one, but the phone with the card thing in the back and just enough room for my ID, my health card, and a credit card, and the key card to get here into the building. That's it. I don't carry a wallet, and it's liberating. Do you have a separate wallet?
Yeah, I still carry a wallet. It's a couple things on it. One, I carry a wallet, but I also carry bags, so I keep the wallet in the bag. So I have the liberation of not having the wallet in my pocket while also having the wallet on me. Number two, I got to be honest with you. I exist in a life at this point that every now and then I need to let people with money understand that I'm in this room. You know what I mean? Like, I need them to understand that I'm playing similar games as they are. I didn't make the rules of this. You know what I'm saying?
But the best answer we've had today.
Yeah, you get where I'm coming from?
Absolutely.
You landed the dismount.
Sometimes you got to get in there and be like, yeah, I got a nice watch too. Okay. Yeah, I got this Ferragamo wallet. Yeah, you see me pull this out of there. Okay, cool. Like, they pick up on those little things. Recognize that I ain't no imposter. And I'll be honest with you, I come out here pulling this stuff out the back of my phone, I look like I'm fronting.
Well, I love it. I love it. Hey, before you get out of it, did you catch the Johnny Manziel doc? Because it disgusted me on a variety of levels. The family, the enabling, the twinkle in the eye, just him basically, to me, it was him trying to excuse horrific behavior at every single turn. I don't know. I felt dirty watching the whole thing, and it actually makes me hate the whole Johnny Manziel thing even more, and him, the individual. Like, when we talk about busts, his zero care whatsoever, that is a bust. Like, I don't know. It really bugged me.
All right, so you remember when they had that cover of Cam Newton, Blaine Gabbert, and Jake Locker on Sports Illustrated?
I'll never forget it.
Oh, yeah.
And they talked about the hardest decision. Now, do you also remember a few years later when they did, I guess it may have been the next year, when they did that cover with Tyrann Mathieu, and it was the one where they did the story, the big bombshell story about the honey badger. The thing about both of those stories that you'll note is that both covers were stock footage, and they were both stock footage because they could not get the subjects of the stories that they wanted to do interviews with them. So they had to scrape it together and figure it out. But somewhere along the way, somebody had decided that they were doing these cover stories and it was too late to bail. So they had to make the most of it. That whole documentary to me felt like they were like, cool, we gonna make a documentary. And then they turned the stuff in and Netflix was like, damn, that's it. And then they had to figure out how to put it together and make it into something. Like, I thought it was simply not a good film on a number of levels. One, Johnny Manziel played on a team that had literally 6 first-round picks.
Mike Evans
on offense.
Mike Evans wasn't even interviewed.
Mike Evans. None of those guys were interviewed, right? Like, there was only but so good of a story they could tell because they tried to do it so fast, and they did it in a way that I thought was ultimately very incomplete. Like, the context they gave of the Alabama game was not good enough to really get you an understanding that this dude went from literally nothing to the biggest star in college football in the span of a week. They didn't even tie it up at the back end, so you tell me that he had all these problems, you tell me he was doing dope, you tell me all of this, and then you get to the end to be like, yeah, I don't think he's ready to come outside. Like, that isn't a satisfying ending at all. Like none of it. I would have preferred a documentary that was 1 hour on the interview of the autograph scam.
Wow.
Yeah, not even a scam, but the fact that he was laundering money through his father and talk about getting on planes.
Yeah, that's it.
The
grandfather. But how about Cliff Kingsbury?
Oh, dude.
He somehow came out worse. That's the most underrated aspect of the doc is Cliff Kingsbury. It's like, yeah, I knew he was hungover. I knew he was chilling, but you know what? That's how Johnny football rolls. I'm going to get the best out of him. How about Cliff sitting there just chilling like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, but Cliff is like, what was I supposed to do? Right? Like Cliff, yo, he's here now. What am I supposed to do? Like, if you want to talk about another element that I think could have been made more interesting in the presence of that story, and this is something I don't think we talk about enough, is that we don't think of alcohol as a drug, right? Like, we see alcohol destroy so many people's lives and everything else, but we take drinking in college as just kind of this thing you do, and we don't associate it with what I think for most people is a significant anxiety
100%.
that comes from moving away from home and everything else. Like, 100%. This should be more of a sad story in the way that in the way it came out there. And I just came away at the end of it being like, what was the purpose here? Like, why was I watching this? What was I supposed to get out of this? Because I ultimately didn't really get anything.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Bomani, man, the Right Time Podcast. What else you got going on for the next few months?
More often.
Oh, yeah. Well, the podcast will be back soon, and it will be the right time. Like, all of that's saying, we just kind of figuring out where the home is going to be. And then from there, I'm working on, the reason I can talk about that Manziel thing like that is I'm trying to work on some documentary stuff. Nice. I pay a lot more attention to that stuff. Like, I'm at a point now where I'm lucky enough that I got the security and wherewithal that I can start working on some things that are a little bit more ambitious rather than just trying to find some place where somebody can cut me a check so I can go out here and fire off these tapes. Like, I kind of want to work on some other stuff, so those are the things that I'm kind of moving towards. But on occasion, I like firing off a tape. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, stack that HBO money, my man, and best of luck with you. I know you worked on the Randy Moss story for 30, right? If I'm not mistaken, Jason Williams, Rand University.
Yeah, I worked on that one, and I'm just one cool thing about the job that I've had for a long time is it allows you to meet a lot of really interesting people who do really, really, really interesting things. And so what can happen now, hey, man, a lot of real cool stuff can go down that'll probably, for me at least, be a little bit more personally exciting than some of the things I've done in the last couple of years.
That's Bomani Jones earlier today on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Chasky. A really good conversation. If you missed part of it, you want to go listen back to a portion of it. It is available on the Odyssey app as well as on the 95.7 The Game YouTube channel, youtube.com/957 The Game. Also, a lot of other great content from the Morning Roast today. That'll be it for the Morning Roast on Best of the Game tonight, but a lot today. Again, it's all available for you on the Odyssey app and on the 95.7 The Game YouTube channel. It includes a conversation with David Lombardi of The Athletic, who covers the San Francisco 49ers, was down at practice today and has been at every practice for the 49ers this offseason and training camp and into the preseason now. All of that and more, again, available on the Odyssey app and the 95.7 The Game YouTube channel. All right, time for a quick break here on Best of the Game. When we come back, let's fast forward to Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Dibbs today, so Willard and JD sat down for a really interesting conversation with JT O'Sullivan, former Niners and NFL quarterback, kind of turned quarterback guru, or at least a quarterback studier, founder of the QB school, and does a really great job breaking down and explaining to us who have not been quarterbacks in the NFL what a quarterback is seeing, what they're processing, what should be going through their heads on the field during a given play. That conversation, you don't want to miss it. It's coming up next. It's Best of the Game here on 95.7 The Game. We're sponsored by AC Transit. More coming up after this on 95.7 The Game.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible for a $2,000 bonus. Secure the bag. Apply today at AC Transit.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Danny from the Tri-County area. We've used your company on several occasions. Rocky is a great worker and communicates very well with the work that he performs. It's hard to find good, hard workers, and he is definitely one of them.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can find out how to get one line of unlimited mobile free for a year. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, paired with the flexibility to bring your own mobile device for no extra cost. Plus, you can save even more on additional lines for anyone in your business who needs one. And a whole year of savings. Well, that adds up. Business-ready mobile service for free. Every day of every month for a whole year. Don't wait. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends September 21st, 2023. Restrictions apply. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's forhims.com/radio for your free online visit. forhims.com/radio.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you've had painful kidney stones, you know you don't want more. Moonstone Stone Stopper is a simple solution that works. Created and recommended by top kidney stone doctors, Stone Stopper is an alkali citrate formula scientifically proven to prevent crystallization. Stone Stopper's patented formula is gentle on the stomach and is available in easy-to-swallow capsules, gummies, and powder drinks that make hydration delicious. Stone Stopper is available at participating Walmart and Walgreens stores. Look for the red stop sign on the bottom shelf of the vitamin aisle. For more information or to find a store near you, go to stonestopper.com.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up AutoSave in the Chase mobile app. So what are you saving for, Bruce?
Father-daughter soccer camp.
Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with the power of both. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
AutoSave requires a Chase checking and savings account. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just going to love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas bills compared to other water heaters.
I love how I have more space with its wall-hanging design. Please let me say
Nope. Sorry, miss. I know you appreciate it, but I can't let you say it.
Why not?
Because with Navien, it's a tankless job.
How long you been waiting to use that?
You'd be surprised.
Find a Navien installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
61 and cloudy in San Francisco tonight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. We just heard from Bomani Jones on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Chasky. Let's rewind to this afternoon. Willard and JD today. JD in for Dibs this week. And the guys had a really interesting conversation with JT O'Sullivan. If you're a Niner fan, you probably recognize the name. Former Niner quarterback, very briefly, former NFL quarterback as well. Now runs the QB School, the quarterback school on Twitter. You can see it at the QB School on Twitter. And he most recently broke down Trey Lance's entire first half against the Las Vegas Raiders, the preseason game from last week. If you haven't seen it yet, I do suggest taking it out. It will provide some checking it out. It will provide some nice context from this conversation with JT O'Sullivan on Willard and Dibs today. Again, with JD in for Dibs. Had a really interesting conversation about Trey Lance's performance, where he struggles, where he can improve, and what his future might hold, not just with the 49ers, but in the NFL. So let's get to the conversation. It's JT O'Sullivan on earlier today with Willard and JD as Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game.
Let everybody know what a turn down is.
The turn down is, I don't know if we can say that I coined it. I don't know where I picked it up from. I'm sure I hijacked it from somebody. But it essentially means that there is a play and there is an open, eligible receiver down the field that looks like it's tethered on time and in rhythm to the quarterback, and for whatever reason, the quarterback doesn't throw it. And it's one of those things that it's pretty rare, honestly, to see happen at all in the NFL. let alone happen multiple times, let alone potentially happen the first 3 snaps of a game. And so it just kind of was so eye-popping to me that I essentially was like, you know what, I'm going to do the whole game or the whole half of Trey Lance because I want to build the context about exactly what the hell, we're seeing here as far as turn downs and why people might be so upset, both fans and people probably in the building frustrated with some of the play.
Okay, so a turn down, I love that. That was really good. A turn down is an open throw that for whatever reason the quarterback does not throw. That's maybe a simplistic way of saying it. And then you said it's very rare that happens in the NFL at all. How many times did you see Trey Lance do an unnecessary turn down?
Well, I can think of the first 3 throws. The first throw potentially is like a half turn down, so it's like 2.5 in the first 3 plays. And then there were certainly more as the game went on. So you're looking at 5+-ish turn downs, and it's just it's a abnormally large example, especially in only a half of football. And I get it. You haven't played for a long time. I get it. You're coming back from an injury, but it's just one of those things when they're back to back, it almost feels like they're compounding a bigger issue.
And what would that issue be in your mind, JT?
Well, it's either he's being coached to be really, really cautious, or he doesn't have necessarily the capacity to let it go on time consistently. And it can be it can be both of those things. It can be one or the other. Sometimes I've been around guys that I would classify the game as too fast, where they don't necessarily see things as quickly as they happen in real time. And then I've been around some guys who are just like, you know what? I'm not taking any chances with this thing. I'll check it down and we can punt, and my stat sheet looks pretty good the next day. You turn on the film and you're like, geez, we should have scored 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, but we punted 4 times. So it's one of those things where, and unless you're really in the quarterback room, in the system, you don't really know for sure what's going on. It can be really confusing and muddy to try to make sense of it.
And the next part of that would be, how does it get corrected if you're somebody like Trey Lance who's in this battle right now for the backup spot, maybe to just be on the 49ers roster when the preseason ends? Like, how do you coach somebody out of that if they're in that mold?
I think you can. First of all, I want to say that I think you certainly can coach people to improve upon this. I think it comes from, the first part is the trust in the room. So by the play caller, the head coach, probably the play caller, the quarterback coach, to say it's okay to make mistakes, especially when you're under a significant microscope where people are like live tweeting your training camp stats. That doesn't make you feel like you're in a safe environment to make mistakes, in my opinion.
Right.
So you have to be in a safe environment where you feel like, hey, if I don't make a mistake, I'm not getting demoted during this 7-on-7 period. So building that confidence, but then having the confidence then to let it rip in practice, to then let it rip in these types of games. If you're ever going to let it rip, it's going to be in a preseason game. And so you want to see significant and substantial improvement immediately. I mean, like next series that he's out there, we want to see some improvement as far as letting these things rip on time, where they're supposed to go consistently.
JT O'Sullivan, former Niners quarterback and now in front of the QB school, with us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs with JD in for Dibs all week. Okay, so, yeah, JT, I got to tell you, these videos that I saw and that we were just discussing about the turndowns, it kind of helped me understand something else that Kyle Shanahan had said after the game. You remember the touchdown throw, which should have been picked. But Kyle talked about the play as if it was a good play. And when I first heard it, I'm like, why does he think that? But the way he said it was, he was like, look, the throw was there. He was a little late. It was a little inaccurate, but I was glad he threw it because I want Trey to play more like that. Your video helped me understand what Kyle was saying there. So what we're talking about is someone who is maybe hesitant to pull the trigger. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with what he said after the game, but if that's what he said, that certainly makes sense, especially on that play, because that play is a great example of, it's not an early read. You get through your read, it's kind of the backside post and kind of a red zone-ish thing where it comes into your vision, and it is there. And when he lets it go, it's maybe a half tick late, and then the ball drifts a little to the right, so that if it's a perfect throw, I think it probably splits those two defenders, and it's a great touchdown. It drifts a little bit on him. He's a little late. But, yeah, the fact that he let it go if you look at the rest of that game as just kind of an overall picture, that play is kind of out of context as far as letting things rip down the field out of structure. And so that stuff, absolutely. Kind of like the other play, I think it was down in the red zone area where they were in empty. It was like a double stick, and he ended up scrambling to the right, kind of making like a jump scissor kick throw back across his field to a spot over the ball. That type of play out of structure, in my opinion, why you draft a guy like that high, who's got this kind of athletic ability and creativity that you want to see, that's the type of stuff you want to see. Those two plays are Trey Lance creating, making more of the offense than just scheming up people in the run game.
And JT, I was going to ask you, and you kind of touched on a little bit there, just, there was a lot of pub of the breakdowns and the turn downs and the misses, but what, when you have watched Trey Lance, have you liked about his skill set or the potential that the 49ers saw in him to make him that number 3 pick?
I mean, I've always loved his athletic ability, the dual threat that I think everybody, Kyle Shanahan included, has seen the league evolve towards in that position. The guy has to be a playmaker and has to be able to kind of create out of structure, or if you're willing to run your quarterback. It certainly didn't work out health-wise last year for him, but I love that from the position. So that's the first part that I would say. The other part that I would say is, and I know it's hard, especially for y'all up there, because you guys are in it, and you're talking about this all the time, and it's really important to that fan base. But he's got to, at some point, you have to play quarterback. Like, for instance, anecdotally for me, and we're not anywhere in the same category with Trey Lance in my situation, but I had to go to NFL Europe twice and play. And when you play, there is an element of your game that evolves that can't evolve against the scout team or against, when you're running the scout team. And so there is this element that I really liked from Trey Lance just in this game, small sample size, but he did get a little better as that game went on. He got a little bit more comfortable. He made a few more plays. Now, that happens. Everybody's going to get better when you have a rough start. But you want to be able to just kind of see that continued progress in his performance.
JT, I think that's kind of where people are, because the world watched the Raider game, and you're hearing a lot of people sort of give up as if Trey is now a lost cause. When you see some of the mistakes he's making, do you find them to be so far removed from NFL starter ability that it just, as they say, he doesn't have that it quality? Or do you find these things to be fixable and time might still make him a good player?
I'm never going to be the guy that puts an artificial ceiling on someone's ability to improve. I think that if you were to show me that film of his first half, that first quarter, and I were to not know what was invested draft capital-wise, I would say this player is going to have a hard time being on an NFL roster right now. Now, that's not reality, though. They have invested a significant amount of that capital into him. They are invested as an organization from the outside looking in his performance. And so, I think he can continue to develop. I think he's in a tough spot. He really is in a tough spot, and it's weird to say that because that roster is built to win now. You've had someone come in and, and Brock Purdy and show that they can win playing a certain way, and he got, played so well last year. I think it almost makes everything a little bit harder for Trey when you see that kind of performance come in. So it might be somewhere else, but he absolutely has the skill set to be a quarterback in the NFL. It just didn't translate that first preseason game, and he's been so unfortunate playing-wise, time-wise, and health-wise.
How, assuming he is not the backup quarterback and ends up with Sam Darnold, I mean, how much more difficult is it for him to continue to improve and stay ready as the 3? And because I think they're part of the discussion out here, JT, is he really battling to stay on the roster? And the question the 49ers are going to have is, Brandon Allen, who's used to being a backup and was a backup with Cincinnati, is he as the 3 better than Kerry and Trey, who won't get that developmental time if he is the 3? Like, how do you navigate all of that?
Well, I'm not in their front office to have to, but I would imagine that there's not a better place to be if you're looking to play in the NFL and not a starter than for the 49ers, who have proven over the course of the last few years that they're probably going to have some injury issues at the position. You're probably going to get an opportunity to play. And now you go from really the mindset of, when you're the 3rd overall pick, you're essentially guaranteed an opportunity with that organization. Well, his opportunity in reality might have come and gone. So now you're at changing your lane, changing your perspective to, hey, the next time I'm going to fight to stay on the roster, and the next time I get on the field, I'm not coming off. So that's kind of a different mindset. That's almost like a later round pick mindset, an undrafted free agent mindset, a more journeyman mindset versus a guy who is entitled top 3 pick. I'm going to get an opportunity. So, just the reality of your situation is adaptive, and it's changing, and it moves probably in a direction that Trey Lance doesn't like right now. But you've got to be able to be resilient enough to refocus and fine tune your game so that when you get that opportunity, and I really do think that they've proven that they're going to play a lot of guys at the position. Don't come off the field the next time you get on.
JT O'Sullivan, former Niners quarterback, is with us. The QB School on social media. Great stuff. I've saved this one because I really want to ask you this. Do you know off the top of your head, I've got your football reference page up right now. Do you know how many games you started in the NFL?
I'm going to say 8.
Okay. Do you know how many Brock Purdy has started in the NFL?
8. Probably.
Okay. You have 2 correct answers. So when people say, why are they sold on Brock Purdy on such a small sample size? Is 8 games actually that small of a sample?
I mean, it probably is. It's probably too small of a sample size, and we'll see what happens. I mean, the whole idea about Brock Purdy, I think, is going to be interesting to see how the league adjusts, because everybody knows that now they have time to game plan and adjust and see what kind of, what he was bringing to the table, so to speak. And so I don't necessarily think 8 games is enough to make that determination, but I think you have to at least ride it out. So it's not really a choice.
Really interesting conversation with JT O'Sullivan, again, former 49ers and NFL quarterback, and now works and puts together a lot of great analysis of quarterback play at the QB School on Twitter and on YouTube. If you haven't seen his analysis of Trey Lance's performance against the Raiders yet, I suggest you do check it out. The QB School on Twitter or on YouTube. It gives you the context you need to, I think, really fully understand the conversation that the guys just had, Willard and JD in for Dibs today, that they had with JT O'Sullivan. A really interesting conversation. All right, a little bit of time left here on Best of the Game on this Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Let's wrap it up with a quick segment between between Willard and JD. Again, JD in for Dibs today, talking about a certain comment that a caller made earlier today. It happened on the prior segment, right as the guys were going to break, and which they, compared Trey Lance to a really fancy car that maybe wasn't what the owner was expecting. And, then Brock Purdy, your old reliable Honda, which has its limitations. And that is a comparison that you hear a lot about this 49ers quarterback room. And Mark Willard had an interesting thought about it. Why does Brock Purdy have to be just a Honda? We don't know that he's only a Honda. He could be that old fancy car that you really do love down the road. So that was the conversation earlier today. Willard and JD today talking about this comparison that a lot of people say between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, and while Brock Purdy may end up being better than we all expect.
I will say, and I know that our last caller didn't mean this, with his analogy of you buy a Range Rover and you drive it around a little bit, and it keeps having to go back to the shop, but you got your Honda is in the garage, and it is so reliable. You've been driving it for 10 years. And so if you had to take the family on vacation, which car would you take? Through a 17-stop journey. Well, obviously what he's tracking toward is the Honda. And I know you didn't mean this, but...
You don't want to call Purdy a Honda?
Stop calling him a Honda. Why does Brock Purdy have to be, just because of when he was picked, why does he have to be limited in terms of who he could be in this league? Why does it have to be that way? I know the obvious stuff. Oh, he doesn't have a howitzer of an arm. Right, like most of the other good quarterbacks in the league. I know Pat does. I know Josh does. I know Herbert does. I know a lot of great quarterbacks in the league who don't. Why does he have to be 6'4"? Why does he have to have great wheels, which we thought Trey Lance has, and now we don't? So I do wonder that sometimes. As much as you're all right to say Brock Purdy might not be great, I think it's unfair to say that he definitely won't be.
I think it's interesting because I think that's more than fair. I think when you look at it, I think you can make the case. We don't know yet what the ceiling is going to be. And I think that goes back to the conversation we were having a little bit yesterday where you were talking about the excitement and why is the excitement down. And I think maybe part of that reason is that there's this belief that Brock has already peaked because it was so good. Because it was so good last year that we've seen the best of Brock Purdy. And you know what? There's no way this 7th-round pick is going to keep doing that. He's probably closer to Jimmy, or he's probably closer to Kirk Cousins. And yeah, they can win with him, and he can be pretty good. But is he really going to be that superstar franchise quarterback that is the luxury vehicle as opposed to the Honda? That's the part that I think people. But you're right. You can't assume that he's a Honda.
You can't assume it.
I agree with you on that.
Like he's probably not the same way every human being is probably not.
Well, you can't assume that he's a Honda any more than you can say that Trey Lance is a Pinto.
Right
now.
I mean, this is where to me the Tom Brady comp does work. I don't like using their names in the same sentence because Tom Brady's the most accomplished quarterback of all time. I'm not going to put that on Brock Purdy. No. I understand that they were both late-round picks. But, again, if you're going to call Joe Montana and Tom Brady, if you're going to run around and talk about how these are the two greatest quarterbacks of all time, well, look at them. Look at them. Look at their skill set. Look at their body. Look at the way they move. There's literally nothing special about either of them. And they're the two most accomplished quarterbacks who've ever put helmets on. So that's all I'm saying. Yes, it can happen. And he obviously does not need to be that for this to be really a good thing. He could be well short of Montana and Brady, and this could still be. Plus, I can give you, as you all know, we can give you a list that goes to the rest of the show of the people who are 6'4", who have a howitzer, who can't play. Jeff George, what an arm. Cool. What does that do for you? It does nothing for you. So, Marcus in the city here with Willard and JD. Hey, Marcus, what you doing?
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Good.
I'm just calling to say, but if y'all watched that game when he was going to be the starter of the Texas game in the preseason, I don't even think we scored in that game, and he had control of that game. You know, he was the man behind center, and when Kyle Shanahan seen that, that's when he re-signed Jimmy Garoppolo because they was going to get rid of him that year.
You talking about the preseason game last year, Marcus?
Didn't have it.
Marcus, are you talking about the preseason game last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Third preseason game last year.
You might be right, but I would just also, I keep trying to submit this. I think that we see these preseason games and we suddenly have a big reaction because that's what we see. Kyle sees everything. You know what I mean? And you can get mad at his quarterback evaluation, and that's all fair. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking just about he's in the building, and they're watching practices, and they're watching film, and I don't think – do you think this, JD? I don't think Kyle Shanahan goes into any one preseason game and goes, okay, that's it. Now I've made up my mind.
Never.
Like he's got a big, huge bucket of data, evidence, impressions, all of those things.
No, I think he went through this offseason in part believing that Brock Purdy may not be ready to go. So Trey Lance alone, and he was dealing with coming off his own injury, but Trey Lance alone was not going to be enough in terms of just having assuming that he could be the backup.
Yeah.
Like they needed another veteran quarterback to basically take the Jimmy spot at this point because you didn't know, even if you thought Trey was going to start, and I think you could make the case that Kyle Shanahan had some reservations about that, assuming Purdy wasn't ready. Even if you thought Trey was going to, you still need another veteran in the room beyond Trey. And so they go and they get Darnold, and then it trends toward, all right, Brock's good to go. So it sets up now this competition between those two. And the reason there's the competition between those two is because of the reservations that have been built up over what Trey Lance has done within the building when he has had the opportunities that not everybody has been able to see. That's part of it.
I agree. I think that our perception sometimes is that coaches, and this is not just Shanahan, that coaches are like us. Like, we sit down, we've got a remote control, we got a beer, and we're like, okay, let's react. And we're just like, okay, we see what we see the results, we either like them or we don't. A coach is much more proactive than that. A coach is looking for certain things. You heard when Kyle said the other day, I'd love to see Trey play more like this, like be more aggressive, be more decisive. I'm looking for that. So he's got this, in other words, this bar or this list of things. And it's like, I want you to do this. And until you do those things, we're not moving on to the next step. Do you know what I mean? It's like teaching a kid to ride a bike. I'm not sending you out into the street until I can see you do it in the private parking lot or a playground at your school, and then we're going to head you out into the street. Well, if you're not hitting those markers in practice in camp, well, then we're not doing a game yet.
Well, and to that point, the play that he was referring to when he mentioned that was the interception that turned into a touchdown. It was maybe the worst play of the day.
One of them.
One of them, fair. But he liked
that he pulled the trigger at least.
So he found something even in that to where we're all thinking, oh my God, that's the worst play we've ever seen him make. And he's thinking, well, yeah, okay, yes, you don't want to see an interception, but I want to see the process by which he got to make that throw.
Do you know what's fascinating about that comment? And again, this is one of the reasons JT O'Sullivan is coming on in an hour and a half. I almost wonder, now watching JT's video about this play at his own 10-yard line where he just had a receiver wide open twice for what would have been at least a 20-yard gain and never threw it. Now maybe you understand. Kyle sees that. And then when you go to the touchdown play, you're like, oh, that's why Kyle liked it. Because at least the guy cocked the ball and threw it.
Yeah, open.
The first play is like he never threw it. He just sits there and takes the sack. And then the fans are like, well, there's no offensive line. It's like, oh, my God. You got to get rid of the ball. Of all three quarterbacks, he had the longest period of time on average to throw the ball in that game.
All right, and that's best of the game here on this Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. We'll be back bright and early, as always, tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game. For now, though, this is Mark Rianti signing off. Thanks so much for tuning in all day long, and have a great rest of your evening.
Here in the Bay, our cars take us and our stuff where we want to go. But they can't take us anywhere with overdue tolls. If you've got overdue tolls, you need to pay them to keep your wheels on the road. Vehicles with overdue, unpaid tolls may not be